Okay, here we go. Welcome to the Censorship in Science Conference. Go ahead, sure. Good way to kick it off. Thank you. This conference is not about censorship writ large. You want to introduce yourself? Oh, I'm Lee Jussim. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Sorry. If my wife was here, she'd be so making fun of me. Okay, the conference is not about censorship writ large. It's about censorship in the sciences, much of which takes place at the hands of scientists themselves. It involves, scientific censorship involves the suppression of the investigation of scientific questions or the publication or other kinds of dissemination of scientific research on the grounds that it would be dangerous, undesirable, or contrary to moral, political, religious beliefs, attitudes, or values adhered to by some mob. Or, as I prefer to call them, the self-appointed, grim-faced commissars of cancel culture, which is usually what they are. Not absolutely always, but usually. Okay, in this context, the Galileo story is actually particularly interesting. Galileo's defense of heliocentrism is usually rehashed in modern textbooks, not entirely accurately, as the victimization of a scientist by a vindictive and superstitious church. Now, obviously, the church ultimately prosecuted and sentenced Galileo, but his persecution was driven initially, primarily, by the Aristotelian professors who, because Galileo's claims threatened to basically ruin their life's work, upend their life's work, appealed to the church's authority to punish him. Now, this should sound painfully familiar. Now, some accounts suggest that Galileo was actually kind of an arrogant asshole, which, really is irrelevant to his science, but in the real world probably actually makes a difference. Now, mobs appealing to authorities to censor science and punish scientists has a long, ugly history. And as shall be seen here repeatedly, is alive and well. So before we get started, first, there's a rather large team of organizers and people providing various types of assistance. It's a large number of people. I can't go through all of them. But first, just a huge thanks and some applause for everyone involved helping to make this happen. So, But the big lifting, the atlas who has not yet shrugged, has been done by Anna Krylov. Anna, if you haven't met her, is rather unassuming in person. So you have to kind of get to know her, or better, have the opportunity to collaborate with her, which I have several times, including but not restricted to this conference, to really understand what a powerhouse she is. Without Anna, this conference would never have happened. And now she will kick off the conference with a few comments of her own.
Thank you, Lee, and thank everyone for being here. So I will start with corrections. The two people who did all the heavy lifting are Michelle Warnock and Margaret Krabel from USC. They really pulled it off despite very difficult times. So I joined USC in 1998, and if someone would told me at this time that in 20 years I will be organizing a conference on censorship in sciences, I would say, no way, it's just not going to happen. And if someone would tell me that this event will proceed in the middle of devastating disaster in Los Angeles, I would also not believe it. But here we are. Life is complicated. Censorship is a problem, contemporary, not historical, and natural disasters, fires, are also a big problem now. Now, fire came 2 miles, it on fire came within 2 miles from our house, and we are still under evacuation order. And many USC colleagues and participants are affected by fire. Some had to evacuate. We know some of our registered participants already lost their houses. It's a terrible disaster, and our hearts and sympathy are with these people and with my colleagues at USC who are affected in different ways. And what I want to say is that it makes this disaster that is unraveling now, makes our conference even more urgent. It's too early to discuss and speculate what went into makings of this disaster and to which extent censorship and heterodoxy and orthodoxy contributed to it. But we will need a long, honest, and uncensored conversation about what happened, how these things can be avoided, and censorship would be a big impediment. So I'm looking forward to our event, which I think is important on many levels. I would like to thank again to organizing committee and to several USC units, such as Center for Economic and Social Research and the Center for Political Future for underwriting the conference, and for other very generous donors. You will see their logos and you will hear talks from them. A few housekeeping notes. Campus access is restricted, so you need to have your QR code and your government-issued ID every day and every time you go off campus. Coffee breaks and lunches will be served here, just outside of this room. Lunches will be in room 101, where you pick your box, and then you can come here or sit there, and then hopefully there will be some time to stroll around campus. Reception is tonight. I hope everyone will come. We have great refreshments and food, and it's just across the road, very close, MCB building. Movie screening tomorrow here, and movie screening, very interesting documentary, which, it's a premiere, so we really will see it for the first time. It will not be broadcast and streamed outside, so you have to be here to enjoy it. So, schedule is very tight, so I instructed chair to be tough, and we will have 2 microphone managers holding microphones to people, and to make things go smoothly, they will hold microphone to whoever asking question, and then if chair signals to stop, we will move on. So please do not be upset if you didn't have enough time to develop your question or have a discussion. We can discuss during the breaks, and we also invite people to think about contributing their notes to our Substack and to possibly submission to the Journal of Controversial Ideas that will publish proceedings of this conference. So to conclude, I want to bring a quote from Maria Skłodowska-Curie, scientific hero. She said, "Nothing in life is to be feared. It's only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more, so we will fear less." She meant phenomena of the natural world, diseases, power of atom, and others, but it also applied to the social phenomena, and it applies to censorship. So let's talk, let's discuss censorship in the sciences so we understand it more and we can fear it less. Thank you.
I think the tradition will be that each speaker will pick the microphone up or put it back down. That'll be something we'll do throughout the weekend. I'm John Tomasi. I'm the president of Heterodox Academy. I just wanted to begin by thanking you all for coming. I was having lunch with some philosophy friends earlier this week, and I talked about this conference. I described the 8:30 start time, and they said only scientists would do that. In the humanities, they'd be snoozing till 10, even if they came east. But I want to really just thank Anna for putting this together, being the driving force. Heterodox Academy is really honored to be one of the sponsors. I'm introducing Jonathan Rausch, and I'll be brief, but I'll just say what many of you, I'm sure, agree with me, and that Jonathan is one of the most important thinkers of our time. His book, The Constitution of Knowledge, is one of the most important books of our time. He's one of the most important. Did I say one of the most important thinkers? I hope I said that. He's one of the most, but The Constitution of Knowledge is one of the most important books of our time. It calls our attention to this vital question, which is a central concern of us who care about universities, but Jonathan does it in a way that's broader. How does a society build and nourish and preserve institutions that connect that social world to the actual world we live within? How do we connect our society, our social orders, to reality? And that question is really the question of our time in many ways. And in The Constitution of Knowledge, Jonathan brilliantly discusses various aspects of that topic. I'll share something with you that you might enjoy, especially some of you on the HXA team who are here. John Haidt and I have this running joke about Jonathan Rausch and about his book in particular. And we have this idea that in our minds, and maybe we should do it physically sometime soon, we should create a shrine for Jonathan Rausch at Heterodox Academy, and we'll have his book there behind some flowers, and we'll burn incense, and we'll bring small pieces of fruit that we'll put there on daily bases to remind ourselves of some of these guiding ideas. It's not only that book that John's known for. Also, I just have to mention Kind of the Inquisitors, which many of you know is just this epic account of woke coming a decade at least before woke actually arrived. That book was published in 1993. I've taught that book to my students at Brown many times, and the postscript that John later added to that book, talking about the importance of free speech and open inquiry for disadvantaged and battled groups, especially people fighting for marriage equality, is one of the most stirring moralized defenses of free speech that I've read, one of the most effective expositions of that idea for undergraduates that I've ever experienced. So it's my pleasure to introduce Jonathan. He'll be speaking for about a half an hour or so, and then we'll have 15 minutes or so for Q&A. Jonathan Rausch.
Thank you all. What an honor to be here. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, John. Thank you, all of you, for the work that you're doing and the work that we're starting. Can we start a PowerPoint? I want to begin with an existential question, maybe the existential question, and it has never been asked better than this.
Statement, please, sir.
Who am I? Why am I here?
My favorite moment ever in Weiss presidential debates. Who am I? Why am I here? Who are we? Why are we here? Some of the reasons: free speech, academic freedom, institutional neutrality, scientific integrity. Others, and the answer is, of course, yes, we're here for all of those things. But I want to try to put us in a broader frame as we start this conversation for the next 3 days. And I want to suggest that this is why we're here. We're here to defend a very particular and very robust, yet also very delicate system of rules and institutions that make it possible to turn the conflict of disagreement into the light of knowledge. If you ask most Americans where knowledge comes from, they will probably say the marketplace of ideas. This is a concept that, as you all know, goes back to John Stuart Mill in theory and was first enunciated in its modern form by Oliver Wendell Holmes in his dissent in Abrams versus US. The best test of truth is the power of the thought to get itself accepted in the competition of the market. Marketplace of ideas is a great metaphor. I love it. I use it all the time, but it turns out to be incomplete in fundamental ways for reasons that have to do with the cognitive and social shortcomings of human beings. If you simply put people in a free speech environment without any rules, guidelines, norms, institutions, and guardrails, you get this. You get 8chan, 4chan, Twitter, X. You get a cacophony of voices, many of them trolls, many of them self-displays, tribalism, rabbit holes, conspiracy theories. You get chaos and not knowledge. In order to create knowledge, you need something that goes beyond John Stuart Mill, and the marketplace of ideas, you need this guy. You all know who this is? With undergraduates, sometimes it's dicey, but you all know this is James Madison, father of the Constitution, I believe probably the greatest political genius who ever lived, including Plato and Aristotle. Madison is the key person, along with Washington, Hamilton, and others, who understand very quickly that this, the Declaration of Independence, is not enough. It is a grand statement of principles of freedom, human equality. What it does not do is establish a structure for governing the independent United States of America. And of course, what happens is within only a couple of years, the initial Articles of Confederation dissolve into squabbling between the states. They begin to inflate their currencies. They have trade wars, navigation wars with each other. At one point, Virginia and Maryland had actual armed ships pointing their guns across the river at each other. They understood that you need one of these. You need a constitution. You need rules and institutions. Well, you need exactly the same thing in the world of knowledge that you do in the world of governance. You need a constitution of knowledge. Constitution of knowledge is not a metaphor, an analogy, a simile, a figure of speech. It's an actual thing. You can go and read it. It's not in just one place like the US Constitution, but you'll find it in places like the AAUP Red Book, in the ethics rules of the American Society of Newspaper Editors, now called News Leaders, in the ethics guidelines and protocols of the professional societies of which most of you are members, and so on. What is it? The rules, the norms, the institutions that structure our public conversations so they lead us toward truth and away from ignorance, conflict, and oppression. Ignorance, conflict, and oppression, thank you, being the primary ways in which human beings have settled disputes about reality and fact over the course of human history. The key word there is structure. You must have structure for these conversations, or as John Haidt put it, settings. You need to have the social settings right in order to get the right kinds of conversations and disputations. Now, my book elaborates at length, so I won't do it here, on the fact that these two constitutions parallel each other, one in the political sphere, one in the epistemic sphere, but they're both about settling disagreements and turning disagreements into consensus. And they operate on similar principles. For example, no final say. There's no last election. There's no last experiment. The status quo is always subject to change, and that prevents any one faction or leader or idea from becoming enshrined permanently. No personal authority. The rules are impersonal. Persons are interchangeable, so anyone can vote and gets the same vote. Anyone can replicate the experiment, and it better come out the same way. Anything that anyone can do, anyone else can do, no one in particular is in charge. This is the radical principle that underlies both of these systems. Consensus, not coercion. Both of these systems rule out the use of brute force, intimidation, bullying, and of course, violence. In order to make law, you must compromise. That's the central idea of the United States Constitution. And in order to make knowledge, you must persuade. You've got to get a lot of other people in a community to agree that you're probably right. And then finally, checks and balances. Madison's great inspiration, drawing on Montesquieu, but refining it to a much larger extent. Ambition is the most powerful force in politics. It's very difficult to restrain. How do you restrain ambition? With ambition. You pit ambition against ambition, and that gives you a dynamic, energetic system that can be both constrained and creative. Same thing in science. We know from lots of cognitive research we're all biased in many ways. I can't see my biases, you can't see yours, but you can see some of mine, I can see some of yours. And out of that diversity, if we can pit our biases against each other in a structured way, that becomes the raw material and the process that gives us knowledge. If you build a system according to these rules and other rules, The result is a global network seeking knowledge by hunting for error, the reality-based community. All of us today in this room are professional members of the reality-based community. And that could mean, for example, that we're journalists. This is my world. This is a newsroom. This is a hub where editors and reporters and checkers and copy editors and all the rest gather information, sort through it, try to figure out which of it is good information, which is worth acting upon, and then, if they publish it, passing it on to the system through other nodes according to a lot of very rigorous rules. Here's another. This is government. US government is shot through with institutions that are in the business of anchoring our public policy to reality. This is everything from the Justice Department and the FBI to NOAA. We have a NOAA veteran in the room today, I'm happy to say. The intelligence agencies, Congressional Research Service, every time you see a hearing, and so on. A government that is not based in facts and reality is ipso facto tyrannical, and if you don't believe me, ask George Orwell. There are museums and libraries and law enforcement. But this is the long pole in the tent. This is us. The single most important part of the reality-based community are the professionals who advance knowledge for a living, and that's universities, the great institutes of research, that's Brookings over there, the professional societies, the credentialing organizations, the journals, and so forth. This is what we're here to talk about today. Now, the unique thing about the reality-based community is that it scales. All other systems of knowledge, which tend to be authoritarian, based on priests or princes or politburos, do not scale. One group simply either predominates and imposes itself, or you get a schism and war. But the reality-based community is capable of connecting minds and institutions on a global scale. This is a diagram of some of the connections and collaborations that networked to solve COVID. This is published research on COVID over the first 16 months. It goes from 0 articles to over 132,000 articles in the course of only 16 months. This is the result of a global community of researchers, thousands of minds, hundreds of institutions collaborating in real time over one weekend. Only a couple of weeks after COVID was discovered, this network had decoded the genome, and a couple of weeks later, over another weekend, they had designed a virus. In only a year, you have this, my husband Michael getting inoculated. There is no other system that can come even close to producing knowledge at this scale and at this speed. It is not an exaggeration to say that every morning, right now, the reality-based community creates more new knowledge than all of humanity did in its first 200,000 years. We take this for granted, but we should think of this as a species-transforming technology. This is a point that I learned from Jonathan Haidt. Our inbuilt capacities to make knowledge are very low. But once you add this system, you raise by orders of magnitude the capability of the human species. And you put knowledge somewhere different from where it ever had been. It's not in our heads. It's not in the Politburo. It's not in the text like a Bible. Knowledge is an emergent phenomenon of this vast hive-like mind that exists out there. Any of us know only the smallest fraction of it yet. All of us participate in building it. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're defending. No kidding. Humanity's greatest accomplishment. So, why are we here today? These are the answers to a Pew Research question that they ask routinely. Colleges have a negative effect on the way things are going in the country. Chart speaks for itself, an almost 20-point drop in this measure in a period of almost 10 years. Only 10 years, I should say. Today, almost half of Americans think that colleges have a negative effect on the country. That's a collapse in confidence. In the world of polling, as you political scientists out there know, this is a very rapid drop. It really is a crisis. Why is this happening? Well, I'm going to suggest it has to do with these three pillars of the reality-based community. In order for the constitution of knowledge to function, it must be fire news. Should we pause and look? Make sure it's not here. Someone alert us if we have to evacuate. There are three essential conditions, and you need all three of them. The first is free inquiry. Do not block the way of inquiry. This is free speech. This is censorship. This is probably most of what we'll be talking about for the next 3 days, so I don't need to talk about it now. Just as important, however, is factuality, respect for facts. You have got to be willing to evaluate evidence and to honestly follow where it leads, and to do that without fear or favor. If you decide that a political agenda or any other agenda supersedes respect for facts, you're not doing science. And third, viewpoint diversity. Remember, you're pitting bias against bias. That means you have to have a diversity of biases, and that means that even in principle, in a room where everyone agrees with everyone else on fundamentals, those fundamentals will not be questioned and you will not be learning. You will be making mistakes and you will be unaware of those mistakes. So intellectual pluralism is essential. None of you need persuading on those things, so with that as context, why the crisis? I want to mention 6 factors. They're not the only 6. You can add your own, but these 4, I think, are all important. Ideology, first. You all remember the famous deplatforming of Charles Murray in Middlebury College in 2017. You may remember that bit, but you might not have heard this bit. This is what the students were reading aloud as they deplatformed Charles Murray.
Science has always been used to legitimize racism, sexism, transphobia, ableism, homophobia, all religions national and bad, and supported by the government and state. In this world today, there is little that is true fact.
In this world today, there is little that is true fact. Scare quotes around fact. This is not new. My first book on the subject, Kindly Inquisitors, which John kindly referred to, is about the rising ideology that says fact is merely a colonialist, sexist imposition on reality, and that we should not believe it. It's a power play. This ideology has seeped in deeply, as well as a variant of it which says intellectual inquiry and the very idea of fact endangers the safety of minorities. Here you see quotes from 3 student manifestos, for example. Free speech has given those who seek to perpetuate systems of domination a platform to project their bigotry. It puts undue burden on specific groups of students, asking them to continually defend their right to exist. It's an ideology that prioritizes ideas over people. Giving deeply offensive language a platform at this institution will inevitably imperil marginalized students. You've all heard this, right? At your institutions. This is what we're up against. This is not a stupid ideology. It is something that we're going to be contending with for years to come. It's added to an emotional factor. Again, thanks to John Haidt and Greg Lukianoff for bringing this all to our attention. And that is emotional fragility. Some of it real, some of it not so real, but in any case, the sense that if you expose people to ideas which offend them, or which are shocking, or which seem harmful to them, you are committing a form of violent assault. Many of you have seen this bit of tape. This was actually shot by Greg Lukianoff. This is the courtyard of Silliman College, Yale University, 2014. That's Professor Nicholas Christakis. He is surrounded by an angry group of students, and here's what they're saying.
Don't agree with that.
Then why the fuck did you accept the position?
Because
Who the fuck hired you?
I have a different
You
vision
should
than you.
step down. If that is what you think about being a professor, you should step down. It is not about creating an intellectual space. It is not. Do you understand that? It's about creating a home here.
So So this is not crazy or irrational. Universities wear many hats, and among those is that they're residential communities where people want to feel safe. But the move that's happened here is redefining safety to mean safety from encountering harmful ideas. This is a private email that professor at Yale has allowed me to reproduce. This is then president of Yale, Peter Salovey, when my faculty friend challenged him on the way he was handling the Christakis crisis. Here's what he said: "The consideration weighing on my mind through all of this was not, as you say, a determination not to offend anyone. Rather, it was a desire not to push a group of extremely fragile students past their breaking points." You've all encountered this too, right? The notion that there's this fragility out there and we have to be very careful about getting involved in conversations that could hurt and traumatize people emotionally. Third, homogeneity. This group needs no persuasion. But you've all seen charts like this. This is the political leanings, left, far left, middle of the road, right, and far right, conservative and far right of professors, and we all know what's happened there over the last 20 years. This is the disciplinary chart, and what you see is that in all fields, Democrats outnumber Republicans, but once you start getting to the humanities and social sciences, you get ratios that approach infinity. This is This is the Harvard faculty political leanings. This is a Harvard Crimson poll. It was done in 2021, and what you see there is approximately 3% are conservative or very conservative, and even moderates are under 20%. When you're in a community that is that homogeneous politically, it becomes very hard to do good science around a lot of questions. Politicization. This is also what we're here to talk about today. This is a historian, not a scientist, but I think we'll recognize that what he says here applies to us. This is Nigel Bigger. He's a historian, British historian of colonialism.
There's arisen, I think, a certain generation of historians. I can't say how widespread this view is, that thinks that being activist is where it's at, and certainly in the UK right now, if you want to get funding, if you want to get promotion, if you want to get a job, then you need to toe a certain political line, and if you don't, you risk not getting a career at all, not getting funding, not getting promotion, and that's a recent development. It wasn't there 10 years ago. So I think that has distorted the process. I know that there are young historians who dissent from this political line, but they voice their dissent at risk of their careers. And I have to say I hold an older generation of historians responsible, because they're the ones who allowed this to happen.
Raise your hand if you think his generalization here basically applies in your university or environment. Yeah, so that's most of the room. You don't need persuading on that. And of course, these problems have now crept into the natural sciences as well. You're all acquainted with 2022, Nature Human Behavior changed its editorial standards to make them overtly political, reserving the right to refuse publication of or retract post-publication submissions that embody singular privileged perspectives, whatever those are, saying that if people or groups are harmed, even indirectly or inadvertently, that would be grounds for rejecting a scientific paper, and that science has for far too long been complicit in perpetuating structural inequalities. With this guidance, we take a step toward countering this. Now, the job of science and research is to follow truth. It is not to remedy social injustice. And again, I'm guessing you're all here because you don't need persuading on that point. 5, discrimination. These are some of the most concerning numbers out there. This is from survey research by Eric Kaufman. Many of you know him. This is openly admitted discrimination against right-leaning papers, grants, and promotions. And what you see here is really kind of shocking. Now, remember, these are academics who openly acknowledge discriminating. So I think we can say with some confidence that many others are discriminating but not willing to tell us. And these over here on the right are the graduate students. And you can see what's happening there. In America, a third of them are openly saying that they will discriminate against conservatives in grant bids. A quarter of them in paper submission, and it's only a little bit better in the UK. This is the rising generation, and it's what we're looking at. Here's a result. Understandably, conservatives perceive a hostile environment on campus. This is a group that agrees, percentage agreeing there's a hostile climate toward people with your political beliefs in your department. Very small on the left and fairly left. Centrist, over a third of them feel that the environment is hostile. And of course, when you get to conservatives, it's around 70%. Ladies and gentlemen, that's unacceptable in a university, a hostile environment for heterodox ideas. Finally, bureaucratization. Again, I'm guessing few in this room need to be convinced that this is a problem. This is Ohio State University's full-time diversity staff. You see only 5 years, the head count doubles, the budget triples. Now, there's a lot of issues about the bureaucratization of higher education, but the one I want to just mention here is that many of these people are not academics by training. They don't do science. They don't do research. They may not have stepped in a classroom as a teacher ever or in many years yet. In many universities, these are now the people who are telling tenured professors what to do and how to do it in the classroom, out of the classroom. I have spoken to tenured professors, distinguished people who have been called in for 4-hour inquisitions at the hands of mid-level HR and DEI bureaucrats on their classroom behaviors because some student somewhere complained about it. There are people at this conference who I had dinner with last night who have been in these very situations. And the problem with all these processes and bureaucratizations is this. The investigation is the punishment. The more the bureaucrats, the more there are going to be reports and investigations. And you can see here how investigations and actions based on those investigations have increased over time. These are FIRE statistics. Result, this is the percentage of students saying that the climate at their school stifles some speech. You can see it rose starting in 2016. It peaked around 65%. The latest poll numbers I have around 60%. This is about the same, it turns out, as the percentage of Americans who say that the climate prevents them from saying things they believe. So we've got a national problem with people perceiving that their speech is being policed and self-censoring. But here's the thing, folks. This is at a university. This is supposed to be the place that's dedicated to the robust exchange of views. When 60% of students at our universities, and by the way, this is true in every survey, right down the line you get numbers like this. When students at our universities are saying that they feel afraid of stating their true opinions on important topics, and faculty are the same thing. There's a new study out that shows about the same percentage of faculty. A third of faculty are now saying that there are conversations they will not have with students because they are worried about political ramifications, self-censorship on a large scale. To me, even more concerning, this new development, the inevitable backlash as crisis of confidence overwhelms universities. The public turns hostile. As the public turns hostile, the political system turns hostile, and you begin to see across the United States, especially in red states, direct legislative, governmental, political intervention in the intellectual life of the university. These are legislatures passing laws directly regulating what can be said and done at universities. There are lots of different ways of doing it. Some are better, some are worse. Here is probably the worst. This is the Stop Woke Act in Florida. This is Governor DeSantis. To his left there, Christopher Rufo. This is a law that directly regulates what teachers can say and think in the classroom. Thank goodness for FIRE, which got some of that struck down. This, however, is a national trend, and it's not going to stop. This is what will happen to universities if they can't get their act together and reestablish some public trust. And that's why we're here today. So, constitution of knowledge relies on those three things: free inquiry, respect for facts, viewpoint diversity. They're why they're here. But I want to submit to you, we're here for something even bigger than that. We're here defending the principles of both our constitutions because they map onto each other. Political freedom, freedom of inquiry, same idea. An open system which is open to participation by all. Respect for law, respect for facts. You may disagree with where the system is on any given day, but you do abide by its rules. It's rule-based. Third, pluralism. In our liberal democracy, you must have, as Madison says, a multiplicity of factions required to compromise each other. In the Constitution of Knowledge, you must have a multiplicity of viewpoints required to persuade each other. These structures are the same, and we are defending the principles of both. So, question for you political scientists in the room, I know there's at least one. If we had to boil down to a single word what it is that we are advocating and defending over the next 3 days, what is that word? No. Someone said truth. No, not freedom. Democracy, getting closer, liberty. Debate. Constitution. We're all hovering around this concept. But I am going to say that John Tomasi must know the answer, right? Yes, Rauschism. Liberalism. Systems that are open-ended, rule-based, and pluralistic, that's liberalism. It's the great idea of John Locke, Immanuel Kant, the founding fathers, Alexis de Tocqueville. It's the idea that everyone in this room is defending. With that as a framing, I just want to add 1 minute more of codicil, which is a suggestion and maybe even a bit of a plea to all of us as we go about our business between now and Sunday. I've been to a number of meetings and gatherings of this kind. And many of the people who come here have had very unpleasant, sometimes even traumatic run-ins with cancellations, with bureaucratic investigations, and these are extremely difficult. There is a tendency in some of these meetings to turn into gripe fests, or even sometimes hate fests, about how corrupt and rotten the American Academy has become. Yes, of course it has problems, and that's why we're here. But what I would ask is to remember that there are still immense reservoirs of integrity in our academic environments. That these environments are still the crown jewel of the entire intellectual system of the species Homo sapiens. And the attitude that I would urge us to take is not that of an unloving critic saying, how do we burn it down? How do we get rid of it? It's rotten to the core. A pox be on its house. And also, of course, not the position of uncritical lovers. I don't think any of us are likely to go down that road. But that our attitude be that of loving critics. We must remember, as angry as we might get, and as bad as we think the situation might be, we must remember that we are here because we love the university. We believe in the university. We love and believe in science. We are here to help it and to make it stronger. And that is the spirit in which I would urge all of us to think about our project. Thank you all.
Thank you. So you can see why Jonathan Rausch is so shrine-worthy around HXA. And many of you may also know that John recently generously joined the board of HXA. John Haidt and I often say that we love our universities so much that we want to make them better. We love universities the way Socrates loved Athens, which meant that we're willing to be hard on them to make them better. And we hope the outcomes for us turn out better than for Socrates. We now have 15 minutes for Q&A with John Rausch. I'll ask you to keep your questions short so we can get as many as possible in. Please. And if you don't mind, just briefly introduce yourself, briefly, and just ask a brief question.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mars Chung. I have a question for Dr. Jonathan Rausch here.
I'm a Mr.
Mr. Jonathan Rausch, whatever you prefer. I read your book, The Constitution of Knowledge, and you make it clear inside there that it's important to us to have structural norms and ideas out there that buttress the idea that we have established institutions that allow us to come to truth. But I'm curious as to what you think of the need to enforce these ideas and whether this enforcement has to come through a social aspects or from hard law. One example I'll give is social media. Social media is arguably deranging us nowadays, like a platform like X, in which people are allowed to go on there and just spout whatever they want to say, whether they care about the truth or not. You have individuals who say enforcement of these norms would be a violation of free speech, but as you said earlier in your presentation, free speech doesn't, by in and out of itself, create knowledge. So, given that social media is so large nowadays, and it's arguably become a place where ideas are exchanged, what kind of enforcement would make sense?
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I should just say in passing that social media is the shiny object which you cannot get people away from talking about. And it's not the problem that really we're facing in academia and research today. The problems, I think, in academia and research are more deeply embedded and are a kind of corruption in the underlying norms. Social media, it's a whole different conversation, but my view is that direct government regulation is a bad idea of speech, and we've got 5,000 years of evidence that that's the case, and that how to moderate and create guardrails and institutions in that environment is a wicked hard question to which I don't know the answer, and that right now, with Mr. Musk in charge of X and the State Department's disinformation watchdogs having been dismantled, and Rene DiResta at Stanford out of a job because of House Republicans, I would say that those who are trying to figure out new ways to institutionalize and build norms and guardrails in that space are on the back foot. But I think also probably that's a topic for another day. And if anyone in this room knows what to do about social media, please come and see me and tell me. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Other questions? Way in the back on the right, please. Again, introduce yourself briefly and a brief question.
Hi, Jonathan. Bob Moranto, University of Arkansas.
Hey, great to meet you. Glad you're
having
here.
a chapter in my forthcoming edited book. To promote another book, Musa al-Gharbi, who I think is over there, has a great book, We Were Never Woke. A key point being that it's in the self-interest of many elites, symbolic capitalists, in particular bureaucrats, to create a censorship regime. How do we over a 10 or 20 year period change those incentives? Those incentives are very powerful.
You're asking me?
Yes.
This is your job. No, seriously, this is why you're here. You all are members. Raise your hand if you're a member or former member of an academic institution. Is that every single person in the room except a couple of guests that I brought?
And you.
And me. Well, I'm at Brookings. We're at .edu. So look, this is your job, folks, right? So the problem has been that for the last 20 or 30 years, the forces that have been organizing around the principles which I've bemoaned for the last half hour have done the organizing. They have done the institutionalizing. They now own big chunks of the bureaucracy. They run the general counsel's office, and in the Biden and Obama administrations, they ran the DEA education department, civil rights division. The answer's got to be to counter-institutionalize. Individuals cannot do all that much, but groups can do a lot. And when I go around giving the public version of this speech, I say the answer is Academic Freedom Alliance, Heterodox Academy, FIRE, group at Harvard, the New Faculty Alliance at Harvard, the New Faculty Alliance at MIT. They are beginning to get results by organizing, by making clear that they are going to assert the rights of faculty, by not being shy to denounce and take back the argument from the illiberal forces on campus. They are already starting to make a difference. I think the high watermark of the power, not the institutional and bureaucratic power, but the intellectual and social power of the canceling forces is already on the decline. But this question, Bob, this is why you're here, right? You all need to figure out, within the context of your own particular institutions, how best to organize countervailing forces. And believe me, that works. When I started on gay marriage in 1996, 1995, it was a hopeless cause. I am now married to a man. That man is here today. It's not even controversial. Guys, you can do that, but you need to figure it out.
Thank you.
He needs to figure it out. I'm on his board, and I'm going to make him.
Raise your hands if you want to get in. Way down front. Sorry, Marisa. Yeah, you'll go back up next to them.
Hi, I'm Tzvi Shalem. I'm here from Israel. I mean, I read deeply into Marxism and neo-Marxism stuff, and I know Herbert Marcuse, for example, would see all of the check marks of what you see as bad things, and he would say, good, 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 and he would be anti-liberalism explicitly. I think there's a problem that most people who are from the sciences are in the lab. They're working very, very, very hard to advance knowledge, connect us to truth. And they don't have time to read what Marcuse writes or Michel Foucault, whatever. So I think the truth community doesn't understand enough what the ideology is that's pushing all of this. So how can we incentivize the scientists to spend a little bit of time outside of the lab to say deeper what the problem is? You guys are not going to like this answer, but it's the same answer. You're asking me? So scientists are not organized. When they do, they're powerful. But Reg, you have political theorists in the room. Public choice. You all know public choice theory? This is a standard problem where you have it's a collective action problem. You have a large population of people in which taking action against or for a particular cause is very expensive and time-consuming and may cost you your career. So that's a big downside for organizing. And thus, large bodies of people with important interests never get organized, and those interests remain latent. They do not surface. That's how you have farm subsidies, right? How many of you know how much is spent every year on rice subsidies? No hands have gone up in this room. There's a reason for that. You don't care all that much. You want to get on with your life. But believe me, the rice industry cares a lot. So we have a public choice problem in academia. Smaller numbers of people care very much about dominating these debates, and they are well organized and well institutionalized to do that. And most of the rest of us just want to get on with our lives and not be bothered with it. The answer, again, is you have to counter-organize. You have to form interest groups that make noise and get change done. It's group against group that gets the job done, but you all have to figure out how to do that. I really reckon, many of you have done this already, right? But John, I would guess that for everyone in this room, if you sat down with a pad of paper and a single hour, you could come up with at least 3 things that you and your friends could do in the context of your institution to advance these principles. And some of you have already done that. 1 hour, you can start getting this job done.
Thank you. Next question, please. Marisa, where are you? Over here, please. And again, please identify yourself briefly and ask your brief question.
Okay, my name is Keith Riles. I'm at the University of Michigan. I teach physics there. I hear that you are concerned about legislatures intervening and imposing draconian rules on universities that are in conflict with academic freedom. But I think the reality in many states, certainly blue states and purple states like my own, is that nothing is going to change at the top levels of universities unless there's external pressure. The faculty, as much as we may gripe and organize, if we don't get some alliances with politicians, and in my case that includes regents of the University of Michigan, nothing's going to happen. I mean, it's very clear that the elected regents have all of the real power at the University of Michigan, and they're different structures than other states. But the people who answer to the voters are potential allies, and I think that organizations like FIRE and Academic Freedom Alliance and so on are great for providing ammunition and support. But nothing is going to change to the top levels of administration unless we have external pressure from above. That's my own feeling after
Well,
33 years at the
I
University
can
of
only
Michigan.
give you my opinion on that, and it's only my opinion, but I can say, I think John will allow me to say this. This is an active subject of debate and discussion within Heterodox Academy, right? To what extent do you just need, perhaps reluctantly, to pull in outside forces like legislatures? My view is I'm very much against that. We have a very long history showing that when politicians get directly involved in directing intellectual inquiry, they politicize it, and you wind up in an atmosphere of fear significantly worse than where we are right now. But that is a debate which is important to engage. And there are definitely people who say we have to bring in the legislatures. When you say outside forces, I would, however, distinguish between outside lobbying forces, outside activism forces, forces like FIRE, which can form alliances with forces within the university, for example, on the faculties, versus politicians passing laws. Once a law is on a book, it's there for a long time. And believe me, the people in power in the federal government on January 20th, they're not your friends, okay? That is a very risky proposition, in my view. So I would distinguish between legal force and social force. But yes, the recipe, that's what we're here to discuss.
And I'll just mention this. Many of you know Heterodox Academy has recently built a policy team. So we're now developing the capacity to hopefully influence some of this legislation. Our idea is that we hope to make universities smarter, and we hope to make some of the legislation smarter, or at least less dumb. So we'll see how this all plays out. But HXA is now getting involved in that world as well.
Can I just add very briefly, sorry, that when you say nothing will change, the astonishment to me, I have asked this question at universities across the country and never received a satisfying answer. Why have professors, especially tenured professors, why have they allowed their core prerogatives to be leached away into the hands of bureaucrats, lawyers, human resources people, DEI people, communications people? Why have they allowed that to happen? And the answer, I don't know what the answer is, but until the professoriate decides that it must take that power back, that no professor is answerable to a mid-level HR bureaucrat about how that professor teaches in the classroom, for example, and that those bureaucrats will not even be empowered to investigate speech that is within the bounds of academic freedom, and that students who have complaints should take them to the professor, and on and on. Until you guys begin reclaiming that power, it's true, nothing will change. So why the heck don't you do that?
Being called a racist.
Terrible, being called a racist. Okay, that's bad. Happens to one person, it's terrible. Happens to a dozen on campus, not so terrible. When 150 faculty members at Harvard join a faculty group to defend academic freedom, you're going to call all 150 of them racist? Gets very different, right?
Thank you. Another question in the middle here, please. Matthew. And again, introduce.
Hi, I'm Matt Burgess from University of Wyoming. So just a couple of quick thoughts on the last two comments. First, I think the way to reconcile the comment over here with yours is to go back to the American Constitution and encourage governments to crack down hard on universities that are breaking laws that already exist, which are already against at public universities, violating free speech and academic freedom, contracts laws at private universities, non-discrimination on the basis of race, sex, and politics at public universities, et cetera. So that's sort of where I think thread needle. And then to your point about why don't we speak up, I'm going to tell you on Sunday in my talk why it's actually in our interest to speak up a lot more than we think.
Thank you.
That's a nice teaser for things to come. There's a question way in back on the left. You've been waiting very patiently. Thank you. Again, just please briefly introduce yourself.
I'm Barry Honig from Columbia University. I just wanted to answer the reason faculty haven't spoken up is because most of them agree with what's happening. When there are debates in faculty senates around the country about divestment, for example, from Israel, or tents on campus, 2/3 of the Columbia Senate, my son teaches at Amherst, 2/3 of the Amherst Senate basically support the sorts of things that we're all trying to fight against. So I think this is the issue, is you can't get enough faculty. You can get some, but the majority of the faculty are part of the problem. And I'll add this just to be annoying, especially the humanities faculty.
So raise your hand if you agree that the faculty or the faculty itself is the problem. Boy, someone raised 2 hands. So that's about half the room. Raise your hand if you don't think the faculty are the core of the problem, if you disagree with that statement. No one. Okay, so the group agrees with you. I don't know the answer to this. I know that lots of faculty say that they're self-censoring and they say they don't like it, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of preference falsification going on, which is that what happens in faculty meetings is what people think is safe to happen in faculty meetings. And everyone I know, every single person without exception, faculty member I know who has been the subject of a cancellation and disciplinary campaign, has said they get cards and letters and emails from colleagues, both in their institution and outside, who say, gee, I agree with you, I sympathize with you, I'm not going to speak up for you. So the question is, you don't need a majority on campus, you don't need everyone, you just need an organized and stubborn, significant minority that will make a lot of noise and trouble, defend these principles, and as Matthew said, use the existing law, which are good laws, in order to make good trouble for these institutions. And I also believe, I really do believe, I'm probably naive, you all know better than I do, but I believe that once the atmosphere begins to lift, once the fog begins to lift and people start looking around and realizing, you know, there are other people here who are actually not happy with what's going on, that you will begin to see a reversal in this preference falsification and that you will have more allies than you believe. The fatalism, that's the enemy, right? That's what they want. That's what these organizers do. They want to make you think nothing will change. They're in control. No one agrees with you. You are isolated. You might as well give up. It's called demoralization. This is the purpose of every propaganda campaign, and you have been propagandized.
On that cheery note, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joseph Yi from Hanyang University, Seoul, Korea, from East Asia. I'm also the founder of, we also founded Heterodox East Asia.
Whoa.
And thank you. First one in East Asia. So hopefully, hopefully China someday, but we're getting there. Okay. Now my question is, academic freedom comes from both, conservatives and progressives, but it seems like we don't really have a theoretical framework how left-wing censorship is similar or different from right-wing censorship. And so I'm wondering about that theoretical framework. What we see in South Korea is that it's kind of like we see similar trends, but it's more extreme. We have this extreme polarization. And I call it asymmetric polarization and asymmetric censorship. So you have progressives, left, who dominate culturally, politically, like the drama that people see. And that leads to political influence. So young people see movies like Taxi Driver, and they think like, oh, we should fight against the authoritarian regime. And then the government passes the May 18 law that says, if you say that there's North Korean spies.
We need to forgive me, but we need to move to a question just because our time is so limited.
So basically, I see kind of progressives, they dominate the institutions, and then the conservatives, they become radicalized and isolated. They just watch YouTube, and they become disruptive.
Thank you.
And so I'm wondering if you have a theoretical framework for that.
Thank you.
Well, my book attempts to be a theoretical framework. The whole second half of the book is about the techniques that are used to manipulate the institutional and intellectual epistemic environments, both by the right and the left, with similar goals. The goal is always demoralization. It's to deceive, disorient, divide, but ultimately demoralize your target. If you can demoralize your target, they won't fight, and if they don't fight, you win without firing a shot. The right is doing that through Russian-style mass disinformation, and the left is doing it through social manipulation, otherwise known as canceling and wokeness, preference falsification. And these are all very, very old tactics for manipulating opinion. These go back. Tocqueville came to America and complained about the manipulation of opinion by manipulating the apparent majority. So that's what we're up against, but these are very known tactics. They are very vulnerable to people who call them out and change institutional incentives, and that's why we're here.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. I want to go to the right side of the audience, if I may. Please.
Thank you. Forgive the cough drop. I'm Jim Moore. I'm a refugee from the USC faculty, currently a senior fellow at the Reason Foundation. But you've ended on a tactical note in your remarks, thinking about improvement and what might be done. Do you see, I don't want to strengthen the federal role here, but do you see a role for accreditation rules in trying to improve the position universities are in?
That's a good subject which I don't know enough about to comment on. I'm a member of the board of advisors of University of Austin, and I can tell you that accreditation, even in Texas, which is a sympathetic venue, has posed obstacles, though not insurmountable obstacles. But that's a subject that I hope we'll be able to discuss, the accreditation agency groups and the ways in which they've become politicized. I'm pretty confident that this incoming administration, the education department, will be focusing on that, but subject for discussion.
I started this session by saying that Jonathan Rausch is one of the most important thinkers of our time. You've seen that part of the reason why he's such an important thinker is because he's also has remarkable intellectual humility. His work's been incredibly important to HXA and to all of us who care about these issues. Please join me in thanking him.
Thank you.
So without any further ado, I am going to get started, I hope. So this is on. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to give an overview of a couple, not the full array, but some of the mechanisms of scientific censorship. And I refer to these as the new book burning and witch hunting. So what do I mean by modern book burning? Well, actually, it was Ray Bradbury who sort of foreshadowed this with this. This is just a great, I'm going to move this over here so I can see my own slides. There's more than one way to burn a book, and the world is full of people running around with lit matches. That turns out to be absolutely true. So what I mean by the new book burning in science is the forced retraction of peer-reviewed publications without any evidence of data errors or fraud or unethical behavior of any kind. And there's a very common form to that. That is, some paper is published. It usually violates some sort of leftist sensibility, most typically social justice, in some cases environmentalism, and that evokes a mob. And typically, again, there's variations on the theme. Social media mob forms. People start screaming about the horrors of such a paper being published. There might be an open letter or an online petition, which have often garnered hundreds or thousands, or in some cases, tens of thousands of signatories. Now, the thing is, the paper was published. I'm only talking about papers that were published. So these passed conventional peer review, and then they evoke all this sort of outrage. Now, of course, 10,000 people on Twitter don't have authority to retract a paper, but typically what happens is the editor or the editorial board of the journal basically caves to the mob. They find some sort of fig leaf to make it appear like they're not caving to the mob, although in the absence of a mob, they had accepted the paper, and then they retract the paper. Now, before continuing, I'll present a bunch of examples of this in a minute. Actually, is the Retraction Watch crew here? I mean, we're going to have a panel on Retraction Watch, headed by Retraction Watch here. Yeah. So it's great that you guys are here, because clearly not all or even most retractions are any kind of censorship, let alone book burning. My personal guidepost for justified retraction is provided by the Committee on Publication Ethics. Now, they're an independent standing group that have provided the only a priori principled grounds that I've ever seen for retracting articles. No one is bound by them unless they choose to be, so they don't really have any authority, but I think the principles are exactly right. So, and here's the key idea. Editors should consider retracting a publication if they have clear evidence that the findings are unreliable, typically because of either fraud or some sort of massive error. And if you have an empirical paper and there's massive evidence that everything is wrong and that tons of things are wrong in the paper, there's strong suspicion or maybe even actually confirmation that the authors made up the data, that paper should be retracted, no censorship involved. Okay, but that's not the category of retractions that I'm talking about. And what you're going to see here, and you can just read these are a series of papers that have been retracted despite being reviews or narratives. That is, there was no data. So you can't possibly have made up data in an article that doesn't have data because there's no data to make up. So none of these violated COPE guidelines that justify retraction. Got some more here. The Diaz and Bailey, actually Mike Bailey is here. Mike, I'm sure you'll be talking to Mike Bailey is over there. He's going to be on a panel himself. His paper had data and was eventually retracted, but the accusations had nothing to do with the data being erroneous. I mean, I'm not going to go into any detail, but there was not even a hint that anything was wrong with the data. So it qualifies just as well here. It doesn't violate anything remotely resembling a database guideline for retraction. And then there's this is my personal favorite because this is the one that I was involved in. This is a very complex thing. I'll try and do this quickly. Perspectives on Psych Science is one of the major psychology journals. The editor, Klaus Fiedler, this was a couple years ago, accepted 5 articles that were, the short version is critical of diversity and diversity perspectives and advocacy within psychology. One of those was mine. One of the authors of an article that was criticized posted a denunciation of Fiedler and the rest of us as racists because, if you criticize diversity, then you're a racist. This evoked exactly what I was just talking about, this social media mob. Almost 1,400 academics signed an online petition calling for the editor to be ousted, and the papers at that point were accepted but not actually published, but to never be published. The outcome was that the editor was actually ousted, and he's no longer editor of that journal, but the 5 papers were actually published. So this was an attempted book burning that was, with respect to the articles, completely unsuccessful, although they did succeed at ousting the editor. Okay, it's actually the only example of an attempt to mass retract articles that I know about. Okay, so let's just be super clear about this. At least the COPE guidelines do not include, as a basis for retraction, academic mobs demanding a retraction. That's not one of their guidelines. Online petitions denouncing the paper, not part of the guidelines. Academics taking to social media, blogs, saying that they believe the paper is fatally flawed and should never have been published. That's fine, not in the guidelines. Sorry, no, that is not a reason to retract. And you might say, well, this paper's horrible. Everyone knows it's horrible. What can we possibly do? I mean, I need profanity. I just really, this is like so obvious. The only way to describe it is with profanity. Okay. Okay, now, the book burning is bad enough. The witch burning is actually worse. I'm using, this really draws on the combination of McCarthyism and The Crucible, right? The Crucible was an Arthur Miller play in the 1950s that used the Salem witch trials as a metaphor to capture what was going on with McCarthyism and the blacklists and 100 or so academics who lost positions because they were associated with communism in some way. The modern version of this are really anyone seeking to get academics punished, not just like criticized or even denounced, but punished, sanctioned in some way, for ideas that should have been protected by academic freedom or free speech. So Greg Lukianoff has been all over this. Fire has been all over this. This is from one of Greg's essays, where based on his analysis of both the historical data and the modern data, actually more professors have been fired over the last 10 years or so for what should have been legitimately protected speech than were fired during all of McCarthyism. That's what he means by it. So the Red Scare is kind of an ironic title here, right? The original Red Scare was fear of Reds. In some ways, this is like, right, the quasi-nouveau Reds doing the scaring. Okay. To get an understanding of this, let's kind of, I just want to briefly walk through the House hearings from fall 2023, where the 3 presidents of elite universities disgraced themselves. So they were all hauled before Congress, these hearings about anti-Semitism, and were asked whether calling for the genocide of Jews was prohibited conduct at their universities, and each one gave sort of very technical, legalistic answers, the upshot of which was depends on context. Now, I'm not going to go into this, but actually I believe that is the correct principle. The short version, it's the correct principle, because unless you're targeting a particular person, unless I'm up here saying, everybody go get John Tomasi, right? Anything short of that, Italians should be wiped out, that's fine. But go get John, that is not fine. So in some sense, they're actually right. This bullying and harassment of particular people is not all right. Okay, so then you might wonder, well, if calling for the genocide of Jews is actually protected speech, and they're testifying the correct answer, what was the problem? It's a natural question to ask yourself is, what the hell was the problem? Well, the problem was the gross hypocrisy, where at each of the universities they had, and many others, there were widespread failures to protect people for speech far less virulent than calling for genocide. So again, I have like a little scroll here of examples which you can just kind of read through. Carol, are you here? I know Carol's presenting it, but Carol will be here if she's not here right now. Let's leave that up for a minute. There's some more coming. And again, Fire's analysis is this is over 200 faculty. So these are just concrete examples to bring this to life. And I have no expertise in zoology, but it wasn't really that hard to look into like national surveys of polar bear populations. This last person turns out to be correct. If you look over a long enough period of time, the surveys are indicating there's more polar bears now than there were when there was supposedly a polar bear extinction crisis. Okay, so what have I gone through here? The 2 of the mechanisms are this forced retraction at the hand of mobs and also firings for what should have been legitimately protected speech. There's a third that kind of I'm not going to go into, and we have a whole panel on this, but when you punish people in this way, you successfully punish people, most likely you scare the hell out of thousands more people than you've punished. So it doesn't take that much, right? If people can look around and see, oh, well, if I publish a paper on this conclusion, I'm going to have to face a mob. Or, if I make a certain, I have 2 papers that say in far more academic language, microaggressions are garbage. And none of them you will find a quote saying microaggression. Actually, that goes a little too far. It's saying the scientific research on microaggressions is garbage. It comes within inches of saying that. Okay, so, but what these, and then especially people getting fired, and especially for junior scholars, they likely induce this widespread fear, and which results in massive self-censorship. I haven't presented any data on that, but it seems plausible, and other people will be presenting that data. Okay, I'm done with my intro, and I think maybe we should go to you? Yeah, let's go to you.
All right, so I'm Musa al-Gharbi. I am a professor of communication journalism and sociology at Stony Brook University. I'm a longtime affiliate of Heterodox Academy. And so the argument that I'm going to make over the course of my talk is that a lot of times when we talk and think about censorship and what to do about censorship, we focus a lot on things like law and policies. The argument that I want to try to make here is that laws and policies are probably not going to get us as much progress as we might think or hope, because the main challenge that we face in many of our institutions of knowledge production is fundamentally a cultural problem. So to start with, to kind of frame this issue, there are lots of polling and survey data that suggest that academics tend to be more likely to censor others, more likely to self-censor than most other Americans. And this is especially true, this is true even if you look at the general level, but when you go to concrete cases, because everyone supports academic freedom in principle, but then when you're like, hey, would you support this person being able to talk? A lot, you get the numbers shrink a lot. So this is from an article that I published on my website from a study that was done by Cato Institute that looked at people at colleges and universities versus people in the general public. And you can see that academics are more likely to view most things as hate speech, a broader class of things as hate speech than the general public. They're more likely to self-censor on basically any topic than the general public. They're more likely to support the censorship of almost anything in the general public. One stereotypical exception to this rule is that academics tend to be more tolerant of flag burning and saying America is evil. But shy of that, on almost anything else, the academics are more likely to support the censorship of others and more likely to censor themselves. And this is striking, it's actually kind of wild, because for most other workers in the United States, they basically have no rules at all, protecting freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, freedom of association, privacy, any of that. Even First Amendment, basic First Amendment rules don't apply in many workplaces. There's some great books on this by Elizabeth Anderson and Sohrab Ahmari. So at public universities, we're protected by the First Amendment. Even at private universities, they typically have rules that robustly protect freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of conscience, and so on. So academics actually have a lot more formal freedom than basically anyone else in society, but we're also a lot more censorious and more likely to self-censor. So that's an interesting puzzle. Legally, students and faculty are very free. As David French noted in this article and in a recent talk, you know, a lot of the big battles for free speech have already been waged and won. Things like speech codes in most colleges and universities have been rolled back. Even newer innovations like DEI statements and things like this are being actively rolled back. And in a recent talk that I joined David at, he mentioned that, you know, running these kinds of free speech cases, they overwhelmingly win when they get to court. It's mostly you just show up to court, you collect your W, you collect your paycheck, and you go to the next one. They overwhelmingly win. In terms of laws and rules, academics in the United States are basically freer than they've ever been. They're freer than almost anyone else, any other type of worker in the United States, and they're freer than academics are in pretty much almost any other place in the world. In terms of our legal, actual freedoms, we have a ton of them, and they're expanding all the time, and when they go to court, when people try to violate those freedoms and you take them to court, they lose. They lose 9/10 out of the time, and it's still important to, when people do try to violate our rights and freedoms, to take them to court so that they know they can't just do that. But when they do get to court, they overwhelmingly win. Academics, on paper, very free, about as free as you can get. So if scholars are free in terms of rules and laws, then why are universities such censorious places? Well, the problem is it's not about rules and policies, it's about culture. If scholars are not taking advantage of the existing rules, laws, and protections that they have, then multiplying the rules and laws and protections probably won't do much to change the censorious nature of the institutions. If you want to change the censorious nature of the institutions, then you have to work on culture. To illustrate this point, I'll just tick through a couple of important facts. One of them being that censorship, when you look at who's actually driving censorship, it's driven heavily by scientists themselves, as Dr. Clark and colleagues recently pointed out in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. When we talk and think about censorship, we often think about governments or corporations or kids these days or Fox News. I was canceled following a Fox News witch hunt, by the way, so that's something that I have personal experience. Canceled as in lost an academic job. But there's kind of two things to bear in mind here. First is that in a lot of these campaigns, when we focus on, say, the kids these days, we miss who the actual decision makers are, how power actually operates. A handful of kids going meh on Twitter, they don't have the power to remove anyone from their job. The people who actually remove people from their jobs are the ones who are making these decisions. And so when we focus too much on the kids these days, or on Fox News and so on, then we actually miss who has power, how that power is exercised, who the decision makers are, how they're making their decisions. But more to the point, when we look at who's actually driving most of the censorious dynamics within campuses, within colleges and universities, within scientific institutions and fields, the call is almost always coming from inside the house. Why? Well, one of the drivers of this dynamic is that universities we're not comprised of a random or representative slice of society. One of the things that drives universities being such censorious places is that the kinds of people that colleges and universities tend to select for, both when we're looking at students and when we're looking at faculty, at basically every level, we tend to select people who, relative to the general public, are much more likely to be conformist, are much more likely to be intolerant of views that diverge from our own, are much more likely to be dogmatic and extreme ideologically compared to the general public, and are much more concerned about status. So I talk about this at length in my recent book that was mentioned earlier, We Have Never Been Woke. There's a section called Disciplined Minds that looks at how people who get folded into knowledge institutions compared to the general public tend to be a lot more conformist and censorious. I have an article recently on my Substack that illustrates that brings together a lot of other research on how we tend to be more intolerant and dogmatic and status-oriented on the general public. So one of the things that drives these cultural dynamics in our institutions is the fact that the people who end up in these institutions just aren't normal people. And not only are we kind of weird, but the process of being enculturated in these institutions tends to exacerbate the kind of weird tendencies the unusual tendencies we already have. So like, for instance, how do you get into an elite university? Well, the main way that you get into an elite university is if you're the kind of person who shows up to school consistently and turns in your assignments in accordance with the specifications of the instructor, and who really cares what authorities think and ingratiate yourself with teachers, and you do the right extracurricular activities, but you don't have any disciplinary problems, and so on and so forth. So we actually select for people who are highly capable and conscientious conformists. That's the main thing that we select for when we decide who gets to come into our institutions, especially our elite institutions. And then as you proceed through institutions, how do you get tenure? Well, the story that we often hear and tell other people is that the way you get tenure is you keep your head down and your tail between your legs. You don't do anything, you don't rock the boat, you don't do anything. And then once you get tenure, that's when you go pew, pew, pew. But the thing is, if you spent the last 4 years in undergrad, 6 years minimum in grad school, another 6 years on the tenure track, keeping your head down and your tail between your legs, by the time that it's time to go pew, 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 you're no longer that kind of person. You're no longer a pew, pew, pew person. You're the kind of person who keeps your head down and your tail between your legs, and you're probably going to tell your PhD students and other people to do the same thing, because it works for you. There's this problem, this survivorship bias, where like a lot of times what we don't see and what the people we advise when we tell them to play it safe, what they don't see is all of the other people who betrayed themselves for nothing. They kept their head down, they kept their tail between their legs, they did all the conventional things that everyone else is doing, and they didn't get a flippin' job. But what we think is that what a lot of us think, a lot of us end up running through what Greg Lukianoff calls the conformity gauntlet, where at every stage we prove ourselves to be the kind of person who plays ball, who keeps their head down, who keeps their tail between the legs, who doesn't do trouble, who conforms with the prevailing things, and that's how we get our jobs and advance through the ranks. Most of the people who aren't down for this either they get washed out or they quit. They leave. They do something else with their life because they find it distasteful to be in these institutions. And so the short is that we select for people who are conscientious, highly capable conscientious conformists, and the longer you stay in these institutions, the more you become that way. And one thing that's striking is that, again, like on paper, just as a matter of fact, tenure actually provides real protection for people. So this is some data that I put together using data from FIRE. When you look at faculty who get targeted for cancellation and whether or not they get fired, you can see people who are adjuncts and lecturers, about half the time they get targeted, they get fired. They lose their jobs. Again, know it firsthand. Tenured professors, 1/5 is likely to get fired, about 10% of the time. So having tenure protections, even being on the tenure track, provides real protection, real insulation. It actually does prevent you from getting targeted, from getting fired or sanctioned if you do get targeted. But when you look at polls and surveys, professors who have tenure are no less likely to censor or self-censor than faculty who don't. And this is in part because when you look at polling and survey data about why people self-censor, the main thing that they're concerned about typically isn't formal sanction. They're not so much worried about being fired. They're not so much worried about getting a bad grade. They are worried about those things. But the main thing that people seem to be worried about is social sanctions. They want to be included. They want to be liked. They don't want to be the person where they walk in the room and before they even start talking, everyone's like, oh, God. Like, they want to get invited to things, and so on and so forth. And these social concerns, these concerns about being liked and included and whatever, seem to drive a lot of censorship and self-censorship. And then I'll add, as it relates to punishment, investigations, even when they don't result in sanction, are often the kind of punishment of their own. So even if you're a tenured professor and you recognize that if people come for you, you're not likely to get fired, the fact that you're going to have to go through all this rigmarole to not get fired itself leads some people to self-censor. Again, the kind of people who become faculty tend to be very risk-averse and conformist compared to the general population. And so these kinds of things weigh more heavily on us, even more so than they do other workers. And then the last thing I'll say on this point is that the stochastic nature of a lot of these campaigns, the fact that you're never really sure who's going to come for you, if people are going to come for you, what the lines are, who the people, like the uncertain and stochastic nature of these campaigns, the fact that they're not heavily organized with the clear, bright rules of what to do and what not to do and so on, actually makes it more likely that people will censor and self-censor, as Hannah Arendt and others pointed out. It's actually the arbitrariness and uncertainty enhances the propensity of people to censor compared to if they knew who the people to avoid were, what the rules were, what the things you can say and can't say. Under that circumstance where there's a lot of censorship but people know what the rules are, they are a lot more likely to say edgy things than if they just live in uncertainty about who or if people will come for them. Okay. So I said tenure is a system that's supposed to promote freedom, but in practice, what it leads people to do is keep their head down and their tail between their legs and avoid risk and become just an even more risk-averse person than they already were. Tenure isn't the only system, an institution that we have in our institutions that's supposed to promote freedom, but in practice does the opposite. A lot of our institutions, as Jonathan Rausch pointed out, are also oriented under the idea that, well, that we all have our biases and limitations, we all have partial and situated knowledge, and then if you have stakeholders who have different interests, different values, different priorities colliding together, then you can produce something that's more like comprehensive, objective knowledge and so on, that we can correct our own errors and shortcomings together, collectively. And so we have a lot of these adversarial, team-based decision-making processes, like committee decisions about who to admit, hire, and promote, or peer review, and things like this. The only thing is, like, these systems only work as intended when you do have substantive diversity in terms of values, interests, and priorities. In the world we live in, where academia is comprised of a narrow and idiosyncratic slice of society, these same institutions, like peer review and committee decision-making and so on, can actually make it harder for novel ideas to break through, harder for people to dissent. It can make things like misinformation cascades more likely, not less likely, and so on. So a lot of systems and institutions that are that were designed around academic freedom actually serve the opposite purpose as a result of how these fields and institutions are comprised. Another cultural point is that many faculty and students don't know their rights. They don't understand what their rights are. They don't know who they should consult if their rights are violated. They don't know why they have these rights to begin with or how they were put into place. They can't articulate in a meaningful way why these freedoms are important, what would be lost if they were undermined. And so they, as a consequence of that, when you have illiberal parties that are trying to undermine and erode our rights and our freedoms, it's impossible for a lot of us to defend them in a compelling way. We're not even sure if we should defend them in many cases. And so this is ironically a failure of education in education institutions, but this is another example of a kind of cultural problem where the point isn't that we don't have the laws protecting our stuff, it's that we have these laws, but no one knows what they are, or a lot of us aren't or insufficiently familiar with what they are, why they matter, and so on and so forth. And then my last point is, one reason why it's important to think in terms of culture as opposed to formal rules and norms is that one thing that you see that I show in my book and in some of my other research, including this article, is that like after 2010, we saw a lot of things that shifted at once. We saw the number of students, this is from Heterodox Academy's campus expression survey at the top, the number of students who censor on various topics went up after 2010, peaked around 2021 and started to go down. Research on prejudice and discrimination went up after 2010, peaked around 2021 on the way down. In terms of FIRE and other organizations measuring cancel culture incidences, you see this spike, and peaked around 2021 on the way down. Jonathan Rausch, in his presentation, put up another graph where you saw this same thing, a peak after 2021 and on the way down. So understanding why it is that we see all of this stuff moving at once, how these things relate to each other, how does the focus on identity relate to the propensity to self-censor, relate to some of these campaigns to get people fired, and so on. To understand these dynamics and how they're playing out and why they're playing out and how these things relate to each other, again, you really need to look at culture. Like laws and rules and norms won't get you there. Okay, so I'll stop talking there. I feel like I'm at time or around time. There's me reading my book, which you should buy. My email address and Substack is up there. Thank you for your time.
All right, so now I'm going to need tech help. Let's switch to Bill von Hippel, who is zooming in.
Awesome. So let me share screen, and we'll be good to go. Awesome, thank you. Look, I'm really sorry that I'm not here in person. I've been looking forward to this conference for a long time. In today's talk, I'm going to suggest 2 reasons why self-censorship is the more important kind, and the hypothesis for is so dramatic. So, begin with the reasons. First, why is self-censorship potentially more important than censorship? Well, reason is censorship backfires. People don't like to have their freedom curtailed, and of course, that's part of what censorship is. There's a ton of experimental evidence that shows this, but my favorite example is from this rest stop outside my hometown, where you can see evidence that censorship often backfires. The sign, I'm not sure if you can read it, but it says no shooting. And in Anchorage, Alaska, when you put up a sign like that, it ends up being full of bullet holes. So can we see similar kinds of evidence in academics itself? I think the answer is yes. Take a look at this by al-Shibley and their colleagues. They're big data modelers, and they were interested in collaborative networks. And so they first they ran a big study where they looked at the preeminence of ethnic diversity and collaboration, and they showed that more ethnically diverse teams led to greater impact of their work. This is a very politically correct finding, and you can see right here that that paper's been downloaded nearly 40,000 times, which is very impressive. In their next paper, unfortunately for them, they found that female mentorship actually potentially had a cost for its female proteges. It was associated with a reduction in post-mentorship impact of the female proteges who worked with female mentors. They suggested that possibly opposite gender mentorship might be a better idea, it might increase the impact of women in science, and that they ended by concluding that these findings add a new perspective to the policy debate on how to best elevate the status of women in science. Well, obviously, that's a very politically incorrect finding, and what you're looking at here is not the downloads of that original article, but rather the retraction that a mob was very quickly created of the sort that Lee was discussing earlier on Twitter and elsewhere, demanding that the article be retracted, whereupon it was re-reviewed. Now, did that censorship work? I would say no, it did not. The article itself, the retracted article, has now been downloaded over 550,000 times. And so obviously what it did really is attract a great deal of attention to the work rather than cause it to be dismissed. We see this kind of effect elsewhere as well. So here's downloads of VPN in China when Instagram was blocked, and you can see that very day people got online to download apps that allowed them to circumvent that block and presumably read a lot of other material as well. So that's the first example of why censorship is a problem. Let me turn to the second example. And this is something that Jonathan Rausch foreshadowed earlier. I think that when you look at the rapid change in anti-gay attitudes that we see going from 1996 to 2013, looking at when the polls were originally conducted, what we're looking at here is each one of those X's is a poll and the outcome of the poll. You can see that Americans were more than 2-to-1 against it in the late 90s. And by 2013, it had completely flipped and they were supportive of it. Now, why did that happen? Well, I think it was lack of self-censorship. Beginning in the 80s, but certainly by the 90s, lots of people who were homosexual were coming out of the closet. And so people who were often against gay marriage in principle, but not necessarily against gay marriage when their friend Bob is gay or when their brother's gay. And so it was coming out of the closet, it was stopping self-censorship that caused people to become more tolerant and start to realize, well, I may or may not want to deny these rights to a group, but I don't want to deny them to my friends. And what I think is happening with self-censorship and political attitudes is we're going, instead of this sort of virtuous cycle, we're creating a vicious cycle. So here we have representative samples on people's tendency to keep their mouth shut, what the authors refer to as spiraling self-censorship in the US. And we can see that it jumped in the 2000s and jumped again in the 2010s, the teens, to much higher levels than it had been before. And I think this is the opposite of that prior cycle. We now have a vicious cycle where people self-censor, and if self-censorship causes people to become more intolerant, we should see increasing intolerance. Again, Rausch already showed you these data, so I'll just skip over them lightly. But discrimination by left-wing academics toward those on the right, feelings by those on the right in academics that there's a hostile climate for their beliefs, feelings by graduate students on the right that their political views would cause them not to fit in, with the result of all those feelings being self-censorship on the part of academics in their teaching and research, and particularly those on the right. And what's particularly interesting about this graph is that it actually mirrors what people in the US say as well. So when you look at representative samples of Americans, it's not just academics on the right who are self-censoring, it's Americans on the right in general. So if all that self-censorship is causing people to not realize that their friends are on the right, that the guy down the hall, Bob, is on the right, they can end up thinking that people who vote for right-wing candidates are really a basket of deplorables, and not realize that people who have those opinions are often their friends and neighbors, people who they care about a great deal, and who they would be far less likely to discriminate against if they knew that's how those people felt. And so I believe that self-censorship creates a climate of intolerance because people no longer know that their friends are actually a member of that group. All right, so those are two reasons why I think it's particularly important. Let me turn the last part of today's talk to the question of why this recent increase. Well, in order to address that question, or start to address it, I just did a Google Ngram search. And what you can see when you do that is that writing about the topic mirrors very closely what people actually say in their willingness to self-censor. So the term self-censorship was very infrequent in the literature and then started to increase in 2000 and increase more dramatically in the teens, just like self-censorship itself. So given that, we can then start to ask the question, well, what else might be happening at the same time that could explain this increase? My first thought was a term that's come up a few times already, which is cancel culture. So I thought, well, maybe people are afraid of being canceled, and so they self-censor. But at least when you're looking at it in terms of that term, it lagged well behind self-censorship. So at least from this perspective, it's unlikely to be a cause. So I ran a bunch of similar searches. I looked for things like safe spaces, microaggressions, but none of them showed the kind of parallel rise that I was looking for that might explain it. So at that point, I thought back on the reviews of our PNAS paper, the one that Corey led on scientific censorship. And I remember that one of the reviewers argued that it's ironic how we only care about censorship now that it's directed at the powerful. And previously we weren't concerned, but now that powerful people are being censored, suddenly it's an issue. And then the reviewer went on to say, perhaps the solution to this is that maybe the powerful themselves ought to be censored for a while and let others have their turn. In other words, fighting fire with fire. And that led me to think that maybe the source of self-censorship is this kind of idea, which is embodied, I think, particularly well in the anti-racism movement, or at least the current instantiation of it, where the only cure for racism is anti-racism, fighting fire with fire, what some people might call reverse discrimination. And so when I did the Ngram search on anti-racism, the match is actually pretty close. Now, clearly, this is just a suggestion. It's not evidence, but it raises the possibility that that might be what's going on here. At any rate, let me end with at least a slightly more promising note, a glimmer of good news. Scientists themselves are becoming interested in self-censorship. This is another paper that we were involved with that Corey led, and you can see that it's been downloaded. It's the second most downloaded paper from 2024 out of the whole APS collection of journals, only behind an article on love language, which, as we all know, is almost impossible to beat. Now, admittedly, that's nothing like the 500,000 downloads of the censored Nature Communications paper, but maybe if we get lucky, we'll be forced to retract the paper, and it will attract some real interest. Thank you for your attention.
All right, Tech, can we get over to Nick?
Let me get going in. I want to thank everyone who helped make this conference possible, especially Anna Krylov for squeezing me onto the program at the last minute. I'm here today because I've edited a book of 20 stories of professors recalling their own experiences of being investigated, disciplined, and sometimes fired by their university. Here's how this book came to be. In 2016, I was a bog standard mid-career academic, a scholar of marriage and divorce, who taught at the University of Utah for almost 20 years. I'd had some trouble with university over the years, the difficult English case and the failure of my first bid for promotion to full, but I thought all that was in the past. Plus, I was thoroughly confused when the Utah Office of Equal Opportunity and Affirmative Action informed me that there were sexual misconduct charges against me. I only came to campus 68 and didn't attend meetings, socialized with colleagues, or regularly mentor grad students. Indeed, I didn't even live in Utah. The complaint itself didn't make much sense. I learned I was being investigated for, among other things, telling some colleagues way back in the late 1990s that I proposed to my ex-wife at a strip club. 5 years and 2 additional allegations later, I was still teaching at Utah, but now with $25,000 more after paying all my lawyers. I also lost hundreds of hours in meetings, writing briefs, and doing all the things you do when someone is coming for your tenure position. I learned what any of my contributing authors realize, that process is part of the punishment. Some months after that first investigation had wound down, I read what Northwestern's Laura Kipnis had written about her own investigation. She had been investigated for writing an article, and the process described sounded a lot like what I experienced. Until this point, I'd just been under the impression that my university had come up with a new way to torment its faculty, but now I learned I was part of a national wave of investigation that stemmed from 2011 guidance to the Department of Education. That year, the DOE had declared an epidemic of campus sexual misconduct and established new penalties for universities, that failed to police sexual misconduct on their campuses. In the process, the DOE had created a system of reverse incentives for universities to investigate anyone accused of misconduct, no matter how frivolous. Thus, an academic or administrative regime established for remove genuine predators like Larry Nassar of Michigan State, or Larry Nassar, or Jerry Sandusky at Penn State was now ensnaring folks like me, or Kipnis, or Reginald Robinson at Howard, who was investigated for 504 days for an ill-conceived test question that mentioned bikini waxing. And my own first investigation was the product of a colleague settling a score that was 20 years old. Score settling was also at the heart of the investigation endured by Arizona State's Sarah Viren, which she chronicled in a well-publicized article in New York Times Magazine in 2020. I also learned that once they've investigated you once, you're in the crosshairs, and so they'll probably target you again and again. After hearing about Laura Kipnis's woes, my immediate response was to join her in speaking out. About a decade later, I published about 6 articles, more or less, about my Sensory investigations. And twice I spoke in a Department of Education open hearing devoted to reforming how universities go about adjudicating Title IX cases. I also became involved with something called Families Advocating for Campus Equality, a nonprofit that provides peer counseling to people falsely accused of sexual misconduct on campus. I became their faculty coordinator, the guy who spoke to all the faculty members that reached out to us. Under my guidance, 2 of the folks I talked to wrote about their own investigations publicly. Both of them added a lot worse than me as they'd been forced into the requirement from tenure positions. I became aware that there were a lot of untold faculty investigation stories. This is only exacerbated by the ideological tidal wave that was the year 2020. I decided to edit a collection of these stories. Word of mouth provided some contributors, but most came from Fire's Dollar Under Fire database. The database has over 1,300 names on it. I could probably spend the rest of my career editing new volumes, so I have to speak out. 3 of the people I solicited stories from expressed an interest in contributing, but they were bound by NDA. They left us feared the loss of retirement benefits or perhaps even prosecution. 2 of these 3 taught, or each were taught at top 10 schools. One can feasibly described as the most eminent living member of his or her field. No, that person is not Noam Chomsky. But the plurality of the 20 stories in the book concerned allegations of racism. It's the likely product of selecting contributions in 2021 and 2022. If I went out today to solicit 20 more stories, I would assume most would involve allegations of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. I can't hear the 20 stories in the book justice in 8 minutes or even 80. So here are the few of the highlights. Inside the book, you'll read about the law professor who was teaching about discrimination on the law, who endured 8 months of scrutiny and re-education for writing the N-word as N dash 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 in a test question. A tenured Canadian academic who is fired for taking on the entrenched class of attorneys who claimed to speak for the Canadian First People. There was a communication studies professor whose in-class exercise was ultimately denounced by both Marco Rubio and his state governor. Finally, a professor of education who was made the sole group member of a graduate program for the crime of calling an academic conference in his field a woke show. One of the things about the book Scott is how diverse it is. Certainly the book is diverse on political metrics, like the race and sex of its authorship. But the book is also diverse in ways that are too often ignored by the Academy. Its chapters depict conservative scholars being attacked for their politics and the left-leaning authors being attacked for theirs. Some of the left-leaning authors were killed by conservatives, others were attacked by scholars and activists later farther to their left. The book includes a male professor targeted for being male and a female scholar targeted for being a woman. The occupational credentials of my authors are just as diverse. One particular holds the rank as distinguished professor at a research university, Jussim. Another was part-timer, teaching a single college class for her area of expertise. The book's authors also span the range of academic fields, from chemistry to philosophy. Outside of the academy, the authorship includes an Air Force colonel, an Antifa activist, and a successful professional artist. 3 of my authors are on the program of this very conference. Anyway, I'm excited about this book, and you should be too. It should be published in the next couple of months. And what's the single overhead I had posted on your screen there? Anyone? All right, and with that, I yield my time. Thank you for having me.
All right, well, so it's on. Okay, so we've gone a little bit over, so let's just open it right to the audience. We have, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 minutes for questions. Do we have the mic person? Yeah.
Hi, this is Mike Bailey. This is for Musa. The idea that that academics have always been, I don't know, selected for things like conformity doesn't comport with what I remember in my own experience. So I guess my question would be, are you sure that's not a recent phenomenon, perhaps having to do with something that Corey Clark will be talking about sometime soon?
Yeah, so my argument wasn't that we've always been selecting for this kind of narrow idiosyncratic slice of society. In fact, there's a lot of data, some of which I cite in the book, and then others that I cite in some of my other work that shows that the share of the slice of Americans that comprise the knowledge professions has in some ways grown more out of step with the rest of society, more narrowly focused on, and actually one of the things that changed, one of the things that shifted things in this direction a little bit, ironically, was that there were, that institutions became more focused on merit than they used to be. So in a world, so now we care more, selection committees care more about people who have high standardized test scores and good extracurriculars and more high GPAs, and like, so that the processes of selection for both students and faculty are more competitive, metrics oriented, and so on than they ever have been. And there's a lot of good things about that. But one of the downsides is that as a practical matter, a lot of the selection criteria we use to evaluate who would be a good student or who would be a good professor, in fact, end up selecting for highly capable and conscientious conformists. So this is a thing that I think is that there were changes to how we make selection into who we fold into these institutions that pull things that way. Although I think there's a dimension of it that's always been true. And I think one of the ways in which there's this great paper, this is the last thing I'll say about this, there's this great paper where people often think like, well, back in my day, you know, students were more rigorous, they were more intelligent, or whatever. And part of the reason, what this paper shows is that the reason why people think this, it was never true, that most students were highly capable, that most students were like these really intellectual people that dedicated a lot of hours to school and were really interested, deeply interested in ideas and so on. But the people who continue on to be faculty members were those people, so they were unusual relative to their cohort, and they mistakenly view themselves as a representative of their cohort. So they see a bunch of slackers around them today who are students when most of the students were always slackers. And they think because they were some kind of unusual hard worker, everyone else in their class was also unusual hard workers when they just weren't. They just factually weren't. And so like this is a thing that I've showed in a lot of my research, including in the book. It's a big point that a lot of people who belong to groups or who identify with groups or institutions but are really not representative of those groups or institutions, but mistakenly believe themselves to be representative of those groups or institutions. Like that mistaken assumption sometimes creates a lot of misperceptions about general populations that are just not accurate.
So we have probably time for one or two quick questions and quick answers, because we want to try and keep it close. So we will take at least one more question, though. Yeah, you got somebody right there. On your right, no, to your right, yeah.
Hugh Desmon from Wageningen University in the Netherlands. So it's one of the issues I'm struggling with and hope to clarify. The nature of self-censorship. It's of course not new. And so is the difference one of degree or of kind? I'm just thinking of censorship towards pseudoscience has been around since in scientific endeavor. Nobody wants to be seen as a pseudoscientist. We regularly and have always excluded pseudoscience from being published in regular journals and so on. And of course, that's a notorious issue, how to distinguish science from pseudoscience, and controversial and contested. Because the mechanisms that you described in your talk, Musa al-Gharbi, seem quite general. And you did mention the increased competition and focused on merit. And I'm just wondering, perhaps also another ingredient is the focus on moralization. So the kind of a change in how academics conceive of themselves as kind of that we need to actively contribute to moral goals.
We need to move on. I think I want to give this to Bill because he covered self-censorship most. But before I hand it to Bill, I just want to say one thing. There are zillions of journal articles, including psychology, on parapsychology and ESP and the like. So the idea that pseudoscience is completely rejected and censored and nobody can publish anything on it seems to me to be not exactly true.
Can I do a tweet link answer? Okay, so
I have my hand up too.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
No, please, take it.
Oh, well, I was just going to say my tweet length answers. One of the things I show in the book is that from the beginning of a lot of these knowledge professions, we've defined ourselves in terms of altruism and the common good. A lot of the orientation towards social justice and the tensions around that have actually been one of the things I show in the book. Chapter 2 is really about this. This has actually been a deep and persistent element of the knowledge professions. It goes back 100 years. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Bill.
Well, I wouldn't add much. I would just say that I agree with Leah about this, that I wouldn't necessarily even call it censorship if we're regarding it as pseudoscience. People are trying to make a judgment about quality, not a judgment about an idea that should be prevented. But of course, if you as the pseudoscientist are refusing to say your beliefs because you're worried about being mocked if you share them, well, then that's clearly a form of self-censorship. But that would be my thought.
All right, good morning. I was instructed to start talking. So my name is Jukka Savolainen. I am a professor of sociology at Wayne State University, and perhaps more crucial to this event, I'm a moderator of Heterodox HX Sociology, so it's a Heterodox Academy's sociology community. And I have spotted, I think, 4 additional sociologists in this audience so far, which I find perplexing, delightful, but perplexing for 2 reasons. One, there is no problem of censorship in sociology. And number 2, this is for this conference about censorship in science. All right. I'll let that sit. So I'm pleased to introduce a scientist, Dr. Ivan, sorry, my European bona fides are showing, Dr. Ivan Oransky, who is, when you go to, you'll hear about these things when you go to an airplane, and is there a doctor in the, in the airplane? And most of us are like, not that kind of doctor, but he's that kind of doctor. He's a medical doctor, and he's also a journalist, a very accomplished journalist, award-winning journalist, who's obviously, I assume, needs no introduction for this audience, a co-founder of Retraction Watch. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Ivan to give a talk about the intersection between retraction and censorship, which is a topic we kind of previewed a little bit. So with that, he's going to talk about 20, 25 minutes and wants to leave time open for questions. All right.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I was shaking my head at the scientist part, not the. I kind of could care less how my name is pronounced, but the scientist part is, in my line of work, those are people who, I don't know, they do science, and I'm a maybe a meta-scientist, but that's as close as I'll get. I'm really pleased to be here and was really excited about the opportunity. But I want to sort of maybe set the stage a little bit before and I'm really going to rush. I'm not going to rush through the talking. I'm going to rush through the slides part because I really would much more like to have a conversation about these issues than bore you with all of that. And it's more sort of things to talk about than it is what I think about them. But that's you can decide yourselves. But I want to just sort of set the stage a little bit. Again, Adam Marcus and I co-founded Retraction Watch. It's going on 15 years ago now, in 2010. So we've been doing this for quite a bit, and it remains a volunteer activity, which is one thing, but it remains a real privilege and just amazing learning experience for me and for all of us who are involved in that. I want to start by just saying a bit about when I was invited, when Anna made the very kind invitation. I had to think about it. I mean, not in the way that you always think about, well, should I travel and do all these things, and do I have time, and all the rest of it, but a little bit in terms of what my, if you will, message was going to be, because I felt a little bit like I was going to be, zagging where a lot of you might have been zigging. Now, this is a crowd that zigs and zags at the same time, so that felt pretty comfortable. But I do want to warn you that I may do that a little bit. However, in my sort of own, what I would like to think is my own sort of epistemological, see, I'm a semi-academic, I can talk like that, sort of humility, I realized that sort of what I thought I was going to say and what I thought I had sort of concluded in the, again, 14 plus years of work at Retraction Watch was actually itself a little bit wrong, a little bit sort of not, certainly, and the way I really think about that is it wasn't the full picture. And that's what I'm going to try and do today. There's a rule in journalism, some of you may know, it's called Bettridge's Law, right? It's not a real law or anything, but it's a fun one. And that is that if a headline asks a question, the answer is always no. I'm sorry to tell you, the answer is you're going to have to figure it out yourself in this case, which is, I think, a better version in terms of my question. Let me say what a retraction is, because I think you all know this, and in fact, I was very pleased that some of the cases that I'm going to zoom through in a minute were actually already mentioned. So a lot of you, I'm sure, are quite familiar with these and what it is. But I want to be very precise about what a retraction is. It's a signal, right? And it should come along with a notice that explains what happened. But it's a signal. You should not rely on what you're about to read. That's really it. It's not reliable. Now, I'm not saying that is or isn't true. I'm saying that's what it is signaling, right? And so that's all it is. And it is not, although it has a stigma, and although a lot of the time, and I'll discuss this briefly, it is actually due to misconduct, not honest error. I'll give you a little bit of statistics on that in a minute. That's all it says. Now, the cool, interesting part that we like to look at is why it actually happened, how it happened, should it have happened, all of that. But I just want to be clear on what that is. And just a little bit about me, at the risk, I guess, of being a sort of, I don't know, postmodernist or something, but I do think it's important you know a few things about me. One is that I'm kind of a stay-in-my-lane kind of guy. And what I don't tell other people what they should do, but I like to sort of focus and only really opine on, if at all, things that I've actually looked at myself in an empirical way, and I would put retractions in that category. I'm an incrementalist. I actually believe in institutions, but I think, as we heard earlier, that there are ways to make them better. That's what we're trying to do at Retraction Watch. And also, I'm sorry, good, you walked in right on time. I'm not going to create a shrine to Jonathan Rausch. I don't know if it's my Jewish upbringing. We have a thing about idols, but I'm not a shrine kind of guy. And I say that in all jest, knowing that that was, of course, meant tongue-in-cheek, that anyone here would create a shrine of anything, but I do want to just sort of note that. Okay, so let me get started for real now. Okay, I'm going to actually close this. So I want to, again, my sort of fundamental question is, or thought sort of experiment or thought encouragement is, your paper was retracted, right? Were you censored or were you just wrong, right? And by the way, the answer could be both. But I want to say that, again, retractions happen for all sorts of reasons. They also happen in all sorts of fields, the vast majority of which, from our point of view, because we look at literally, there are now 55,000 retractions in our database, the vast majority of which, again, as a somewhat uneducated sort of layperson when it comes to political anything, or social or sociological anything, do not have any political or sociological valence, or at least it's so minimal that that's clearly not involved. And I want to put that in context because I think sometimes we all tend to, and I do the same, focus on what is salient to us and what is sort of important to us, and then sort of maybe obscure in our own thinking what's the bigger picture. And that's what I'm trying to do, right? And in all seriousness, what I'm really trying to do is not sort of provoke in a way that says, well, you were maybe just wrong, but sort of have you understand at least our understanding of how often retractions happen, how more often they should happen, which is far more interesting and important to me, and where we go from here. So I'm going to zoom through these. You can look up any of these from on Retraction Watch. You can look at coverage elsewhere of any of these cases, but I want to provide some examples, some of which you've already seen. So here's a case from, we're now in 2025, so this was earlier last year, where just as, miraculously you might say, just as some papers were about to be cited in Supreme Court cases, they were retracted. And some of the reasons why they were retracted were very procedural, and I'm going to talk about sort of what that means in various cases and why I think that's problematic. Some of them were, I would argue, legitimate in terms of, and conflict of interest is sort of a thing that could be seen as procedural, but there were some sort of particular cases here. However, it's a good example of something that nobody was paying attention to until all of a sudden they were for particular reasons, whether you want to call them political, partisan, whatever it is. And so, again, were the standards different? That's an open question, but certainly it wouldn't have happened had all of that not been happening. Sticking on abortion for a second, this is someone who, again, that's C-SPAN, which means she was testifying in some sort of legislative hearing. This is, again, something that was critiqued very vociferously because it sort of argued against what, and I think Lee talked about this, sort of the prevailing mindset, the prevailing sort of idea that abortion was always safe, et cetera. You've already heard about this, the Gilly story. It is, of course, it's always more complex than any of us realize, but there were these credible threats of personal violence, which no one ever talked about, although I can understand sometimes why that is. Again, this was a case where, Lee used the word mob. I don't love the word. I'm not arguing with you, Lee, as much as saying like we try not to label as much as possible, but I get it. But there was clearly a mob, of lack of a better term. You're all probably familiar with Richard Lynn, the late Richard Lynn, and the criticism that his work engendered. Similar sort of case, someone actually came out and said years later, the data themselves need a, quote, public health warning. Interesting idea. You also, heard about, of course, this already from, I believe it was Bill who was citing this, but this is the paper about mentorship, and sort of, again, it went against the prevailing sort of what people wanted to be true, for lack of a better sort of description. And so here's a case where that was retracted, and then it led to this editorial saying we have to be more careful what we do and what we say, and it might contradict, et cetera. Again, now let me pull back to something that is, again, it clearly has political or at least geopolitical valence, but it isn't the sorts of things that at least I'm familiar with, it, having been familiar with the Heterodox Academy, familiar with a lot of your work anyway. I'm certainly not all of it. is sort of necessarily in your crosshairs, although I'm sure it is, but the point is it's not sociologically, politically sort of partisan, but as you think about China versus the US kind of partisanship, this is absolutely the case. But it's my way of introducing the idea that this is, again, biology. It's about where the pandemic started. It's about all sorts of things, but it's also about just like not making China look bad. And this was a piece in the Times, et cetera. And you can't quite see it, I apologize, but that other one, the second item down there, is also about China. This is about when publishers really don't want to piss off China, right? And so one of the things they do is you're not allowed to describe Taiwan and Hong Kong in certain ways, right? Same way they do this with, I believe you said you were from Israel earlier. When they talk about, I don't want to get into the whole debate here, but territories or whatever we're calling them. And you're not allowed to basically say things a certain way, and in fact they will retract or sort of remove entire volumes and entire books if you do that at the behest of the Chinese government. I mean, this is clearly what's happening. But I want to now maybe tweak you a little bit. I want to provoke some thought a little bit. And I want to say that just like, and this is why we don't love labels at Retraction Watch, just like every other word, claiming this ism or that ism, or the paper is, it's racist or sexist, what have you, on sort of one, if you will, side of things, claiming censorship when there actually is pretty credible evidence that papers were, wrong, that's kind of a problem. And I think this is a case of it. It's just one. There are multiple cases. In fact, this story, this slide is already out of date because just yesterday, Peter McCullough and his co-authors had another paper retracted. So he's arguing for ivermectin, he's arguing for hydroxychloroquine, all the rest of it. Again, I'm not going to we can if you want. I don't think it's the best use of our time to sort of litigate like, well, this was correct, this was correct. We can do that, but I think it's more important to sort of just look at what he did with this, which is that he sort of said, we are censoring this. There was a paper that came out in Public Understanding of Science, which, by the way, as a medical person, it's a really unfortunate acronym, but apparently it didn't occur to anyone else. It's just not what I would have done, but hey. So anyway, but it's an interesting paper, and it's really just a case report with some data about a case series, I guess, or something, 2 cases of this sort of thing. I think it's worth thinking about, like using that word, shouting fire in a crowded theater sort of stuff. And what I want to also get to, because I think it's really important to look at who is actually being censored, right? And to look at everyone who is actually being censored, is that the critics of McCullough and et al. Actually faced, you might argue, even worse censorship, and they couldn't get anything published. And this, Lee is going to sort of react a little bit, and I'm going to get to this in a couple minutes, to this idea that what you should do is sort of publish a refutation or a letter to the editor. Like, I'm just going to say it, that doesn't fucking work. And it doesn't work in any number of ways that I'm happy to describe, but it just doesn't work. And it actually is, I would argue, a level of censorship, structural censorship, that is just as bad. But again, we can talk about that. So those are all case reports, case studies, whatever you want to call them. Let me contextualize retractions, right? This is as much data as you're really going to get from me. I'm not a scientist. This is from Nature last year. The numbers are already out of date, as you would imagine. Actually, it wasn't last year. Sorry, now it's end of 2023. Basically, retractions are growing. That's the headline here. And for the purposes of a short talk, I'm just going to say they're growing, and I'm going to tell you briefly why they're growing. 2023 was an outlier. It actually wasn't as high in 2024. That's because of these things called paper mills, which probably a lot of you heard about. But basically, that's what happened there. There's one particular publisher that was responsible for the vast majority of them. Okay, fine. But the rate isn't, right? So we want to talk not just about the overall number, but the actual rate. And the rate has gone from about 1 in 5,000 papers to about 1 in 500 papers. We think it should be much higher. And that's where I'm going with all of that, right? And so the role of the sleuths, I just want to mention these people because to me, they are doing the actual hard work and the completely unsung and dangerous work of trying to correct the scientific record. We just created this week, well, we've been creating it for time, but we announced it this week, a Sleuth in Residence program, which we're really excited about. We have some funding for that. It's awesome. I, of course, think it's awesome, but if you know anybody, we're still taking applications. It's we want to both protect people by giving them coverage, defamation coverage that we have, but also actually pay them a salary. Not one that you could live on in New York or LA, to be perfectly honest with you, but something which is a lot more than the $0 most of them are making. They're doing the work of finding all the problems in the literature. Some of you who are finding problems in whatever literature it is you're involved in are also sleuths. I mean, again, I don't love labels, and here I am using one, but at least lowercase s. You want to talk about, by the way, being canceled. Like, we didn't write that headline, but using the word czars in a headline is like it's not awesome. So anyway, but the important thing is some publishers are actually doing something about this. Still a small number, but they're actually doing something about this and hiring people to look at these allegations and to actually review things before they're published. But as I said before, we think the number should be much higher. And so I'll be very brief here, but basically this is a case where most of the time in 2016, when David Allison is now a dean at Indiana University School of Public Health, wrote about this, found problems in the literature with his grad students, he, 2/3 of the time, the journals completely ignored him. And that's, by the way, David Allison, not, and not that people should ignore random grad students either, but even David Allison. Elizabeth Bick, whose name you may know if you follow sort of the biomedical literature and retractions at all, she's the one person you would have heard of if you only heard of one person. She found, and this is where we think it should probably be, is about, we think 2% of the literature, and people not yelled at us, but sort of said we were being too conservative, so other people think it should be even higher. About 1 in 50 papers we think should be retracted, based on, and you saw Lee pulled up the COPE guidelines, based on, we think reasonable interpretations of the COPE guidelines, about 2% should be retracted. So what am I trying to say there, right? What I'm trying to say is there's a massive gulf, a massive delta between the number of papers that actually are retracted or even corrected and the number that should be. So I'm trying to contextualize any discussion of censorship or any discussion of my paper shouldn't have been retracted, right? Because what we care about is retractions in the larger context of yeah, but. And the yeah, but is, or yeah, and, many more papers should be retracted. So, are you, I don't know what the right metaphor is, but if you're thinking about this as a wave or an ocean or something, like, are you walking into the ocean? I'm not sure that's why I don't use metaphors in my writing. But my point is, like, I think it's important to contextualize that and say that nobody wants to retract, right? These are headlines from Retraction Watch, based on, by the way, not just like random people saying something's wrong with a paper, but universities. And these are all biomedical, just in case you're thinking, oh, well, that's because it was politically valent or whatever. It's not. Politically valent is probably not a phrase, so strike that. But this is when you had official letterhead stuff, right? I know there's a general counsel in the room, but it would have had someone like his signature on it, and the journalists do nothing. So nobody wants to. Why? Well, again, consistent with that, fine. Interest of time, I want to move on. I testified in the UK Parliament or Commons committee about this. They said, hey, it's got to be much quicker. I did the same thing in Canada end of last year, and they seem to think that's true. You can't see this probably, and I can barely see it, but basically, this is saying that even when papers are retracted, people keep citing them, right, as if they hadn't been, like the vast majority of the time. We're not talking about like, oh, it's a little bit. It's like 95% of the time, right? There are lots of reasons for that. Adam and I just this week published an editorial that we tongue-in-cheek said, please don't cite this editorial, right? Look it up. We had some fun with it. You may hate it, fine, but we take hate traffic too. Nobody wants to retract. Now there are, again, sort of like tribal, if you will, maybe we can still use that word, but sort of, I agree with you, I disagree with you, so therefore this, that, and the other thing. And a lot of the reasons we're talking about here today, but there's a bigger reason, right? And I think that if we're thinking about, the sort of knowledge and sort of how to think about the structure of all of this and the big picture, we have to think about citations, we have to think about rankings, we have to think about, how many banners every university has, about, where they're ranked, and it's based not exclusively, but heavily, I would say, on citations. You can't get cited if you don't get published, right? You can't, and so therefore, publish or perish, we all know what that is. That to us is the big thing that is keeping, retractions and other kinds of corrections from happening. And in fact, if you retract and it says honest error, you actually don't get a penalty. But economists love retractions. It's a pretty small data set, all things being told, all things being equal. And they find that when people retract for fraud or something that says misconduct or something like that, and not an honest error, you see a decline in your citations afterward. So of course, you're going to try not to do it. However, the good news is, and this is sort of maybe unconscious or what have you, people actually don't cite, people don't slow down citations of your work if it says honest error, if it's pretty clear. We heard a bit about self-censorship already from people who have thought about this much, much more deeply than I have. So I really should just defer to them, but just sort of note, and full disclosure, Melinda's a former student of mine at NYU. I think you all know this sort of thing. I won't read it to you, and I'm just going to move on from this. But again, people are unwilling, and this is not, again, vaccines, maybe they became a partisan issue. Maybe they became all sorts of things. But it's not purely about just sort of an unpopular idea, although it sort of, again, became one. I think you all know about this case, or I would imagine a lot of you know about this case where some Princeton researchers, basically something was being misused. So they they removed it and then tried to clarify. They'd actually come to us with that story and then tried to clarify what they actually meant. And if I'm being honest, with all due respect to them, I think the message is quite muddled, to say the least. About what, again, you heard about this sort of already, so I won't spend all that much time on it, but the idea that, we can't retract if it's, we must retract if the conclusion is harmful, et cetera. So I probably sound like I'm agreeing that, censorship is a real problem in terms of retractions, and I do think that it is. However, I want to, again, contextualize it, and then sort of, all know about this, and of course Corey was on the paper, at least one, maybe two, were on the PNAS paper, which I think was very strong 2 years ago now, that's been flashed up a few times already. But there was another, this was a retraction, right, of work by Corey and colleagues. Now, here's where I want to get a little bit, I want to push on something, right? And again, very briefly, because I want to get to questions and discussion. One of the things that we have noticed over the years is that there's a sort of getting Al Capone on tax evasion rationale to a lot of retractions. What do I mean by that? I mean that they are sort of, administrative, procedural. So here's a case. This guy was, was pushing hydroxychloroquine. He was pushing all sorts of things. He's a very, I'll just say, interesting character. He's an interesting character. So, but most of the retractions he's had, and he's going to have more because they're working their way through the system, are because he didn't get IRB approval, or the right kind of IRB approval, right? To do, and I think since I've already used profanity, I'll just use more, but to study shit, all right? And not studying it by he was just really collecting it kind of thing. And so I'm not going to argue for the ethics or whatever, but my point is, everybody actually has a lot of problems with the studies themselves, but what people are doing is they're getting them retracted based on these procedural things, which I would argue is going to backfire at some point, right? I'm going to come back to that in just a minute. So I'm not going to actually spend any time on any of these, but I just want to show you lots of examples where the censorship that we worry about, among others, is censoring critics, right? Now, I think this is going to resonate. I hope it resonates, actually. Because you, of course, are in the position of being critics at certain points, depending on who you are, where you are in that. So there was that. David, he was sued. He actually ended up, they put him in a lab at Purdue that he can't do some of his work, even though he's still tenured and everything else. You could argue, I would, that that's a sort of form of censorship. The whistleblowers on a horrible case where people literally died, they were the ones who were shut down, okay? Again, here's another one. Again, we have lots of examples of this. You have, again, drug companies that don't like when there's critical studies, they sue, which you could argue is censoring. We wrote about this in Chronicle of Higher Ed about a year and a half ago. We sort of summed them all up. You can read that. So I just want to leave you with this plea, okay? I would like to see more humility. You probably will say to me, Ivan, why don't you start? And that'd be great. You should tell me that. But these are cases where people actually said, you know what, I was wrong, right? And I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to go public with that. There are more cases than I've shown you here, but there are lots of them. People go to Nature and they publish there. Now you could say, oh, that's because they get a paper in Nature. Well, fine. That's a pretty good incentive for this sort of thing. I'll just leave this here. I hopefully have made these claims, or at least flicked at them, as we say in journalism. But I just want to sort of, again, let's worry also about censorship of criticism and of critics. And let's be more humble. And let's sort of maybe at least think about overusing the word in a way that just sort of weaponizes it and then makes actual conversation about real problems in the scientific literature even more difficult to have. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ivan. We have time for questions, at least 6 minutes by my watch, and I'm going to use my bully pulpit to ask the first question since I'm have this very tough task of chairing this situation here. So, have you ever met a retraction you didn't like? So Lee was talking about these examples, which basically follow a logic where people don't like the results and they dig up some sort of, some people made up fig leaf, I guess was the analogy that he used, and where they maybe use different standards of rigor or to judge studies. So same studies that find opposite, more benign or acceptable findings will get no attention, will not get retracted, but different criteria are used. Do you find any evidence in your own, you know a lot about retractions, are there any cases such as the mentoring study or what have you, any retraction you think was pulled because of ideological reasons, not because of legitimate reasons?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I'll do the same thing Jonathan did, and do we have to leave? Probably not, okay. I'll say a couple things. One is, basically, we don't like the way that the vast majority of retractions are handled, full stop, even if they're justified. So, because that's really what we focus on is the process, right? We're trying to provide data and you know, if not data, reporting, what have you on that. I mean, if you look at the mentorship one, if you look at, again, I don't, even if you look at the abortion one, this makes me very unpopular among sort of what I would say are more progressive reporters. I was actually interviewed a bunch of times about the abortion, the first abortion one I shared with you, and I said some things that apparently didn't resonate with their narrative because I wasn't quoted. And I'm not complaining about that. I mean, I get quoted maybe too much, so that's okay. But, you know, I said, look, you know, if you applied the same criteria, right, that paper was retracted, sort of under which that paper was retracted to the biomedical or to the most of the literature, like, I would just give up because never mind 2% of papers should be retracted. Like, I'm just going to make up a number, like 80% of papers should be retracted. So, and it's not so much that I didn't like it, it's that I don't like the precedent of we're only going to focus on that one. So I do think, and again, I don't love the sort of precedent of, although I see how it's effective, and I'm not arguing we should have kept Al Capone on the streets until we could prove that he had shot somebody, but I get the rationale, and I'm actually pretty sympathetic to it as this sort of institutional incrementalist. But I do think that in the long run, you know, retracting sort of purely for administrative or procedural reasons is going to backfire. And you already see that in terms of people saying, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with the science. And officially, there's nothing wrong with the science, even though we know there's something wrong with the science.
Do you want to handle the questions yourself?
Sure, yeah. I see one here.
Alex Arnold, Heterodox Academy. Your talk raises all sorts of, implicates all sorts of issues about the structure of incentives that people are subject to. Yeah. I wonder whether you think actually a real upshot isn't that there need to be more retractions, there actually just need to be fewer publications that have like this sort of formal imprimatur. Yeah. And I actually kind of wonder, I mean, my real question is, so if, I mean, publications are a coin of the realm. If we debase that coinage, or not debase it, but we want to replace it with something else, what do we replace it with?
So the thing is, we've already debased it, right? So that work's been done. And so let's figure out, I don't know, the next thing. And this is where I also, and I'm sorry to, you know, sort of pick on you, Lee, but it's sort of the best notes I took. But again, I think a lot of what, you know, this sort of notion of like write a letter, do the refutation stuff, like it reinforces those bad incentives, right? I'm not saying people shouldn't do that. I'm saying I don't see that as a solution because we have reified peer review, right? We have reified peer review. Now, Jonathan may argue with me probably from a position of intellectual sort of towering over me with this, and I would respect that. But peer review as a process, right, does not work nearly the way anyone is sold, the bill of goods that we are sold, that it works, right? And so we need to first confront that or acknowledge it. The problem is, it's not just sort of political forces, it's not just even citations, what have you, it's an entire billion and billion of dollar industry, right, that is entirely, dependent on that as a business model. Because what is the core value of a publisher? It is that you can trust what's in here in this peer-reviewed journal, because it isn't that jetsam and flotsam, whatever I just said, that is out there without having been peer-reviewed. So yes, we need to do that. I'm a big believer in preprint servers, and actually, full disclosure, one of the things I do at the Simons Foundation is I manage our support of the archive, right? Physics, math, preprint server, okay? So I'm a big believer in preprint servers because they don't say and essentially lie to you that anyone has looked at this and said that it is peer-reviewed. And I just think this whole notion of false binary peer reviews, right, is just, it's peer-reviewed, it isn't, that's a big part of the problem too. And so what we need to do is, if we want to think like economists, let's incentivize the behavior we actually want, right, as opposed to the behavior that we end up with. And Alex, thank you for also giving me the opportunity for saying I had the pleasure and privilege of contributing a piece for the magazine, which I think is going to be published at some point. May get retracted or something. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah. I see a question here. I don't know if you want to move around or. I'm going to deliberately be more brief with my answer.
Ben Slufka, retired monopolist. My question is, John Ioannidis had a famous paper some time ago, Why Most Published Research is False. What's your do you have any comments about that paper with respect to your work?
Yeah, so interesting. I mean, obviously, it's like, I think the most highly cited paper in the top 10 or something of ever. And it's, by the way, it's sort of an essay, right? This is not like, it's not an original study where he actually, in some even modeling way, did that. And that's not a criticism, it's just like, that's what it is. I think John, as in most things, but not everything, and he says the same thing, so I'm not really being critical of him, is certainly right, at least directionally, but it depends on what you not to get semantic, sort of making the semantic argument, what do you mean by false, right? And I do this interview at NYU a bunch of years ago, and I said, so John, it was for journalism students, so it had to be a certain, I shouldn't say that, it's just live, but like, it had to be a certain way. I mean, no, because they're not experts. I mean, you don't want to start talking about jargon. And I said, so let's start, John, what do you mean by false? And he said something to the effect of like, well, Ivan, I mean false. And I was like, well, that's great, John, now let's talk. I think that like, he's right, and that sense is right. And if you look, there are data behind it, or that came out after also. You look at, and Stuart Buck can probably cite this data even better than I can, but you look at cancer biology, it's, some outrageous number of papers can't be replicated, reproduced. You look at social psychology, which of course a lot of you look, et cetera, et cetera. Anesthesiology, by the way, which was the canary in the coal mine that nobody actually paid attention to and still doesn't. There's a reason why the guy with the most retractions in the world, 220 right now, is at the top of the leaderboard, our leaderboard of retractions. I think that's true. I just think that we have to, again, like sort of be honest about what it means. Like, if they were all preprints, would we be talking about them being false, or would we just be talking about them as being drafts? I guess I'll, and then we should go back, because there's a cluster back there.
Mike Bowen from Foundation for Free Black Thought. I had a question. Are you familiar with consensus AI? And do you think large language models can help sleuths in the future? And also, is there particular metadata that you would have on your database that says this was retracted for X reasons?
Yeah. I'm going to take the last one first because it's easiest, most straightforward. Our database is freely available now, thanks to an acquisition by another nonprofit, Crossref. About 55,000 retractions in there. We know we're missing because we do them by hand. About 5,000, so we're getting there. But that's all available, and we categorize every single one of them by, we have a taxonomy of reasons. So you can literally download it, play with it, do whatever you want, print it out, make wallpaper out of it, wherever you want. But people have started doing that kind of analysis, and we think that's great. So yes to that. I'm not familiar, I mean, I've heard the term, but I don't want to misspeak. So I'm just going to say I'm not familiar enough with consensus AI itself to, to sort of speak with any authority there or any knowledge. But I will say that in terms of AI, it's interesting. And the short version is, it is, as most things are, a double-edged sword. And so, yes, I see no reason why, if we are willing to actually do the work of checking, of human checking, why that shouldn't be a tool like any other tool is. I will say, though, that it is making all of the problems, particularly involving paper mills in the scientific literature, much, much worse. So one of the problems you have is that people are then, and John's actually written about this as well, John Ioannidis, you have people just mass-producing systematic reviews, meta-analyses, and this is mostly, again, in the biomedical sciences, but that are just absolute junk. And they're not even necessarily wrong, and that's where we get to this idea of like, what's wrong, what's false? They're just useless. And also, they're based on whatever it is that, garbage in, garbage out. In terms of the sleuthing, people are already doing that. Elizabeth Bick, who I mentioned, uses something called Image Twin, which actually she focuses on images, and that's been useful to her. Sorry, I know there's a cluster back there, but I'm happy to speak with you later. Or whatever, yeah, whatever, no.
Well, thank you. Maybe shouldn't be the last question, but I want to challenge you on your fundamental premise. And maybe this will be grounds for later discussion. I'm not a fan of retractions as a practice. They're a new thing in science. They really only came along quite recently. Science traditionally, over hundreds of years, evolved a very effective way to deal with all the crap that's out there, and there's always been a lot of crap out there, mistakes, bad data, non-replicability, and that's to just let it die on the vine. The stuff gets published, and it kind of disappears because it's not replicable, it's not useful. No one's reputation is fundamentally damaged by that process of making mistakes. It's not a manipulable system, it's not public, it's not politicized. The whole practice of retractions has taken on a kind of ritualized nature. So my priors are, we should be ratcheting back the whole retraction industry across the board. Save it for those very rare particular cases of outright egregious scientific misconduct, actual fraud. Other than that, forget it. People make mistakes, we move on. Comment?
Sure, I mean, so again, number one, I didn't say this, I actually said I would and I didn't. So there's an opportunity to say something that I think responds a little bit. Very consistently, 2/3 of retractions are due to misconduct. So if, and the ones where I say there should be many more, those are misconduct retractions. So I want to be clear, and again, not a false binary here, but in fact, that it's just the way, when you look at them, that's true. Now, we have often said, and to get back somebody was saying, oh, it gets retracted and we'll get even more attention to it, right? We heard that earlier. Well, actually, we joke, and someone else made this joke too, another time. Yeah, you want to get more attention to your paper, get it retracted. That'll zoom up your alt metrics and the rest of it. So, but on the one hand, Jonathan, I actually agree with you in the sense that I think that they're weaponized. I think that lots of things happen. On the other hand, I very much disagree with you that. And by the way, the first retraction was in 1756, which is new. I mean, the new thing is the growth, but. It involved Benjamin Franklin. I'm happy to talk to you about that over a drink. So I think, I actually agree that, but maybe my mechanism for doing that might be different. So my mechanism for doing that would be to not have so many peer-reviewed papers, right? And to not jam so much crap through a process that has never, ever, ever worked the way everybody claims it has. And the dying on the vine thing, I'm sort of at a very high level, I'm with you, except that every funding decision is based on citations. And so therefore, and the person who I find smartest on this, and who I gobble it up when he writes anything, is someone named Mario Bajoli, who's actually around the corner, wherever UCLA is. Mario has sort of made, I think, an excellent argument that nobody's actually writing papers to be read anymore. So dying on the vine has become whatever. I like wine a lot, and I don't like to see grapes die on the vine. It sort of doesn't matter if anyone reads them. It matters whether machines read them. He actually goes as far as to say they're being published in order not to be read. So I think that, there's a lot to what you say. And again, we think, and we've often said, retractions are not the best way often not the best way to deal with whatever the problem is, or whatever the alleged problem is. On the other hand, that ignores the sort of reality of the industry, like the industrialization of all of this, right? So, but again, yes, for more discussion.
Well, thank you. Obviously, this is generating a lot of discussion, and we could speak forever, and we're going to do that, but in a different setting. And so thank you, Ivan, for this, and I guess we're going for lunch next, yeah. No, not yet. One more. No lunch yet.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. My name is Luana Maroja. I was promoted to chair of this session just last night. Two of our speakers are going to be joining us on Zoom. I don't know if you can show the slide that Lawrence had submitted to open this session or not. Apparently has some quotes, if that is possible.
They're going to be sharing their screen.
Okay, I don't know. We can't hear you. So we're gonna hear from 4 people from very different fields. So we're gonna have physics, biology, anthropology, and biochemistry, giving examples of censorship in sciences. So I'll let them speak. And the first talk is 25 minutes, and then the other ones are 10 minutes. And I guess I will stand on a corner when, I don't know if the Zoom participants will be able to see me or not, 5 minutes to 25, and then 1 minute to the end of the talk for the other 10-minute talk. And I don't know who wants to start. I mean, it was Lawrence.
Oh, good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, thank you. Before I start, I'm sorry I'm not there. There are a lot of friends of mine in the room, and there are a huge number, actually, of friends of mine who I've actually never been in the same room with, and I was really looking forward to being there to be with you. One of whom is a friend and collaborator, Anna Krylov, who's organized the meeting, and Anna, I apologize that I'm not there. I know you're upset, but I made it 2,900 of the 3,200 miles. I'm close. I also want to apologize to Anna, who got thrust into this because I wasn't there and supposed to share. I wasn't looking forward to policing myself, but I'm really happy that I'll be policed by someone that I probably won't be able to see, so that's make it easier. Anyway, what I want to do, and I think I'll share now my presentation, hopefully, which you can now see, I assume. I was asked to give examples of censorship, which is there's so much censorship, so little time. It's difficult. So I'm going to be zooming through this. But before I actually zoom, I guess I want to respond to Jonathan, another friend of mine who I've never been in the same room with, and to say that I agree with him that there's an incredible amount of integrity in the academic community, and I think that the reason I put living in fear, I think there's 2 reasons why you're not seeing more academics speak out. One is fear, and rightly fear of speaking out against censorship in its broad sense. I think the other is one of the other people spoke about faculty being the problem, and I think in a sense they are, but I think it's partly the arguments that Jonathan gave about why they don't realize that the rest of the community feels the same way they do. I also think, however, there's an incredible amount of ignorance that many faculty just think that this isn't a problem because they don't hear about it. And if they did, they would react differently. Anyway, and that's one of the reasons. So before, I do want to just say, I'm going to zoom through examples, but some of these examples come from a book which is going to come out in July. And we hope it'll have a big impact. It's because the idea is to have people from within the community, well-known people, speak out about the problems, and in particular, people across the spectrum of political ideology, if you want. So it won't be, it's people from the left and the right speaking together, and not just people outside academia complaining about about academia, but from inside. And the hope here is that it'll do 2 things. The public will see it because some of the authors are well-known and popular. But the other is that it might encourage the academic community to speak out if they see if they see this group speaking out, and it covers everything from ideological corruptions in individual disciplines to free speech issues, cancel culture, gender issues, and so there's 6 sections. So a lot of the examples I'll give will come from here, and I think there are 9 or 10 people who have contributed here who are actually part of this meeting as well, and I try to not include examples that they might. For example, Elizabeth, who's on this panel with me, I won't talk about examples related to her. Anyway, but I also want to broaden a little bit what we mean by censorship, and if it wasn't broad enough. So there's censorship of ideas, but I want to argue that there's other kinds of censorship, and imposing political ideology in general, which is happening in academic institutions and scientific societies, is a kind of censorship. DEI and identity politics is a kind of censorship, and I'll argue against that. It censors people, and I think censoring people is at least as significant as censoring ideas, because you censor their ideas. And there's a tremendous amount of censoring. We've heard a little bit about cancel culture censoring people, and I'll talk about that. And then I want to talk about censorship of the scientific process itself, not just individuals or ideas. So I've got a lot to go through. So I'm just going to zoom through as much as I can. Scientific societies have been co-opted, and I'm a physicist, so the example I'm going to give is this case starts with American Physical Society. Back in the heyday of post George Floyd, the American Physical Society approved a strike for Black lives. It was organized by a group called Particles for Justice, a stupid name, to shut down STEM in academia. And the APS endorsed this, closing laboratories and offices to eradicate systemic racism and discrimination, especially in academia and science. And the APS said that physics is not an exception. So these were claims that racism was rampant without a single bit of evidence. The APS actually then sent out a letter in December 2020 to its membership arguing that Donald Trump's presidential executive order on combating race and sex stereotypes was in direct opposition to the core values of the American Physical Society. What was that executive order? That executive order quoted Martin Luther King saying people should not be judged by the color of their skin. It argued that materials from places like the Argonne National Laboratory that equate color blindness and meritocracy with actions of bias were inappropriate training materials for government-supported scientific institutions. And the APS claimed that these were in opposition to the core values of the American Physical Society, imposing this kind of woke, if you want to call it, political bias that is completely incorrect. We see it in journals. Science magazine used to be a scientific journal, and in the last few years, it's become kind of a woke journal. In at least its editorials. It's continually promoted notions without evidence that science is systemically racist and sexist. It ran 4 pieces on physics in a single issue in 2020, claiming without clear evidence that physics is racist and exclusionary. It's run by a white priesthood and it's based on white privilege. This is a scientific journal imposing this kind of ideology on the context of science. The NIH, Francis Collins, who I knew, amazingly, I remember was one of the first people to be virtue signaled, to come out as a director and say, apologizing for the existing structural racism in biomedical research, and pledged to address the problem with sweeping changes. His advisory committee called on the NIH to acknowledge the prevalence of racism and anti-Blackness. And what's ridiculous about this, of course, is if someone who's the head of the biomedical research, largest support of biomedical research in the world, if he really believed that there was structural racism, then he should resign, because he's been head of that organization for a long time. This is just verbiage. It doesn't mean anything, but it promotes this false notion. In scientific administrations, well, we've heard a little bit about this, but we censor people by DEI. A few years ago, in a piece, I forget if I wrote this for Wall Street Journal or not, but of the 25 advertisements for junior faculty in physics at that time, and from research institutions to liberal arts institutions, 24 of them required applicants to demonstrate an explicit, active commitment to the DEI agenda as part of their being hired for a scientific job. And this is perhaps well known to many of you, but one of the most egregious examples was the University of California in Berkeley reported that it rejected 76% of applicants in that year based on their diversity statements without looking at their research records at all. Before they were allowed to be even examined for their research, they were removed from the pile because they weren't actively in agreement with the diversity bureaucracy. Jonathan Saylor is, at the National Association of Scholars did a well-known study looking at DI assessments from Ohio State under the Freedom of Information Act. Here are some examples. A committee searching for a professor of freshwater biology used a rubric that cited several problematic approaches for which a candidate can receive a 0 score. For example, if he solely acknowledges that racism, classism, etc. are issues in the academy, that's not good enough. Get a 0 score. For research in astrophysics, the DIE statement was given equal weight to the research and teaching statements. That's the kind of incursion of ideology that's happening. In Canada, where I now live, it's legal to censor people on the basis of gender or color. So it's allowed, and now you can see it everywhere. Here, this was a chair in a Canada Research Council chair, which I'll talk about in a second, in climate change. And you can see this call is opened only to qualified individuals who identify as women, transgender, non-binary, or two-spirit. Two-spirit supposedly being an indigenous characteristic, which is not indigenous at all, was invented by someone else, as Elizabeth may talk about. A chair in experimental physics. Well, it begins by saying the successful candidate will be an outstanding and innovative world-class researcher in experimental physics whose accomplishments have made a major impact in their field. Well, that sounds good, but the problem is, in order to do that, they have to be a woman, a person with disability, indigenous people, or racialized groups. White males need not apply. Actually, that's a national policy now. The part of the government of Canada decided that the number of these Canada Research Chairs, which are the most prestigious chairs given out by the government, originally to try and recruit Canadians back from abroad to bring the research back to Canada. Now it must exactly match demographics of the background population demographics, regardless of the applicant pool. So now 50.9% of the CRCs must be women and gender minorities, 22% must be racialized minorities, et cetera, and that's difficult to do if the background pool doesn't have that. So many universities, including one of Canada's leading universities, the University of Toronto, recently announced that all recruiting for Canada Research Chairs will be restricted to designated minority groups in engineering, dentistry, medicine, and other disciplines. Namely, white males are not allowed to be considered for Canada Research Chairs. The National Academy of Sciences, which I think, I'm not in the audience there, I think the President of the National Academy is speaking at this meeting. It was an honorific organization primarily, but it's kind of moved under recent leadership to just be involved with identity politics. Merit doesn't matter as much as gender anymore. And in the last, in 2021, they were really happy about the fact that essentially 50% of the incoming class were women. Well, and there's a way to do that. And so instead of looking at merit, identity has been considered, and it makes a farce of the organization as far as I'm concerned. A major lever for change has been the Academy's Governing Council. It divides the new members allocated each year among 6 classes, representing 31 disciplinary sections. Now, listen to this. We assign slots based on the diversity of the listings of nominees that they have forwarded. This is the NAS Home Secretary says. Classes presenting more diverse lists gets extra slots. And it's even worse. The next year, the council reviews how these slots have been filled and adjusts the distribution based on performance. If the selectors use them to pick a bunch of white guys from Harvard, they get penalized. So basically, you only get slots if you can show identity, if you can prove that you've chosen based on identity rather than merit. And then they've done it even worse. They basically started to remove male scientists without due process if they don't like their behavior. They don't do it for females. They haven't. The National Academy has become so woke that its ideology permeates everything. And they give a prize in science communication. And the top prize given a few years ago to research scientists in mid to later career. This was an example of their work, a paper and talk they gave making Black women scientists under white empiricism, the racialization of epistemology in physics. Some of the language here. I described the phenomena where white epistemic claims about science receive more credence and attention than Black women's epistemic claims about their own lives. Developed by this idea, I apply the concept of white empiricism to discuss the impact that Black women's exclusion has had on physics epistemology. And it gets even sillier. White empiricism undermines a significant theory of 20th century physics, general relativity. Black women must, according to Einstein's principle of covariance, have an equal claim to objectivity, regardless of their simultaneously experiencing intersecting axes of oppression. This reads like Alan Sokol's spoof from a bunch of years ago, but this is the kind of stuff that the NS awards. The National Science Foundation and the DOE ideologically censor science. This is an example. A colleague of mine and I went to ChatGPT looking at all of the NSF grants, 12,065 one year. Here are the results. So 1,061 of them were DEI, 11,000 were scientific. The average DEI award was greater than the average scientific award, and the total awards given to just DEI were about 12% of the total awards given by the National Science Foundation, which had been cut by 8% that year for funding real science. 12% was not even funding science, it was just funding DEI. And this is probably an underestimate because of the fact that even the scientific applications have to have a DEI section. The DOE required every proposal for a solicitation in the Office of Science is now required to produce a peer plan for promoting inclusive and equitable research. And those become more comprehensive the larger the program. So a large particle physics experimental collaboration will have to have a huge paper, a part of the document on showing how they're intrinsically advancing scientific excellence. And promoting equity and inclusion as an intrinsic element to advancing scientific excellence. So if you have a string theory paper, you have to show how that's going to promote equity and inclusion. Medicine is an area we've heard a little bit about, and some of the examples have already been given. In 2020, the AAMC informed medical schools that they must employ anti-racist and unconscious bias training and engage in interracial dialogues as part of their vision. Johns Hopkins, when people are protesting COVID measures, it came out with a statement, and this is an amazing statement. The public health risks of not protesting to demand an end to systemic racism greatly exceed the harms of the virus. Something that's even if there was some sense to that, would be unmeasurable. How do you measure the public risk of not protesting? In her article in the Free Press in 2021, What Happens to when Doctors Can't Tell the Truth, journalist Katie Herzog interviewed doctors who've been reported to their departments for criticizing residents for being late because it was seen by their trainees as an act of racism. I just added this. Joanne Cohen, who may be in the audience, asked me to mention that she has written several papers pointing out errors in medicine papers and in letters to the editor, which were accepted, but then the editors quashed. Even though it was agreed that the claims that the papers that she was citing had errors, but the editors removed her critiques, and she can talk to you about it there. Sally Sattel, who's in the audience, I think, or will be, has put it best, I think. The best way to be an anti-racist doctor is to be a good doctor. Amy Wax and Roger Cohen, in a piece for the book that I just discussed, really point out the key aspect of this DEI. Is it's infiltrated every aspect of medicine, but rests on a series of unproven and often dubious assertions. Everything that science should normally be based on, validation, replication, controlling variables and groups, critical analysis, etc., everything is conspicuously missing from the literature that's driving these changes. Claims are made without any basis and without any critiques and without any tests, and that's really the basis of science, and it's just become ideology. We're censoring out merit. In an article in the National Post, Bruce Party talked about how Canada's newest medical school, which opens next fall, will reserve 75% of its seats for Indigenous, Blacks, and other equity-deserving groups. To do that, they will lower the GPA standards to only 3.3 on a 4-point scale, as opposed to, say, the University of Toronto Medical School's average accepted GPA is 3.95. This is not physics where if you give someone a PhD, they don't do much, but these are doctors who can affect people's lives. Mark Perry, as many of you know, has done a lot of work, has shown that there's, again, a systemic censoring out of merit, that a Black student with below average scores was over 7 times as likely to gain admission as a white college senior with the same grades, and more than 9 times as likely to be admitted as a similar situated Asian senior. We're seeing science being censored. This is in Canada, again, the major organization that is responsible for medical education, and all you have to read is the part that's highlighted here. They've proposed a new model of medical education. It would seek to center values such as anti-oppression, anti-racism, and social justice rather than medical expertise. So that would be the most important characteristic of medical education. Medical expertise takes a second or third or fourth role, which is just tragic and terrifying. Cancel culture. I'll give a few examples. There have been tons that have been given, but I'll give a few that are different, one or two that have been mentioned. Steve Hugh was a physicist, but he's also the vice president for research at Michigan State. And around the same time as a strike for racism, people took advantage of the time to publicly go out and criticize Steve Hugh. His crimes included doing research on computational genomics to study how human genetics might be related to cognitive ability, which was used as genetics. But he was also accused of supporting psychology research at Michigan State on the statistics of police shootings that didn't clearly support claims of racial bias. This is what you heard of before that I think was attributed to Princeton, but really it's at Michigan State. Within a week, the university president forced him to resign from his position. Thomas Adlicki, you may know, is a chemist, and he was chemist at Brock University. He wrote a paper at a big meeting in honor of a well-known organic chemist. He questioned whether efforts to promote diversity by prioritizing inclusion of certain groups may be done at the expense of meritocracy. The reaction was swift. Following an outcry, the journal retracted his paper and removed it from its website and replaced several editors involved in publications. Alessandro Strumia is a physicist who was at CERN. He was attending a meeting on gender at high energy physics and gender at CERN in Geneva. And he actually cited a statistical analysis done in detail on data that questioned the idea that there's a gender bias against women within academic circles of physics. He argued, in fact, the results suggested that male rather than female scientists were victims of discrimination. Whether or not you agreed with that, his subsequent seminar was canceled by CERN, his slides were removed, and his position at the laboratory was revoked. Norman Wen, we've heard about that, a doctor. He began to have skepticism about mandatory affirmative action, and he was stripped of his department's directorship, of fellowships. He was barred from having contact with medical students, residents, or fellows because his views were, quote, inherently unsafe. We'll hear that again a lot over and over again. His peer-reviewed paper we've heard about was retracted, saying that the article does not represent the American Heart Association's values. Whether it's right or not was irrelevant. A team writing in Health Fair's blog, this is in, they warned researchers who plan to publish on health disparities to never offer genetic interpretations of race because such suppositions are not grounded in science, which is a remarkable claim. Frances Woodison, a professor in Canada, she attended a talk by a professor of Native American Studies and Education. In his talk, this fellow was discussing indigenous star knowledge, and it's important for educational institutions. She asked a question, and the question was recorded. I'm just wondering about your thoughts on how this material with respect to astronomy could be incorporated into, for example, astronomy classes or other science classes. If you didn't have a telescope, if these cultures didn't have a telescope, then I'm not sure how these stories would be able to contribute to the sources and the actual sciences. She asked that question, and then this question became the subject of a harassment complaint. At an Arts Council faculty meeting, a colleague asserted that basically several Indigenous people had left and she'd made it an unsafe place. She questioned whether saying that Indigenous science was not science made the university unsafe, and it was given as one of the examples for why she should be fired, and she was fired from her tenure position. Luana, I know I have about 4 minutes left, in case you're wondering. I can't see you, but I'm trying to keep on time here. Astrobiology, which is the most woke area of physics that I know of. This is a kind of amusing. At a large SETI meeting recently in Pennsylvania, it was decided to forbid using the word intelligence, as in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence or intelligent life, as intelligence as a white construct. Computer science, you've probably heard that there's now inclusive language, and Google has decided on inclusive language to scrub such awful terms as black box, dummy variable, smartphone, and in fact, the Association for Computing Machinery is engaged in extensive debates about whether the term quantum supremacy should be allowed, while in fact China is working to achieve it. Gender, prescribed words, well, Carol Hooven will probably talk. Jerry Coyne had recently prescribed a week or two ago. He wrote an article in response to a question about what is a woman in Free Thought Now. It was removed from Freedom from Religion's website because it did not reflect their views. The Lancet instructed authors should use the term sex assigned at birth rather than biological sex. And in Australia, they basically globally have replaced in all health contexts, they globally replaced the word woman with people, which gives you just ridiculous statements like 8 in 10 people under 40 will get pregnant within 1 year of trying to have regular sex without contraception. Self-censorship's happened. We just heard a lot about it. I could give a lot more, but I think this is the one that's interesting is the one that was referred to, that the authors of the psychological study about police and racism retracted their paper, not because of flaws, but because of what they called a misuse of their article by journalists who argued that it countered the prevailing view the police forces are racist. If I'm a cosmologist, and if every paper that was misquoted by the press was retracted, there would be no cosmology papers left. The scientific enterprise, last thing, you've heard about, well, we'll talk about a variety of journals, but the Royal Society of Chemistry, and I learned this from Anna, has produced guidelines to their staff that saying that they shouldn't publish anything offensive. Offense is a subjective matter and sensitivity to it spans a considerable range. However, we must bear in mind that it is the perception of the recipient that we should consider regardless of the author's intention. And editors should consider whether any content might have the potential to cause offense. And here's the kind of content. Any content that could reasonably offend someone on the basis of their age, gender, sex, race, sexual orientation, religious or political beliefs, marital or parental status, physical features, national origin, social status, or disability. Namely, anything you could say, anything you could possibly do that could offend anybody should be kept out. We've heard about nature behavior, and I think the persons involved going to be at this meeting. I saw the list. Claiming, in my mind, the most ridiculous statement, which is that that some argue that we should evaluate research only on the basis of its scientific soundness and merit. I disagree. The idea that research that's correct but may harm people should be held back is just embarrassing. Research that can harm people, if it can harm people, the way you take care of it is you address it. You don't hide it. And so that will happen. The last thing is that scientific meetings are now being censored. Any real scientific conversation is now being censored because they're now being required by places like the DOE and other scientific funding agencies to have, quote unquote, codes of conduct. We don't have codes of conduct. We go in the bank or buy a used car, but now we have to be told to be adults. And for example, the American Physical Society just produced this document that you have to have a code of conduct that will not allow any kind of disruptive or harassing behavior, which includes inappropriate or intimidating behavior and language, unwelcome jokes or comments, unwanted touching, offensive images, photography, or stalking. And basically, that stops you from having any effective scientific communication, whatever. How do you know if a joke is welcome or unwelcome? What if you have an image, a violent image, because it's part of your talk? Is that going to be offensive? What if you criticize someone for being wrong? Are you bullying? And the worst part about this, of course, of all these things, it's based on anonymous reporting. So when you go to such a meeting and you say something, someone can anonymously point out that you're being harassing. And that means that I know many people, and I just did a call for this, who just won't go to meetings anymore because of their concerns. So to end, I want to go to an example I learned from Anna. Return to the good old days when Anton von Leeuwenhoek's pioneering development in microscopy led him to discover spermatozoa in semen. He was concerned that communicating his new results might cause offense to the Royal Society. At the time, however, the lordship of the Royal Society wasn't concerned about causing offense and published his paper. I wish we'd be able to go back to the good old days of 1710. Okay, that's it.
So all the questions will be at the end of the session, so we can have the next.
I hope that provokes some.
Okay, thanks so much. Just to introduce myself, I'm Scott Turner. I'm presently Director of Science Programs at the National Association of Scholars. I'm also an Emeritus Professor of Biology. And today what I'd like to do is to give you an example of censorship from sort of the backwaters, if you will, of the endless frontier, to steal Vannevar Bush's phrase. And I want to do this to illustrate two questions. One, just how deep is science's censorship problem, and who's doing it? And this point has been made several times already. We can blame postmodernism, Facebook fact checkers, and so forth, but ultimately we have a problem. We scientists have a problem with sponsoring censorship. The example I want to use comes from the botanical nomenclature of all places. Now, Ernest Rutherford once described botanical nomenclature as akin to stamp collecting and therefore not science. But in fact, it is an important science, even if most people don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. Now, there's a controversy that has erupted recently in the botanical nomenclature, and it concerns the name of the species name of this plant, Portulaca caffra. The problem is in the species name, caffra, and it's become problematic because it has the same roots as the word kaffir, which in southern Africa has become an offensive racial slur. It actually comes from the Arabic. It actually has been around for a long time. It means infidel. It has worked its way into kind of hybrid languages like Swahili and those kinds of languages, and it has come to designate, beginning in about the 18th century, a catch-all term for all the black tribes of South Africa, or actually of Africa in general. And in recent years, the word kaffir has become the K word, which is roughly the South African equivalent of the N word here. That is a term that's never to be used in polite company. Now, in this case, it's a little bit of a stretch to take offense at this. The word caffra in this species name actually refers to a region where the plant was discovered and described in the late 18th century. It was called Caffraria, which was sort of which is what the area was designated on contemporary maps at the time. So that's the origin of the term. But aside from that little interesting historical tidbit, nevertheless, there are some of our colleagues who are actually taking great offense at this and are working very hard to purge the name from the botanical nomenclature. These two colleagues, Gideon Smith and Estrella Figueiredo, they are two South African botanists. They both work at Nelson Mandela University. They're both very, very fine scientists. They're doing incredible work on describing what I think is probably the world's most interesting flora. I admire their work. I don't know them personally, but I would probably enjoy hanging out with them. But they have become part of the decolonizing science movement, and as one of their activities, they become very active in trying to root out this offensive term from the nomenclature of plants. And you can see here some of the statistics. Now, the word variants on the word kaffir are not their only target. They are in a general outrage against the whole colonizing science issue, and they're part of the decolonizing movement. Among their targets are any species names that derive from the names of individuals that they deem to have been imperialists, This includes Cecil Rhodes, Queen Victoria, George Hibbert, who you may not know, but actually has made amazing contributions to British botany, but they all had thoughts that are deemed impure now, and so their names must be purged from the botanical nomenclature. Now, you might ask just what is the big deal here? Obviously, they are bringing a political filter to what they consider offensive. So far, there are lots of names of different kinds of species that contain or that have honorifics honoring people who we might not like very much for obvious reasons. Various mass murderers like Lenin and Adolf Hitler and Che Guevara. And of course you say, well, what would be the harm in changing these names? But the trouble is, where does the offense end? Who gets to decide what generates sufficient offense to change the name of a species? For example, there's a very interesting spider, a bolo spider, that throws little globs of sticky silk at their prey. And someone had the clever idea of naming that spider after Dizzy Dean. Now, would White Sox fans get offended by that and be able to make a case that maybe we should change that species name? And of course, even ABBA has come into it. I won't go any further there, but you kind of get the idea. Where does this impulse end? And the problem with that is that you actually can't allow this because, Ernest Rutherford's characterizations aside, botanical nomenclature is actually a very important scientific tool. It's a standard that biologists use to ensure that when you make a reference to a species, you're always referring to the same species. And for that reason, being a standard, it's governed by fairly tight rules of things you may and may not do in the botanical nomenclature. And among its rules is this one right down here that says a legitimate species name must not be rejected because it or its epithet is inappropriate or disagreeable. And the concerning thing here is that Smith and Figueiredo, sorry, I don't pronounce my Portuguese very well, but they have actually proposed an amendment to change that rule. Alarmingly, they're having some success at that. They have managed to get a resolution passed to change the rule, and now the governing body for botanical nomenclature must take it up by their own rules, and who knows what's going to happen from that. Now, the real pernicious thing, of course, is this is virtue signaling, pure and simple. It's a classic example of the white savior complex in developing countries. Especially, there's tremendous pressure to make science less white, less European, all those sorts of things. But of course, well, I've worked in Southern Africa for many years, know the students there and the colleagues there very well. And it's the same problem with the white savior complex popping up everywhere. It's insulting to black students who are very intelligent and are quite capable of assuming scientific careers. It's infantilizing them, but in service of the white savior complex, we're now looking at basically upending the entire system of botanical nomenclature, transforming it from an instrument of science to a platform for social justice activism. Now, what I'd like to do now, I had some comments written out, but Jonathan Rausch's very interesting talk this morning has prompted me to change that. I'm a big admirer of Madison also, by the way, but I've had a 40-year academic and research career. The kinds of problems we're talking about here have been around for decades, for at least as long as I have had an active career. Throughout that time, I have seen an incredible range of conscientious, loving critics of the Academy. 40 years later, here we are in this conference with all the things that we're discussing. And so I would like to say that talking about the rotten to the core hypothesis is now a viable idea. It's not something that we can dismiss or that we can ignore. And I would pose that one of the main questions that we need to be asking at this conference is, to what extent is the Academy truly rotten to the core? Because that's going to be influencing how we approach this problem. Thank you.
Next one is on Zoom. Elizabeth Weiss. Let's see.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
All good, all good.
Great. Thank you for having me, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm going to share my slides. Hopefully they come through. Biological anthropology and archaeology are facing a censorship crisis that is being driven by professional associations, academic journals, museums, and universities. Biological anthropologists have used photos and radiography of skeletal remains and mummies to explore disease patterns of past peoples, teach new methods of age estimation and sex identification, and entice new students to the field. Archaeologists use photos of artifacts to allow comparisons with other artifacts to help reconstruct past cultures and explore topics such as peopling of the Americas, prehistoric trade patterns, and the emergence of new technologies. Yet, in the last few years, photos of human remains and artifacts have been censored. For instance, the guidelines for the Society for American Archaeology and all its journals state, out of respect for diverse cultural traditions, photos of full or explicit human remains are not accepted for publication in any SAA journal. They add that line drawings or other renderings of human remains may be an acceptable substitute for photographs. In other words, they also may not be acceptable. So the image on the left would definitely not be okay, and the image on the right may or may not be okay. In conference book rooms, covers that contain photos or realistic images of bones are being rejected for display. Just 10 years ago, my cover for Paleopathology in Perspective was so popular that the poster was taken from the book room for the Society of American Archaeology conference. Then a few years later, the same society wouldn't allow my publisher to buy advertisement space if it used the cover of my book, Reading the Bones. Now even realistic images of human remains are shunned. Somehow, I don't think that my latest book, On the Warpath, will make it into any anthropology or archaeology conference book rooms. The Southeastern Archaeological Conference has expanded their existing policy against publishing photographs of human remains to censorship of photos of funerary objects. They add that in lieu of photographs, authors may choose to include line drawings or other representations of funerary objects. The decision was initially made without member input. There was a backlash against the decision, but after a discussion and a vote, the censorship was put into place. Majority rule is no way to run a scientific organization. Not to be outdone by Southeastern archaeologists, the Society for California Archaeology states that no depictions of the remains of any specific person, regardless of ancestry, are to be included in any presentation, including photographs, drawings, x-rays, 3D models, etc. So forget about showing any historic figures, such as the mummy of Lenin, the death mask of Ishi, or the skeletal remains of Joseph Merrick. All of these and many others are completely off limits. And the American Anthropological Association has decided that images and digital materials are to be treated as parts of bodies. and thus not to be published in any public spaces such as social media. Members now take an ethics pledge to ensure that no one goes rogue and shows a human bone in a place where someone may actually see it. Journals that were once useful tools to aid in the understanding of bone pathology are now discarding the most important tool of all, images. Bioarchaeology International requires explicit recent permission for descendants for use of images of human remains, even if the image has been previously published, which are referred to as legacy images. They go on to state, if no permissions are forthcoming, the manuscripts are not considered for review. Bioarchaeology International is not alone in censoring the use of legacy images. Nearly all anthropology journals have such a policy now. The International Journal of Paleopathology acknowledged that photos are useful, but encourages authors to consider whether photos of human remains are critical to the presentation of that research. If not essential, out of respect for descendant communities, they should be replaced by with line drawings. Can a line drawing really do justice to the intricate changes that occur on skeletons as a result of diseases like osteomyelitis or bone infections, osteoarthritis, cribra orbitalia, a sign of anemia, or even the very dental diseases seen sometimes in a single individual? Institutions are also towing the line to exclude images of human remains. In September 2023, the Penn Museum decided that their inventory would not include images of human remains. And Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History warns anyone who may find human remains, never take photos of human remains in our region. It is culturally inappropriate here. But isn't Santa Barbara a region of many cultures, some of whom would not find it inappropriate to take photos of human remains, such as some Central Mexican peoples who celebrate their ancestral past through the display of the dead? Some universities have put complete moratoria on the use of human remains images. For example, Cal State Bakersfield's president wrote, "The university is placing a moratorium on the research, teaching, display, imaging, and circulation of human remains and cultural items, including archival material, notes, movies, and data that are potentially subject to NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA." Universities are acting like these decisions are a result of national and state reburial laws, but these laws do not yet ban the use of images. But this isn't just a US problem. The National Museum of Scotland has put out a statement that all images of human remains, except those that are wrapped, have been removed from our online collection database. At the Smithsonian, a similar rule led to the absurd covering up of a mummy because a photo behind the mummy contained images of skulls from a forensic collection. One may wonder, what has led to such vast censorship? Woke anthropologists have decided to accept the Native American victim narrative that images from human remains and funerary objects cause harm to indigenous peoples. They accept the narrative from indigenous activists that these images are dangerous, rather than trying to make the indigenous people understand the importance of research, and the fallacy of blaming their societal ills, such as alcoholism, missing and murdered women and children, and poverty, on absurd beliefs about spirits roaming the earth and wreaking havoc on their lives. In a 2018 book about digitization, of anthropological collections, Brianna Hassett and colleagues wrote that preventing repatriation can result in physical danger for the living. Ironically, the authors used this argument to propose 3D scanning to allow for reburial of human remains as quickly as possible. Now their view is already out of date. Larry Zimmerman and Margaret Conkey in a 2024 article note that control over photos and data should belong to the indigenous because it is respectful to believe feelings of harm. And the American Anthropological Association's Commission on the Ethical Treatment of Human Remains repeatedly implies that harm will come to descendant communities from research. In Sapiens, Chip Colwell wrote that photographs of human remains are problematic because of specific cultural beliefs. He goes on to say that the Navajo believe that encountering the spirits of the dead can make those who come upon them sick. He helpfully then adds that photos are more harmful than line drawings, 3D scans, or casts. By leaving anthropology and archaeology devoid of images of human remains and funerary objects, we will learn less about the past. Legacy data will not be allowed for comparative research, and our next generation of forensic anthropologists will be poorly trained. Non-academics who believe normal human variation is a result of supernatural visits or early alien invasions will continue to use interesting images and pull young people towards pseudoscience and religion rather than science that can truly help them understand the world around them. And don't expect censorship of anthropology and archaeology to stop with new publications of human remains. I've no doubt previously published materials will disappear. University of Florida Press removed photos from an essay on skeletal variation that I wrote for them to promote my book 3 years after they published it on their own blog. Woke academics want us to give up academic freedom. Once academic freedom is relinquished, and the data, images and all, are in activists' hands, don't expect new scientific discoveries. Instead, expect woke fairy tales arising out of victim narratives. Thank you.
And so, who am I and why am I here, right? I'm John Landrum, faculty member from Florida International University in Miami Department of the Chemistry program, or there at the chemistry program. And I was there for 39 years, and now I'm retired. So I have time to do things like this. So, good morning. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me. I don't know why they did, and that's the second question. So I'll let you worry about why I'm here in a moment. Let's go on and look at this nice slide. It seems unlikely now, after this morning's talks, that any of you are unaware of how the remarkable increase in articles in our science journals on DEI, social justice, and CRT has ballooned in the last year. Really, we've heard different opinions, but this is really, in the last few years, certainly a top-down trend stemming from the executive orders that have come out of the Obama and Biden administrations, which require DEI in all agencies and departments and any funded agencies. So this is really being pushed at this point from the top down. I don't need to say that these are contentious and litigious topics. The Journal of Chemical Education had a special issue in 2022, and you can see there that they have a little peak in their publication rate for diversity, equity, and inclusion when you search for that sole word. There were actually 60-some papers, but diversity, equity, and inclusion as a group only showed up in 22. So the editor and the American Chemical Society are all in on DEI and fully supportive of this approach. The extent to which the membership of the American Chemical Society is in agreement with this controversial and politically motivated agenda is a lot less clear. The low frequency of critical comment to this agenda in our science journals is seemingly inconsistent with the demographic that at least a small fraction, we saw 1 in 5 in a statistic earlier, that would be 20% of our faculty in chemistry are conservative. You don't have to be conservative to object to DEI, but you more likely would be. So where are these people who should be writing comments? And one possible explanation for this is editorial resistance. So it's our view that if editors open their pages to controversial political topics, they have an obligation to welcome, encourage timely, vigorous, and open debate on the topics. You can imagine my colleague and I's surprise when the Journal of Chemical Education did not do so for our comment. So here's the paper that Joey and I decided we would write a comment on. It appeared a couple of years ago. It's called A Special Topic Class in Chemistry on Feminism and Science as a Tool to Disrupt Disconscious Racism. The spelling is the author's. It advocates teaching the tenets of feminism as chemistry. Now, this chemistry course is described in the East Carolina University catalog as being analytical, biochemistry, physical, or inorganic chemistry special topics. And there's no mention of feminism or social or political topics. So what I want to do today is to share with you the overview of the resistance we encountered from the editor and the reviewers of Journal Chemical Education. And so as a start, let's look at the comments or the abstract that is in this paper. So the paper has the following comments in the abstract. This article presents an argument on the importance of teaching science with a feminist framework and that all knowledge is historically situated and is influenced by social power and politics. Well, of course, all knowledge is not socially situated or influenced by politics. Scientific knowledge is replicable, it's independent of observer, and consequently it doesn't matter the race, the culture, or other characteristics of the observers. The authors included qualitative data analysis from online student surveys. Well, they included 8 responses. These were meaningless. Reyes' abstract concludes with their claim their course is an example of transformative pedagogical model to dismantle white supremacy in chemistry. White supremacy didn't occur in the title, you notice. It occurs in the abstract, and it never occurs again within the paper. So we're not sure what they mean. The authors failed to define white supremacy. They provided no evidence of white supremacy, nor did their course show any evidence that it transformed racial prejudice through any measurable way. So here we have a very interesting situation that required some comment, at least in our view. Ivan would say, why bother, but we thought we should. So this is the masthead for our 5th and final major revision of our comment. We're still unsure why the complete revision history is not accurately reported. We had 5 revisions on this. They say received and accepted. Well, okay. We didn't argue with that. We were just happy to be done and get it published. So let me read from our abstract what we felt was something we could criticize. This is the final abstract, not the initial one, but for simplicity's sake. We provide criticism of the following points. 1, the claim this course can dismantle white supremacy in chemistry in the absence of valid evidence that white supremacy exists in chemistry. We thought maybe some evidence should be provided. We object to the paucity of chemistry or content directly related to chemistry and evangelization of sociological perspectives amounting to political indoctrination. And 3, we object to the inclusion of flawed, statistically meaningless evaluation methodology for the course. The Journal of Chemical Education requires when you publish a course that you provide evidence from evaluations that the course does indeed what you say it does. And so it is our opinion that this course substitutes dogma in place of cultivating critical, independent, analytical skills for STEM students. The publication has failed to conform to the Journal of Chemical Education standards. In all, we made 4 revisions for our comment. To be fair, the timeline for review was about typical for the Journal of Chemical Education. There are a couple that are a little longer. The last 21 weeks was while the authors of the paper we criticized wrote a rebuttal. I'll let you go read the rebuttal. My eyes rolled back in my head a little bit. So, let's go on to the reviews. 3 experts were selected by the editor to review the first version of our manuscript. 2 were overtly defensive of Reyes and unabashedly biased. Both denied that the proposed course was politically biased and controversial. Apparently, they are oblivious to the extensive public ferment that surrounds the topics of Reyes' paper. One reviewer cited NSF and NRC statements on DEI as evidence that the topic couldn't possibly be political. The second opined that referring to the material as political was coding for white supremacy. The reviewer wrote extensively, 6 pages, explaining to us that the Reyes paper represents a new idea and that we failed to understand, and that our criticism was rooted in a realist, objective ontology and epistemology that contrasted with the subjective, relativist perspective of the authors. It was the reviewer's view that none of these ontologies, epistemologies, or theoretical perspectives are right or wrong, or better than others. We somewhat disagree. These reviewers were in essence objecting to our opinion because it did not conform to their own. When we revised our first manuscript, taking into account the advice of the one constructive reviewer, we explained to the editor the nature of our disagreement with the other 2. Only 2 reviewers submitted comment to the second revision. One requested minor revisions, fair enough, while the second recommended rejection, quite a range there. The editor decided to add his own review and required another major revision. Let's see where we are here. At our request, the editor acquiesced to invite a 4th reviewer for our 3rd revision. Major revision, front to top to bottom. Happily for us, this reviewer urged the publication of our comment and noted several additional flaws in the Reyes paper, recommending that the editor waive the word limits and enable a more complete airing of our perspectives. The editor's sense of frustration with our comment is evident from his remarks and also reveals his recognition of the political and controversial nature of the Reyes paper, which he'd been trying to avoid up until that point. And I quote, "The 4th reviewer brought in for this revision of the manuscript also presents what amounts to a predictable perspective for a topic that discusses a currently polarizing topic in society, such as is reflected in the Reyes paper and your letter. The reviews from people who are on a committed particular side of the polarized discussion starkly disagree, not surprisingly. No, we're not surprised at all. But despite this support, from the 4th reviewer, we were required to do 2 more major revisions. He did not relax the word limits. 1,000 words was enough for him, and discovered a new point to object to in the 4th version. This was related to our criticism of the Reyes claim that it is a scientifically established fact that sex is non-binary. Having achieved much of our original goal, however, we acquiesced and dropped this argument, mostly in the interest of keeping within the word limits that were now tight, and made our final edits needed to satisfy the editor. Whether you judge our comment as enlightened or misguided, Joey and I believe we have demonstrated that persistence can pry open the pages of scientific journals to critical comment. We also believe that this shows very clearly there's a lot of control and influence that editors may use very inappropriately at times to change what shows up in their pages. And so with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention and some of the people whose ideas and thoughts influenced what we wrote. So thank you very much. How should we do this? Do I have to sit over here as the...
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
Yeah, if you two can sit over here, we'll have a few questions. We are way past time, so for lunch. Do you want to start?
This works.
He's coming, he's coming.
This is just a short comment, and maybe I guess you know it. Also in physics, there was a physics education paper, and some physicists went and saw it and said, "What are you doing?" And the amazing response was, the line that really struck out for me of all the nonsense was that our paper cannot be judged by normal regular scientific standards. That for me means you should not be in the university, because you're taking the prestige of science, the resources of science, the authority of science, while saying, yeah, I want all those, but I don't want the standards of science. That that can't be. So the question is, then what mechanism do we have to say this cannot be?
You're muted, you're muted.
No sound.
Lawrence, you're muted.
Yeah, well, I'll unmute. I don't think anything would have been lost if I'd been muted. But anyway, it's actually worse. The journal basically said that this paper is not scientific, and therefore any scientific analysis is not appropriate to respond to this paper. I mean, it was the most ridiculous response from the Physical Review for a paper about whiteness in the classroom. And the paper was rejected. The comment was rejected because it said that you cannot use scientific principles to apply to a paper that isn't scientific, which therefore implicitly said they published a paper that wasn't scientific. Sorry, I just wanted to add that.
So I think you've got that exactly right. But the question then becomes, why is the editor allowing the publication of a paper that isn't science in what is a science journal? So,
yeah, right.
And if I could just add to that, this is an example of why I think rotten to the core is a viable hypothesis right now for the state that we're in. This in combination with some of the frightening demographic statistics that showed up a couple of times in Jonathan Rausch's paper and in another one, the rising generation are not friends of the values that we think are important to science. And they're the ones who are being promoted, they're the ones who are being hired, they're the ones who will eventually be in positions of power in the university, and we have a real problem there. In the case of the two people that I cited, what do we do about colleagues who want to go over the edge and take the rest of us with them? And that's a very hard question that I think we need to be addressing at this conference.
One more question. Eric, yeah.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I'm wondering how all of you deal with the anti-scientific sentiment on your own campuses, with peers who may, also abide by this. Especially you, Lawrence. Did he hear me? Hi.
I can hear you.
Are you at Waterloo?
No. I was in the United States, and I deal with the anti-scientific sentiment of my campus by having retired.
Okay, so is that everybody?
Well, yes, I also retired when things became insane enough. I decided to retire and joined the National Association of Scholars to try to be able to do something through them rather than changing it on our campus, because most of my academic career was trying to change our culture, and I failed.
All right. I asked because I actually resigned. That's how I deal with it. So you guys retired, comparable, right? We just went away, and we're doing something else that is probably more effective in fighting this stuff.
We hope so.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Let me address one angle on that. I look out, and I do see some young people, but I see an awful lot of gray hair. And I think that is an important factor in what we're talking about. What we are seeing is a young generation coming into the academy. And this young generation doesn't have both feet on the ground with regard to an understanding of what is science and what is not science. And frankly, I'm gonna remind us of your little cartoon from Pogo, my father's favorite cartoon, and say, the enemy is us. We have created these students. These are our students. We have failed to educate them about the things that are important. They don't know about the American Constitution, much less the Constitution of Knowledge. They think they have rights because somebody told them you have a right. They don't know whether or not it in fact represents something legalistic. They talk about social justice, and they don't understand that justice comes by the execution of law. So we are the problem. We failed to demand of our students that they learn certain things, that they reach certain standards, and now we're reaping the benefit. So we have to do something. What that is what we're here to talk about.
Could I add one thing, if it's okay? To add to what you just said, I think it's worse because we're creating. I think through the application of DEI restrictions on hiring, what we are often, unfortunately, doing is, I mean, many students just write. You know, they learn they don't believe what they're going to say. They just write it. But we also are creating, to some extent, a generation of true believers who are going to be, you know, who they had to pass the DEI hurdles to get their job. And many of them actually believe the stuff that they're writing. And I think I'm more worried about a younger generation of people who are eventually going to be, who believe this stuff and are eventually going to be the gatekeepers for future hiring, even if we remove the regulations. So I think we've created a problem there. And that's one of the real problems of this DEI selection process is I think it's creating problems down the road.
If I can also add something, I don't think that we're the only ones who created the problems. I think that it goes beyond college, and they come to college already with some of these ideas. But the other thing is, I think by lowering standards, we've let in students who really are not that interested in science, as opposed to kind of, oh, I want to be a female astronaut or so, because then I'll be a female astronaut. But are they really interested in space? And so one of the things I noticed in anthropology is that the new generation is interested in themselves as opposed to interested in studying others, whether that is past people or different cultures. And that is a huge problem that I'm not sure that we necessarily created. At least I would hope that I was not a part of that. So,
yeah.
I could just amplify on that. Yes, I don't think that we scientists are the only source of the problem, but I think what we have to do is we have to look at the changed landscape of incentives and disincentives, which has been alluded to by a couple of speakers this morning. Right now, we worry about the rise of DEI ideology and all those other kinds of pernicious things, but the fact is that our system of scientific research and scientific education is subsidizing the growth of those ideologies. When we talk about the growth of DEI administrators, for example, they are very expensive propositions to install. Where is that money coming from? And the unfortunate fact is that a large part of the money comes from the way that we fund academic science now. And that's one of the hard questions that we're really going to have to confront. You know, to what extent are we subsidizing this behavior, and to what extent are we participating in the changed landscape of incentives and disincentives that have brought us to the present state?
We're gonna cut here because we're really late, so that's gonna be all. We're free for lunch.
All right. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Alex Arnold. I'm the Director of Research at Heterodox Academy. And I hope you guys love philosophy, because I'm a philosopher, and you're about to hear another philosopher do some of what philosophers excel at in their brightest moments, and that's thinking carefully about concepts. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. J.P. Messina, who is Associate Professor of Philosophy at Purdue University. Go Boilermakers. What do they say, boiler up?
Hammer down.
Hammer down.
Yeah.
Sounds like what we used to say in the fraternity. In any case, he's no stranger to Southern California. He did his PhD in philosophy at the University of California, San Diego. And he has held positions where? At Tulane?
UNO.
UNO,
Yeah.
University of New Orleans, Wellesley?
Yeah.
And now at Purdue. So, JP, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, Alex, for the introduction. Thanks to Anna Krylov for the invitation, and to the organizers in the university for putting on this conference. You know, we're here to talk about censorship in science. As I understand it, censorship is among the most salient threats to freedom and intellectual life. Where censorship in science reigns, research freedom withers. Where research freedom is realized, censorship is minimal, kept in any case within appropriate bounds. But I think we need to be very clear and careful in defining censorship. I think we need to be explicit about what we mean by censorship. And my hope is that starting here, introducing this next panel, we'll set the stage for spending the rest of our session this afternoon talking about things like ethical standards, internal review boards, disciplinary norms, consensus, reputation, and the ways in which these things, which sometimes but not always underlie censorship and are not identical with it, can have similar detrimental effects on the atmosphere we in the academy have reason to value if we value the discovery of truth, open inquiry, and the development of understanding. So here we are at a conference on censorship, and I say we need clarity about just what it is we're here to discuss, and that part of what this clarity will achieve is to allow us a richer vocabulary for articulating concerns about impediments to research freedom. To make this case, I think it won't do to treat censorship in the manner Potter Stewart treated obscenity in. It will not do to decline to define the kinds of activity we mean by censorship and to rest content with our ability never proven to simply know it when we see it. There are too many nearby phenomena that are apt to be confused with censorship, deserving of the name for this approach, whatever merits it might have had concerning hardcore pornography. At first glance, I think it can seem that the task before us is pretty easy. Censorship, we might think, occurs when someone stops someone else from speaking or otherwise expressing themselves, or from the listener's point of view, stops someone from receiving the message of someone else. But I think this definition doesn't work. It's not good, and it can be seen by considering a couple of examples. The doctor that removes your tonsils stops you from speaking and stops me from hearing you, but tonsillectomy is not censorship. Of that we can be sure. Censorship can occur, I think, even if its targets are not stopped from speaking, even if those who would hear them are not stopped from listening. My father-in-law lived in censorship-rich East Berlin before the fall of the wall. Threats of punishment in East Berlin for speech were widespread for, say, circulating unapproved music and literature. What should we say of those who distributed and consumed such literature against the threats? That they were censored or that they weren't? To me, it seems clear we should say that they were subject to censorship. But if that's what we say, then censorship need not require any actual stoppage of speech. And because of tonsillectomy, stoppage of speech is already insufficient for censorship. Now, we might say tonsillectomy, okay. The surgeon's purpose is not really to stop anyone talking. The purpose is to stay infections to improve the patient's quality of life. And we might say of censorship regimes that fail to stop the courageous subject to them from sending or receiving messages, that they're nevertheless engineered to do just that. And that those who flout the restrictions are nevertheless subject to penalties if discovered. This invites us to revise the definition in the following way. A censors B, we might say, when A means to prevent B from speaking or imposes some cost on B to discover her from doing so. Well, this avoids characterizing oral surgery as censorship and allows that dissidents in censorship regimes are nonetheless subject to it. It generates hard cases still. The biology teacher that docks student participation grades for speaking on irrelevant matters during class imposes a cost on students to, that would speak in violation of her policy with the express purpose of discouraging their irrelevant speech. But this doesn't really smack to me of censorship, and I think we should agree that students complaining of censorship under these kinds of conditions are being confused or dramatic or possibly both. Likewise, the editor of socialist-leaning current affairs might quite literally prevent my pro-capitalist column from appearing in its pages and do so intentionally, but as long as this is because the editor thinks that the fit is bad, it would be strange for me to lodge a complaint that Nathan Robinson has censored me. Second definition improved on the first by denying that censorship is a success term, that is to say that you don't have to be stopped from speaking or hearing to have been subject to censorship, and by requiring that censors intend to stop their targets from expressing themselves in some domain. But what I think is still missing is that censors must intend to suppress expression for a particular set of reasons narrowly defined. In particular, I suggest in recent work that we understand censorship as the attempted suppression of expressive content on some specific grounds, namely on grounds that the censoring body, perceives the content to be dangerous, broadly construed, threatening to some moral, political, religious belief set or orthodoxy, or threatening or inimical to the material interests of the censoring party. By specifying censorial intent in this way, the third definition does not count our biology teacher or periodical editor as a censor. They mean to suppress speech, it is true, and might even succeed, but they don't do so for the right kind of reason, and so whatever you want to say about their policies, they are not acting as censors. But it will count those living in East Berlin and other similar regimes as subject to censorship, as a good definition should. One thing to note about this definition is that it's normatively neutral. It is no part of the resulting definition that censorship need be wrong or bad, all things considered. Is this a problem? I don't think so. We can talk a bit about why that is, but in general, I think it's a good idea to have a definition of a phenomenon that allows you to pick it out first, and in a second step, subject it to analysis. As a more particular matter, it's not hard to come up with cases of justified censorship. If I were to transition here to spreading salacious lies about my friend Rishi, Rishi might respond by threatening me with a defamation suit. I think it's plausible that Rishi is acting as a censor. He is trying to stop me saying things on the grounds that those things are false or dangerous respecting the truth and inimical to his material interests, namely his good reputation among my esteemed colleagues here at this conference. Despite that, I think there's nothing wrong necessarily with what Rishi does. If I step up here and start insulting Rishi, it's fair for him to threaten me with a defamation lawsuit. So another thing to note about the definition is that it considers cases usually involving at least two agents, someone who is subject to censorship and someone who is censoring. But it's worth noting that the definition doesn't require that the censor and her target be distinct persons. Self-censorship occurs on the definition when I present myself from expressing something that I want to express on censorious grounds. That is, that it would be dangerous, threatening to some orthodoxy, or harmful to my own interests. As in the two-agent case, self-censorship can be justified, and it's interesting to note a couple of distinct ways that it can be justified. Suppose, for instance, in a case near to one that Mill raises in On Liberty, that you are among an agitated mob that has assembled before the house of a corn dealer in an environment where corn prices have risen dramatically. You agree with the grievances of the crowd and you think about expressing them eloquently, which you could do. But you fear that if you were to do so, the mob would be roused to unjustified acts of violence. So you hold back. Here, I think it's sensible to think that you've censored yourself, and the definition allows this. Its normative neutrality makes clear that this might, in fact, be the right thing to do, so you need not feel so bad about it. When the atmosphere for speech is relatively healthy, it will be the case that reputational concerns about our material interests and other things in the neighborhood, stop us from saying things that we really should not say, things that rightly bear on our reputations, that might reveal us to be mean-spirited or vicious, passing thoughts that are not so important and would give a false sense of our character to the audiences that we address, and so on and so forth. In reasonably healthy atmospheres, the greatest threat to the discovery of the truth is a lack of courage. For any number of reasons, we stop ourselves speaking on grounds such as these where there really is no reason to worry. This is regrettable because when the broader atmosphere is healthy in this way, above-board speech will not likely be met with punishment or career consequences, and so our reasons for holding back in excess of the ones aforementioned will not be good reasons. They will tend to be foolish and indicative of a lack of courage. When things are otherwise with the broader environment, where the air is heavy because it's common to police the boundaries of discourse, to narrowly partition off the bounds of acceptable questions, to punish harshly or even merely consistently for nonconformity, self-censorship on grounds of material self-protection will be widespread. And it will often be sensible. One holds back to avoid reputational damage or damage to one's career, and one is correct to sense that holding back, even on very important matters, not on trivialities, is the best way of avoiding these costs. And yet the fact that persons apprehend this fact and act rationally in response in these cases and environments points to problems with the social norms in the relevant context. Norms of wrongful censorship are inducing and rationalizing self-censorship, even if self-censorship might occur in the absence of wrongful censorship of the wrong variety. What does any of this, you might wonder, have to do with research ethics, disciplinary standards, and the kinds of things that the panel has been convened to address? At the end of the day, I think the dynamics in research and in the academy are not so unlike the dynamics in ordinary life. Sometimes scientists are subject to censorship by others, sometimes they censor themselves, and sometimes they fail to break new ground and think differently for reasons that have very little to do with censorship. So what I wanted to spend the rest of my time doing is giving you a series of stylized cases in hopes that they put us in a position to draw a couple of general lessons before I get off the stage. Each case involves a scientist. We can call her Bertha. Bertha works in an area of research capable of investigating a certain hypothesis, call it H1. In all such cases, let us suppose, Bertha's investigating H1 would yield significant evidence in favor of H1. Now, there are a lot of variants here, and I'll move very quickly through them, so apologies in advance. Variant 1, Bertha considers investigating H1, but after some consideration, decides that there are other more interesting matters to investigate, and so turns her attention to them. Variant 2, Bertha considers investigating H1, finds it very interesting, but opts instead to pursue a slightly less interesting hypothesis, H2, which is more squarely in line with her existing research agenda. Variant 3, Bertha considers investigating H1, but declines for the sake of investigating a slightly less interesting hypothesis, H2, which she believes better aligns with a recent NSF initiative, funding from which would allow her to pay her graduate students over the summer. I submit that variants 1 through 3 represent science as usual. H1 goes uninvestigated by Bertha, but this need not involve any research on freedom whatsoever, although it does shed light on ways that funding initiatives and path dependencies can lead research in less productive, less interesting directions than they might otherwise travel. More variants. Variant 4. Bertha considers investigating H1, but declines to do so despite finding it significantly more interesting and better aligned with her existing research agenda than H2, which she pursues due to its better alignment with a recent NSF initiative, funding from which would enable her investigation of additional, though less interesting, scientific hypotheses. Variant 4 is, I submit, less than fully ideal. It illustrates that funding agencies designed to help researchers operating in resource-scarce environments can nevertheless come to drive scientific agendas, sometimes with distortionary effects. I don't think this is surprising to anyone, but we might fairly wonder what projects would be taken up under alternative incentive structures. Variant 5, like variant 4, except that the NSF considers funding H1, but declines on the grounds that it wrongly estimates H2 will be more impactful. Again, not ideal, but sometimes funding bodies make mistakes. The important thing to notice is just that there's no censorship here, even if there's further sources of distortion. The distortions being, in this case, bad for science or bad for inquiry. Variant 6, like 5, except decision makers at the NSF think that there is more scientific merit in H1 adjacent research, but worry if they created an initiative that would support research in that area, the organization's funding would be cut by political adversaries. In variant 6, it seems correct to say that Bertha is not censored, Bertha who's maybe otherwise interested in investigating H1, but actors at the NSF self-censor. If there had been a threat that they were responding to that reduced funding for the relevant suite of reasons, it would be better to say that the funding body had been successfully censored by the political actors and adversaries responsible. Variant 7. Like 6, except decision makers at the NSF think that politicians would like it all too well if they funded H1 adjacent research. Decision makers at the NSF, however, believe that inquiry into H1 is dangerous, and so they decline to fund such projects. With variant 7, the NSF initiative withholds resources that might fund a fruitful research program, allocating them elsewhere. Since by hypothesis, they are still interested in projects in this domain, they self-censor, this time for ethical reasons. Do they thereby censor those who would have applied had they funded in the area? Needless to say, Bertha and other scientists whose research might have received funding will not due to the NSF's concerns. But if censorship has to involve suppression, as I think it probably does, as opposed to mere non-promotion, then there's no censorship in this case from the NSF in the direction of scientific researchers. In variant 7, we have another case in which research freedom takes a kind of hit, but without censorship. Variant 8, Bertha wishes to undertake research into H1, but believes that it will harm her reputation, because H1 is widely thought to be harmful to vulnerable groups. Accordingly, she investigates H2 instead. Variant 8, Bertha self-censors. If she's right to believe that she will suffer losses to her reputation if she goes ahead with the research, then we might say that her self-censorship is understandable, if regrettable. It is an interesting question how much loss to one's reputation and professional prospects and esteem it is reasonable to expect of scientists. But it's worth emphasizing that these losses are losses against which tenure and other protections for academic freedom can offer no real protection. Variant 9, Bertha wishes to investigate H1, but she just read a story about a university stripping a researcher of tenure for investigating what she conceives to be a sufficiently nearby hypothesis, H3. To avoid meeting a similar fate, Bertha investigates H2 instead. With variant 9, Bertha self-censors for the sake of avoiding the loss of her livelihood. If she's tenured faculty, she arguably evinces excessive caution. This is more true insofar as we imagine that H1 is not really so close to H3 as she imagines, which I think is something that probably happens given the uncertain penumbra around successful cases of censorship. But if she's untenured, she might act reasonably to protect her interests in a way that we have reason to regret if H1 is really scientifically important to investigate. Here, science is held back by bad administrative behavior. Variant 10. Bertha was trained in a department which instills norms discouraging students from investigating H1 adjacent lines of inquiry due to professional consensus that inquiry into H1 is unpromising. Bertha internalizes these norms, and as such, it never occurs to her in her career as a faculty member to investigate H1. In variant 10, Bertha does not self-censor. She doesn't stop herself from speaking so much as she merely doesn't speak. And it does not seem that interdisciplinary norms and consensus-building exercises about where the promising questions lie are in and of themselves censorious. Rather, they're part and parcel of normal science. Of course, this verdict depends very much on whether the assessment that the questions are unpromising is authentic or grounded instead in some sort of fear or taboo. Supposing that H1 hypotheses lay outside the purview of the relevant disciplinarian's expertise, or that the department is simply encouraging students to pursue projects most likely to succeed, on the other hand, it seems a stretch to understand their efforts to get students to internalize the norms as censorship, even if they limit the scope of inquiry in some way. Variant 11. Like 10, but the reason H1 adjacent research is discouraged is that its sound investigation involves methods that are difficult or impossible to get through IRB. With variant 11, it's worth saying a few words about IRB. Its ostensible purpose is to protect human subjects in research, to prevent harms to them, or at least to ensure that any harms that they might incur are justified by the benefits of the research itself. When IRB rejects proposals, it likely does so on the grounds that the research is too dangerous relative to its benefits to be worth completing, making it a locus of censorship in the sense defined. The big questions, which I'll only gesture to here, amount to questions about whether IRB standards, and they vary, are justified, such that censorship under them is justified or not, and whether IRB practice applies those standards consistently across various domains, which it may not. The same goes for self-censorship under the standards, and the same arguably goes for the norms that develop in response to those standards and any enforcement patterns respecting those norms. Variant 12. Bertha wants very much on intellectual grounds to investigate H1 using a particular methodology. She believes that the study, as she envisions it, would yield great gains in our understanding of the relevant phenomena under investigation, gains in excess of the gains that would likely obtain from any other study that she can envision. And she also believes that the study would receive IRB approval. However, she believes finally that there's a good chance that the research would cause significant harm to vulnerable social groups. Accordingly, she decides against moving forward with the research. In variant 12, Bertha self-censors on grounds of ethical concerns that she endorses on reflection. They're self-imposed in the sense referred to in the title on the schedule. Here we have a case of self-censorship occasioned by ethical principles that the researcher endorses. It is unlikely, it's thus unlike nearby variants in which she self-censors because she fears reputational consequences that would accrue to her, given her expectations that the broader scientific community would take her to be engaging in dangerous research. The relevant questions concerning a case like 12 go to the very heart of the scientific enterprise and what kinds of values should drive and constrain researchers by their own lights. Consider a couple of possibilities. On a very flat-footed view, it's only epistemic values that matter. Scientists should attempt to pursue projects that are most impactful for our understanding of the world. Other values, like the ones that Bertha governs her activity by, are out of place in determining which projects to pursue. I take it that for reasons that we're all familiar with, the flat-footed view can't be right. Here's why. We've already seen in variants 2 and 3 that Bertha is permitted to prize less intellectually rewarding projects when these better align with funding initiatives and existing research programs. But neither such reason to pursue H2 over H1 represents an epistemic reason. More generally, researchers are permitted to choose between two projects on grounds that they believe that one of them, though perhaps less impactful for our understanding of the world, will yield greater returns along dimensions like health, prosperity, and other social values. If our Bertha is a medical researcher, for example, choosing between developing a new technique for synthesizing a drug that would treat sinus infections or to push forward with less innovative normal science techniques in finding a cure to a very bad, very widespread disease, consideration of the project's near, medium, and long-term non-epistemic impacts seems perfectly in order. But if that's true, then I strongly suspect it's going to turn out permissible for researchers to consider, alongside epistemic values, their best assessments of how those values trade off against disvalues and harms. And that if their assessment of the broader costs of their research are justified, they can decline to pursue more epistemically impactful research for less on grounds such as the ones that Bertha considers in variant 12. Such grounds are, after all, bound up with our freedom as researchers, freedom which must include the freedom to refrain from speaking, as much as it includes the freedom to speak. To envision cases of justified self-censorship on the grounds of self-imposed ethical standards is not to say that there's nothing to worry about here from the perspective of scientific progress. We might wonder how well-positioned scientists are to estimate the broader social impacts of their research and the effects of its dissemination, and thus their alignment or disalignment with those standards and values. We might worry about the various ways in which scientists' assessments of what will be harmful will inevitably be informed by overly cautious social norms or taboos. We might worry that various cognitive biases lead scientists to make these assessments in unreliable ways. We might worry that scientists' judgments on these matters are subject to wide and vociferous disagreement, such that sometimes, maybe often, maybe always, scientists really ought to go forward against their scruples. And we might note that especially in environments where there's widespread talk and speculation about various harms, that scientists will sometimes substitute their own intuitive judgments about these for any rigorous analysis of the empirics, of empirical investigation of the harms that might eventuate. All of these are ways in which cases like variant 12 might involve unjustified rather than justified self-censorship on the part of well-meaning scientists like Bertha. Add to this that those who self-censor from concerns such as these might try to stop others from investigating them, and there is yet another layer of complication. All right, let me end with 3 quick lessons that I think these cases, in considering them, raises, because I think I have -1 minutes. Censorship of the wrong kind can be devastating to scientific progress. Shocker, we're all here to talk about that. But it's important to take care to argue in 2 steps. First, identify a case of censorship. Second, analyze it. The great goods of free speech and academic freedom make it the case that censorship, especially in science, is often going to turn out to be wrong or costly. Prudentially rational, but perhaps in conflict with our professional responsibilities as researchers. But as we've seen throughout these remarks, it can be justified too, and attending to the conditions of its justification is crucial. Second, censorship is not the only thing that can inhibit or distort scientific progress. Funding priorities, path dependencies, ideological monocultures, disciplinary standards, and scientific norms can do that too. Often these distorting forces will be invisible. We will not know how much science is produced only because it is attractive to funders and how much is not pursued because it is unattractive to them. When we have internalized norms, violating them won't even occur to us. Our minds narrow as the boundaries we internalize become more stringent. And finally, third, getting the most from scientific research depends on our attending carefully to all of these distortionary pressures in addition to censorship. This hard work requires interdisciplinary attention, and it is work that can progress well only with conceptual clarity about how these distortionary forces differ from one another. Okay, so I'll stop there, I think. Looking forward to a challenging and stimulating discussion over the next couple of days, and I hope it might help us face up to these kinds of challenges. So thanks for your attention.
Thanks, JP. So we've got time. A little embarrassed, not keeping to my usual ruthlessness in keeping time, but we'll have time for 2 questions. And they will be questions, not extended commentaries. So we've got microphones circulating. If you want to just do the old-fashioned thing and pop your hand up, and we will take questions. So I can maybe exert my prerogative as chair to ask a question, JP, about one upshot of your talk seems to be that you think of censorship as just one of many threats to what you call research freedom. What do you think is actually the gravest threat to research freedom? Is it censorship or is it something else?
I think that's going to be a sort of, thanks for the question. I think that's going to be a context-dependent matter, so it won't be true that it admits of an answer at all times. I think that one of the greatest threats to research freedom today is widespread self-censorship that really need not happen, because there is, in my estimation, a great deal of support for people saying controversial things. And if the rest of us who are supportive by disposition of their saying those things more regularly spoke up, people would be freer to investigate or feel themselves freer to investigate the matters of deep concern to them.
Well, seeing no hands, we can stay on time. So thank you very much.
Okay, here we go. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here, and I want to thank Anna also for inviting me. This is a very exciting conference to be at. The talks so far have been great. I'm hoping that Jonathan is correct, that there are actually, I think I wrote this quote down correctly, immense reservoirs of integrity for us to rely on. I'm not sure he's right, but we can hope that that's correct. I'm going to take a few minutes to just introduce our panelists very briefly. You are? Oh, me. I'm Abby Thompson. I'm a professor of math at the University of California at Davis. And I'm afraid you'll be hearing from me several times over the next few days. Okay, so Hugh Desmon, who's on the far end of our panel, is a research fellow. Oh, I should also say I am shamelessly plagiarizing from the web, so don't check me on those things. Hugh Desmon is a research fellow at the Leibniz University of Hanover, and he holds a part-time appointment at the University of Antwerp. His work centers on the philosophy and ethics of science, including trust in science, scientific integrity, and the politicization of science. He's a founding member of the Darwinism Network and the Embassy of Good Science, both of which can be found online. The Embassy of Good Science aims to become a unique go-to place, a public square where the community of researchers can gather to discuss hot topics, share knowledge, and find guidance and support to perform science responsibly and with integrity. Lee Jussim, who is in the hat there, is a professor of social psychology at Rutgers, where he served as chair of the psychology department. His most recent book on social perception argues that people are far more reasonable and rational, and their judgments are typically far more accurate than social psychological conventional wisdom usually acknowledges, and we really hope he's right. He maintains the Unsafe Science Substack, which includes the newly expanded Orwell lexicon, from which I will read just a couple pertinent definitions. Adminomania, a delusion that increased administrative and bureaucratic intrusions into people's lives will actually improve something, fueled primarily by a pervasive blindness to unintended negative side effects. And bad faith argument, those who publicly disagree with me, even after failing to be persuaded by the brilliance of my analysis. Marcia McNutt, second from the end, received her PhD in Earth Sciences from the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. She is a member of the American Academy of the Arts and Sciences, a foreign member of the Royal Society, and a fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. She has more honorary doctorates than I have time to list and has won many, many awards. She's been president of the National Academy of Sciences since 2016. And here's a timely quote from a recent article she wrote in Science, quote, "The scientific community must take a critical look at what responsibility it bears in science becoming politically contentious and how scientists can rebuild public trust. For starters, Scientists need to better explain the norms and values of science to reinforce the notion with the public and their elected representatives that science, at its most basic, is apolitical. Yeah. And finally, Evan Morris, nearest to me, is a professor of biomedical imaging at Yale. His claim to fame is imaging smokers smoking cigarettes in the PET scanner and then modeling the data. He began teaching ethics to undergrad biomedical engineers at Purdue after falling asleep in a faculty meeting, only to awake to hear the chairman exclaiming, "Evan, thank you so much for volunteering to create the new ethics class." He's published on ethics and science policy, including overregulation, maternity leave, peer review, institutional neutrality, and mentorship. Evan's suggested title for this panel discussion was, quote, "The road to scientific hell is paved with good but overburdensome intentions." So now I'll have the panelists, who are each supposed to speak for 8 minutes, and we're going to begin with Marcia, please.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So I recently gave a State of the Science address at the Academy in which I noticed that the regulatory burden on researchers has grown 172% in the last 10 years. It's really horrible. And I just wanted to give one example from my earlier days when I actually got to go out into the field of what that regulatory burden looks like. And I asked the question, is it a form of censorship? And I'd say rather than what Ivan said, the answer is always no. I think in this case it might be yes. Okay. So let me talk about, first of all, what this experiment was about. For those of you who are familiar with the Western US, there's this area called the Basin and Range, which 10, 15 million years ago was all part of the Colorado Plateau. And there was a subduction zone going down off the west coast, which kept it buttressed up against the Colorado Plateau. After the San Andreas Fault formed, that whole area started falling away like a group of dominoes as California moved twice as far west today from the Colorado Plateau as it was just 10 to 15 million years ago. So that is all well known. But what the issue is that if I take a piece of taffy and I stretch it by a factor of 2 this way, it's going to narrow by a factor of 2 this way. So if you stretch out the Western US to form the Basin and Range, basically it should be at a much lower elevation than the Colorado Plateau because you've thinned the crust. But in actual fact, it's not. It's thousands of meters higher than it actually should be. And so the question was, why is that so? So there were a couple explanations that had been proposed. One was that there's just hot upwelling mantle and the hot mantle's expanded and it lifts it up. The other possibility was one that I proposed based on studies of what the physical rheological properties are of the lower crust. And what I suggested was actually when you moved the Basin and Range westward with respect to the Colorado Plateau actually acted like a piston, and the lower crust was squished westward with it to increase the thickness of it beyond what it should have been because of this ductile layer in the lower crust. So we thought, how are we going to test this? Well, it turns out that the best way to do it was to image the deep structure of the crust. But that is a very expensive thing to do on land. Whereas in the oceans, we do it all the time. And we do it very cheaply by having air guns and streamers that actually bounce sound off deep layers in the crust and tell us what's going on. So we came up with this crazy idea. We were going to put marine technology on a barge, and we were going to run the Colorado River from the Grand Canyon down into Lake Mead, and we were going to image the change in crustal thickness as we went across this breakaway zone. Well, that was all very well and good until it came to the permitting for this. So for an ocean experiment, in international waters, we needed no permit. In national waters, we would go to the State Department equivalent of that country and get a permit. But if you want to do something on land, we needed permission from the Park Service, Grand Canyon National Park, Lake Mead Recreation Area, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Reclamation, Arizona Game and Fish, and Nevada Department of Wildlife. So we got this grant from the NSF, and we had 3 years to do this experiment. We were weeks short of that 3 years running out, and we had spent most of our money and still didn't have the permit. And it was this endless do loop of going around with all these agencies. Finally, we got the late great Senator Harry Reid from Nevada to go talk to these people. He got us all of the permits except Lake Mead. So we went to Lake Mead to find out why we weren't getting the permit. And what we realized was we had thought we had a permitting problem. We didn't have a permit problem. We had a PR problem. It was the fishermen in Lake Mead that were objecting to it because they were worried that our experiment would ruin their fishing. Once we knew we had a PR problem and not a permitting problem, it took us 1 day to solve the problem. Basically, what we did was we put all our equipment on a barge. We took it out into Lake Mead. We lowered an air gun into the water. We sent a bunch of divers down. We let off the air gun, and just in time for the 6 o'clock news, with all the cameras rolling, the divers come up and they say, "No dead fish." And so we got our permit the next day. But all I'm saying is, had Lake Mead told us on day one that this was a PR issue and not a permitting issue, this would have happened much faster. So I'm thinking that this situation really has only gotten worse. And what our data showed was the ductal flow was dead on. That's exactly what had happened in the basin and range. And so we had solved an important problem. So I'm going to quit there. I'm not going to try to propose any solutions to this because I'm only giving you an example of one. I think if I had lots of experience in this, I'd say more. And I'm just going to finish by saying I only want to talk about things that I know something about. Earlier today, you heard a hatchet job on the National Academy of Sciences by someone who is not a member of the Academy, does not know the election process, and does not know the code of conduct. So I just want you to take that all with a grain of salt. Talk about what you know, not what you don't know. Thank you.
Evan.
This is going to be a pictorial and highly biased timeline of the last 100 years of science. This is in 1929. If there are any cardiologists or interventional radiologists in the room, raise your hands if you know what this picture is. You'll see that there's a catheter snaking up somebody's arm and then back down into their heart. And the somebody can be discerned if you read part of the figure legend, which unfortunately, oh, I guess I can read it here. It says, to get a historical record of this experiment, the investigator says, I had to climb the staircase on foot and return while the probe was lying within my heart. So this is Werner Forssmann doing the first ever insertion of a catheter in what became the field of cardiac catheterization. And 30 years later, it netted him a Nobel Prize. And at the time, it's a good thing there was no IRB. I hope everybody in the audience knows IRB is Institutional Review Board, and that's what the rest of us, I think, are going to talk about and our sort of experiences. Okay. And in fact, not only was there no IRB, but his boss told him not to do it. Okay, so that sort of sets the tone. Now we're going to progress a little. In 1983 in Baltimore, these pictures were made. They're the first ever pictures of the dopamine receptors in the human living brain. And you can learn something else interesting about this figure legend, because at one point it says, an awake 56-year-old Caucasian male was imaged, and the paper is famously written by Henry Wagner and Mike Kuhar and their team, and you can see them looking for the cameras, the Baltimore Sun cameras, at some 56-year-old person's brain. Well, guess what? Henry Wagner was 56 years old, and that's him. So another example of really daring self-experimentation, and also in the sort of beginnings of the IRB era, but I've scoured that science paper 20 times because I use it in multiple classes. There's no IRB approval mentioned, and the only sentence worth noting is, well, just after the baboon was imaged, we did one of the experiments on one of us. And that was it. Okay, now we're going to progress another 17 years if I don't know. Okay, 83. Yeah, 23 years. And hoping to have his own Henry Wagner moment, Evan actually tried to play by the rules in 2006 in Indianapolis, and he went to, Evan is me, of course, went to the IRB and said, look, I want to do this new experiment. It's fabulous. It looks like this. It's so complicated with alcohol and IV alcohol and olfaction, and we're going to discover how dopamine receptors work, and I want to bring my medical imaging class to do it. Give me permission. And the IRB said to Evan, well, there must be something wrong with the slides, because there's nothing on there. And in fact, the IRB failed to get back to me for the whole semester. So the class never got to watch the beginnings of a new experiment. They finally did get back to me, and they, in their brilliance, they said, how's the investigator going to consent himself? Okay. So, being the glutton for punishment that I am, I waited another 16 years, and once more unto the breach, I tried to amend a protocol, because unfortunately, every time you make the slightest change in an IRB protocol, you have to go and get permission. And that opens up a whole can of worms. So Evan said to the IRB, I need permission to add a new scanner, because every now and then we change our equipment. And the IRB said to Evan, well, if you're going to add a new MRI scanner, this is what you have to do. And Evan said to the IRB, I never said anything about MRI. So we've gone from the no IRB to the only, faintly existent IRB to the increasingly invasive and probably pointless or meddlesome IRB. And this resulted in an article, which I'm sure is why I got invited. And I'm not going to read everything that I wrote here, except this. One of the sentences I wrote was, when the rules and regulations are illogical and overly burdensome, their primary effect is to dampen enthusiasm and delay scientific progress. And I'll skip my other brilliant words because you can read them online. But I had a wonderful experience a few months ago when I read this article by Peggy Mason in Inquisitive. Is Alice Drieger here yet? She's the editor, so I wanted to thank her. And I felt very much alone until I read some of what Peggy said in her experiences, and she had tried to get something approved, and she said, yet 2 months later, the project and our enthusiasm for it lay dead, slain by the Byzantine process of IRB approval. So at that point, I felt validated, and I wasn't alone in the anti-IRB desert. And subsequently, Peggy, in her wonderful article, so I recommend it to you also, Inquisitive, talks about a patient, this is very important, who has a particular rare disease and wants to spread word of her disease by being named. And yet, and she's very thoughtful and well-informed, informed consent I'm going to come to in a moment. She knew what she was asking for, and yet the IRB said, no, she can only appear in those papers as patient AA. So what are the principles that we have to follow when what are we governed by when we are talking to the IRB? What are our obligations to our human volunteers? And it all goes back to, as many of you know, the Belmont Report. And the Belmont Report is organized around three main principles: autonomy, beneficence, and justice. And for the purpose of this talk, you just have to know that autonomy is built on informed consent. So I would ask you, from my very biased short history of the world, was my autonomy protected by questioning how I was going to consent myself? Was Kim, the subject with the rare disease, was her autonomy protected by denying her the ability to have her name in publications? Did Werner Forssmann with the catheter and Henry Wagner with the dopamine receptors really not know what they're doing and had to be protected against themselves? And also, what good is it if the approval comes too late? So here are my thoughts, and then I have a proposal. I'm going, 1 minute, I can do it. Oh, come on. I get extra.
Sorry, keep going,
Okay, just trying to make her feel bad. Okay, so my thoughts are, is this censorship? I'm not really sure, although I appreciated the definitions in the previous talk. I do know that mission creep abounds and creates interminable delays. Delays kill enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm kills science. And overprotection of subjects is a denial of their agency. And here's my proposal. And I want all of you to participate if you like. So I'm proposing the new USC MUD code, for obvious reasons, for the protection of investigators from their IRBs. But I'm very serious about this. And I've organized it around three principles. Transparency. All IRB deliberations should be transparent and open to the public. All reviews must be completed rapidly. I would say 2 weeks, just like the amount of time I get to review a paper. All reviewers must be identified by names and their criticisms must be signed. All investigators have an opportunity to evaluate their IRBs, and all the data should be published every year. That might really work wonders. Second principle, I'm going really fast and using Marcia's time. Risk evaluation. All IRB requests to modify protocols, meaning what they tell me I have to do to get approval, must be justified based on the principles of autonomy, beneficence, and justice. And you have to tell me, you have to tell me why I have to change something. It has to be based on one of those principles or no go. Autonomy is paramount. A subject's informed preferences should be heeded whenever possible. Give deference to the informed volunteer. And finally, the last main concept is limits of risk reduction. Risk is to be minimized while facilitating science. Total elimination of risk is not the goal. Practices not exceeding a predefined, and it has to be predefined, minimal risk threshold are outside the IRB's mandate. Don't go there. Long accepted non-invasive practices, and I think Lee is going to talk about this, generally do not exceed minimum risk. Whatever that minimum risk threshold is, it's not the IRB's business. And finally, evaluating peer-reviewed science, which is always the case for me. I've already published the paper. I've already had the grant reviewed. I've already got the money coming. That is not the purview of the IRB. So any of you in the audience, and I hope particularly my co-panelists, who want to get together and write a paper and help me edit and make real principles of these, I'm serious about it. Thank you very much.
Hugh, I think you're up next.
Hi, so Hugh Desmond from University of Wageningen now. That's fine. It hasn't changed so long ago. So I'm a philosopher. I'm interested in the ideals of science, the values, deep values that drive science. And one way in which I make sense of some of the themes of the conference is in the ideal of activist science. If you say politicized science, that sounds, it's a bit, that will be contested by those engaged in politicized science. They wouldn't contest activist science, and it involves a redefinition, reconceptualization of what good science means as actively contributing to societal goals, moral goals in particular. And the COVID era goals are perhaps have perhaps died down in force, but other goals such as combating systemic racism, the DEI goals, mitigating climate change, combating misinformation, addressing public trust, etc. Those remain very much alive, and they are arguably political goals, because thinking about combating climate change, any proposed measure for mitigating climate change will create winners and losers. So it's going to be contested how to best address it. So there are a lot of questions one could ask of this, and I don't know. I think there are a lot of theories, a bit speculative, why this has come about, why this activist trend in science. In what ways precisely is it bad for science? It's also very difficult to show precisely, because I guess, as has been mentioned, academic scientists of my generation definitely have bought into the activist ideal. What I would like to focus on is a kind of broader context, and it's actually not entirely new if you situate it kind of in the broader history of science. And I promise I won't go back to the 18th century like Lawrence Krauss did, but just to post-World War II science. Call it planned science. Planned science, ideal of science, where good science is science where the goals have been externally defined, so defined by non-scientists. And initially this was governments. The US government, following the Manhattan Project, so the NSF, as I'm sure everybody knows, was a direct response, kind of wanting to continue the good work that was carried out in the Manhattan Project. And so the US government setting goals of health, defense, energy, food, so on, big science. And it was initially very minimalist, but over the decades, it has become more maximalist. Corporations now set scientific goals. Corporations are now a larger funder of scientific research than our states. Academia has become corporatized, bureaucratized. MBAs and administrators enforce these externally set goals through various metrics and through inducing competition. But in the end, it depends on where the money is coming from. That's what they mainly care about in the end. And now finally, activist science, where also non-scientists in the end are very instrumental in setting goals. So it's, there have been analogies made between current trends and those situations in totalitarian states, and the analogies do hold to certain extents. And that's one of the attraction for the term planned science, because of course planned economies were characteristic of totalitarian states and, well, failed to a considerable extent. Planned science is nothing conscious. It's kind of arisen. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of valuing science. It's, of course, incoherent. Science can't be planned. Insofar, science is about, let's say, producing new knowledge. Sorry? Discovery, right? Indeed. But it is seductive in the way in that it's seductive not only for policymakers, because you can have a nice kind of boxology plot there where you have science and you causally intervene on science in order to produce better outcomes. It's also seductive for scientists themselves. So I think a lot of scientists have bought into that. So we need to, hence the knee-jerk reaction, if there's a problem in science, it needs to be solved by more policy. And we need new rules and new incentive structures and so on, which of course are gamed and never really solve the problems in the end. And the effects of planned science, I think, are all around us by now, depending on the domain. And I think perhaps some aspects are stronger in Europe than they are here in the US due to differences in funding structure. Big science has become much more activist. So I'm thinking of Europe. There's the Horizon program, which is a 100 billion research fund, which is huge, and it's explicitly geared towards geopolitical ends of Europe, but also social goals, so like increasing trust. Recently involved in a NWO call, a Dutch Research Foundation, which explicitly called for new research on how to increase public trust towards digital wallets and personal digital identities, so kind of uploading a lot of personal information, which of course you could immediately see Reddit posts on that saying, well, you know, they're out to control us once again. But a lot of academics did have doubts about it. But it's a strong trend in Europe. Perhaps more worryingly is the self-instrumentalization, which, you know, many of our colleagues do almost voluntarily. The grant referees who enthusiastically identify scientific relevance with relevance for the latest goals. I think in the morning there was two times data on explicit bias in grant referees. Of course, these grant referees are thinking, well, they're just enacting an ideal of good science. They don't see themselves that way, but they have instrumentalized themselves to goals defined by non-scientists. Individual scientists have become fungible. That's just the other part, which is not often noticed or talked about. We're no longer agents, but avatars defined by metrics. We're interchangeable, commoditized by our H indexes, the impact factors of our publication, the journals in which we publish, the rankings of our affiliated universities, and so on. We celebrate big projects and collaborations. That's what makes the news, not so much individual talent. Think about the motto, trust the science. We don't have the motto, trust scientists, because scientists, in the end, fallible human beings, we're incentive maximizing agents, and you see that there's a switch in how policymakers are thinking of scientific integrity more as a form of compliance rather than of professional ethics, which Evan was talking about. So, yeah, what will the effects be of this trend? Probably in the end, we'll have to see real slowdown in scientific progress or some visible rot before any change is to take place. And so how to respond? Well, it's interesting that I have here convergence on the main message of Jonathan Rausch this morning, but I won't be expecting any shrines. But few today would explicitly disavow the value of academic freedom. Musa al-Gharbi's talk was about that too. The administrators exhibiting control over scientific behavior of scientists, it's intended as a type of diligence and responsibility and adherence to the latest norms. They don't realize that it's a form of kind of planned science. So planned science can shift the narrative. Nobody defends planned economies. So how on earth could we plan science? Shift the burden of evidence. Even I think touched on that as well. This idea that risk should be minimized. The procedures that are involved there are often very costly in terms of resources. There should be a burden of evidence on those who introduce or propose new procedures. And perhaps legal steps or kind of jurisprudence, because even if we all set up a new code of conduct for IRBs, how is it going to be enforced? Now that holds other problems, you know, high-level codes and IRBs of an IRB, perhaps, you know. But that, yeah, how that'll be set up is another question. So I don't think we can go back to the value, what's called the value-free ideal that governed most of Cold War science, but perhaps we should go maybe even further back and deeper towards the liberal ideal of science. Thank you.
I think I'm going to stay here, because I just have a story. I don't have any slides for this one. So this story is not about censorship, but it is about how the IRB erodes academic freedom, which is related, but not quite the same thing. This is actually the story of how Nate Honeycutt, who's here. Nate, are you here? Would you wave just so people? He's up next in the next panel anyway, so you will get to know Nate. Who's now a research scientist at FIRE, but this is a story of how he and I were investigated by the Rutgers IRB repeatedly for nothing. Nate joined my lab as a grad student in 2016. By 2018 or so, we had begun collaborating on surveys that investigated political bias and the radicalization of the American faculty, which was also the subject of Nate's dissertation, which he completed in 2022. I'll come back to all that in a second. In 2022, we were subjected to 3 separate audits of our work initiated by the Rutgers IRB. So an audit, at least at Rutgers, I don't know how this works anywhere else, is like the IRB believes something bad happened. They are not, for some reason, they need to bring in an outside investigator to evaluate, I don't know, potential for wrongdoing. I think that's what it is. I'm still not completely sure. But anyway, so they brought in this outside investigator who is charged with performing, and this is a quote, for cause review of our research. We still don't really know what for cause means, but it's something like the IRB received at least one complaint about the study from a participant. And so that automatically triggers. As far as I can tell, the complaint could be Jussim was wearing a black hat. But it's a complaint. And so as we understand it, every complaint triggers this sort of audit. Okay, so, I don't know, I've been doing this not quite 40 years, never had anything like this happen before. It was kind of shocking, but like, okay, whatever, we don't really have anything to hide. We'll just sort of roll with it. But then we were notified about a second audit on a different study, and not long after, a third audit on a third study. And we're like, what the fuck is going on here? This is just like completely bizarre. I can speculate, but I'm gonna hold off on my speculations of what's going on just to describe what actually happened. The IRB had received complaints from participants supposedly about the validity, the scientific validity of our surveys. And they were told that our survey questions were biased, offensive, and being used to draw conclusions to support a political agenda. We didn't see the actual complaint, but that is what they told us the complaints were. Okay. Right. Yeah, I did that already. So the outside investigator, 3 times for each study, required us to produce documentation of every single aspect of these 3 projects. All of our data, the research protocols, all the informed consents, recruitment materials, survey instruments, full questionnaires, data analysis, like code and stuff, records of all communications with the IRB and with participants. So occasionally people would contact us directly and say, oh, this study seems really interesting. Can you send me it when it's published? All of that we had to compile. They asked us to compile, because this is so much information all over the place, they asked us to compile explainer documents so that they would understand what we were giving them. And over the course of the 3 audits, we eventually produced over 3,000 pages of material. There were interminable phone calls. We spent more than 5 hours in meetings, right? Each time we had to have these extended meetings. And this went on for 6 months. Again, we never really understood what was going on other than this sort of fishing expedition to see if anything was wrong. So this was just a huge, huge waste of time because, of course, none of the investigations turned up anything because there's nothing. You can't make this up. Each time, the auditor reported that there were no regulatory findings discovered during this review as the study followed the approved protocol, which is what we did. Okay, so every aspect of this is ridiculous, but the most ridiculous thing was the IRB's handling of this. Complaints like this should have been dismissed out of hand because they're irrelevant. Why are they completely irrelevant? We are absolutely, if we want to ask biased questions, we're completely allowed to ask biased questions. If we, You've heard talk after talk about how field after field is politicized. If we are doing to reach a political conclusion, if everybody else on Earth has the right to do so, so do we. And I don't think that's what we were doing, but certainly we have the right to do that if we wanted to. Okay. Oh my God. This is just, yeah, right? So what? So we were investigated repeatedly for the equivalent of being accused of driving 54 miles an hour in a 55-mile-an-hour zone. That is, even if they were completely true, there was no violation of anything. So let me give some context for the sort of accusations of biased questions. So we were studying political extremism among faculty, and often we administered a left-wing authoritarianism scale. So here are just 3 items from the scale. And they're on an agree-disagree measurement format. All political conservatives are fools. If a few of the worst Republican politicians were assassinated, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It is important that we destroy the West's nationalist imperialist values. And it goes on like this for like 35 questions or something like that. So yeah, are these biased questions? Well, yeah, of course they're biased questions. That's the whole point. We're trying to see if you're holding these extremist views. Duh. And in the social sciences, at least in this kind of sort of political work, we administer measures of asking people about their belief in conspiracy theories, all sorts of prejudice beliefs, derogatory beliefs. Do you agree with derogatory beliefs about all the various and sundry groups? Willingness to condone political violence. This is normal social science. This is what social scientists do all the time. Okay. This is what I'm about to say also is completely normal, and we did this. But although it does get back to the autonomy thing, all our study participants had signed a consent form before participating. Like, they agreed to do the study. None of them had to do anything. They could have dropped out at any point. If they found a question they didn't like, they didn't have to answer it. I mean, they were completely free to do whatever the hell they wanted, including not answer a single question. Okay. And so given all this, given that everything had been approved, given that we weren't accused of actually violating anything that they had approved, the whole thing should have just been dismissed out of hand. The system is clearly easily gameable by malevolent actors with vindictive motives. So, I have a public persona, and there was a tiny number of complaints. We were surveying thousands of people. We suspect, we don't really know, we suspect that I annoyed a couple of people, and this is a way they could kind of stick it to us. That's what we suspect. We don't really know that. But if we hadn't kept these meticulous records, the consequences could have been terrible. I mean, Nate's dissertation could have blown up, which would have been terrible. Instead, it was sort of delayed by all this nonsense that we had to do, but it wasn't really terrible. The IRBs were originally designed to ensure ethical treatment of research participants. That's a completely reasonable and appropriate purpose. It's good that they do that. But with rare exceptions, the IRB's purposes are irrelevant to the type of social science we and lots of other social scientists conduct. That is, we're mainly asking people questions. You can't harm someone by asking a question. I mean, you could ask about something sensitive. You could ask about drug addiction or criminality or odd sexual behaviors, but they don't have to answer it. It's like you just move on. This is these kinds of questionnaires shouldn't even require IRB approval. Okay. When the IRB, I'm getting a look. Oh, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. When it violates academic freedom in this way, when the IRB oversteps its mandate in this way, it's a clear violation of academic freedom. And until there's some way of reining in these runaway investigations, I suspect things will only get worse. And it's really simple. All they need to do is provide an off-ramp. You have an accusation. Even if the accusation is true, there's no violation of anything. So long, see you around, goodbye. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. That's it. End. But, none of this would be hard to implement. You can implement an off-ramp if you wanted to, but you could do that if the will was there. All right, thank you.
So just before we take questions from the audience, for the panel members, Evan's actually proposed a solution. Lee's proposed a much shorter solution. Marcia said she wouldn't propose a solution, but nevertheless, I would like to ask if any of the panelists have any other ideas about, it's not just IRBs, correct? How could this be fixed? Your list? That I don't know.
If I could jump in, one thing that I have proposed for the Academy to do is start making a list of all of these useless hoops that we're all being asked to do. And with this Doge, I don't know whether it's a thing that's coming, isn't this right down their alley? I mean, basically, faculty are saying right now that 40% of their time that's not in the classroom is actually being spent on regulatory requirements for research. And if we could recoup that 40%, think how it would unleash creativity, which right now is being stifled. So I'm just so thrilled to hear all these stories here today, because I'm just making a list of all the things that this Academy Committee is going to propose to the Doge people.
We should do that. That's a great idea.
Any other replies from the panel? Okay, I guess we'll take questions from the audience. We have microphones, so there in the gray.
Thanks. I'm Joe Manson. I'm at UCLA, anthropology. So we heard about biomedical IRBs, and we heard your harrowing story of this investigation. But my experience is that, and it might be one of the only sectors of society about which this is true, but my experience doing social science research is that IRB requirements have actually gotten less onerous over the past 15 years. And if all you're going to do is give people questionnaires, the approval is almost pro forma. They have something called expedited review, and it's all done in a week or two. I wonder if we could poll the room, the social scientists here. You think IRBs have gotten, better or worse the past 10 or 15 years?
Ask.
Oh, okay. How many think they've gotten better? How many think they've gotten worse? How many think they just stay the same? Huh? Okay, mixed opinion.
I think you lost.
But varies a lot from institution to institution.
And also what I heard from Lee was not that the IRB approval was that hard. It was this back door where people can come in and burden your time after the fact with frivolous complaints.
The two cases seem to be a bit different. In your case, it's just kind of ineptitude, or just there were so many agencies. In Lee's case, there seems to be some maliciousness also involved.
Yeah, I think in my case, what actually happened was the Bureau of Reclamation knew that the fishermen were opposed to it, and they hoped by not making a ruling on it, it would just go away, and they wouldn't have to deal with it. Whereas once we found out what the problem was, we just solved it. But it took 3 years.
John Landrum here. About 1997, my colleague and I decided we'd been studying a pigment in the eye, and decided we would test to see if we could modify the amount in the eye by consuming it. I'm a chemist, my colleague was a physicist, so we just decided we'd find somebody who would supply us some, and we just started dosing ourselves. And ultimately, we published a paper and proved that, in fact, you could modify the macular pigment by consuming it at a reasonably large dose. And now, this wasn't a problem for us. We just published the data and put our initials by the data so that they would know whose eyes were whose. And well, I'll speak loudly. We published the data, and the NSF were acknowledged because we had another grant that didn't fund that particular work, but when they reviewed our grant, they said, well, where's the IRB for this? And we said, well, we didn't have an IRB because we didn't need it. It was on ourselves. And besides, you weren't funding that. We just acknowledged it for you so you'd know that the research was done. Luckily, we had some great administrators who stepped in and said, you know, we approved this. And, you know, we did survive it. Now there's $1 billion industry because of it. But so unfortunately, we didn't get any of the money. But the fact is, IRBs came down from above as well, and they came from agencies. And now there's been a decision at the Supreme Court called the Chevron decision, which is thrown out. And agencies do not have the legal authority to regulate without specific direction from Congress. Now, I'm not advocating we get rid of IRBs, nor am I advocating that we ask Congress to write any laws about this. You're right, what we need to do is to push back and modify these. And we've had run-ins with the IRB. They didn't like us paying subjects a little bit of money because we were drawing blood and things like that in the future. So this can be kind of a real mess, and you know, heaven forbid ever lose a permission slip.
I have a comment, which is also, I think the comment about Doge is very timely. And essentially, if we don't suggest how to fix some of these problems, they will be fixed for us, and we're not going to like it very much. So let's see, can we get a mic to the middle here?
Thanks. Matt Burgess, University of Wyoming. I had a question for Marcia McNutt. Your comment about Doge is great. As was mentioned in your introduction, you had this really good editorial in Science called Science is Neither Red Nor Blue, where you said that scientists should be better at explaining how whatever our crazy politics might be, that our science, you know, stands. You and I are both in climate. There's lots of very polemical, Manichaean climate scientists who do very good climate science, right? on social media, I mean. The two things that I've heard as sort of charges against science that you haven't addressed yet, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on, are one is the discrimination against, on the basis of ideology and perhaps other things, as Lee seems to have experienced in his stories from today. And the second is instances where the charge is that the science has been subordinated to a political ideology, as opposed to just the conclusion, the policy conclusion from the science. How do you think we should address that, and what can NAS do to address that?
Okay, so let me give you my view on this. I think we've been focusing too much on the answers to questions and not enough on who's asking the question. Because that is where I think the real opportunity to kind of steer things in one direction or another is coming from. And just to give you an example from the Academy, during the Obama administration, almost all of our work was in the area of environment, climate, health, those kinds of things. When Trump came in, it was quantum, it was AI. It was very different questions that were being answered. So I think one thing we have to look at is the extent to which all of us as scientists are being limited by who's asking the question and therefore directing the money to get that work done. And I think that is the bigger issue here. I don't disagree that I think there is far too much what is politically correct to be saying about the answers, but we aren't talking enough about what's politically correct about the questions that you're even asking. And I think that's where we need to focus more.
Thank you, Scott Turner, National Association of Scholars. You mentioned the regulatory burden and the killer of enthusiasm of discovery, and that's certainly true. But one of the major killers of enthusiasm and avenues for introducing outside review from non-scientists is the grant-making system that we have right now. And what you have right now is you have scientists being turned into generators of revenue for institutions, and the science actually becomes secondary. So I just wanted to mention that to get your comments, but also to mention the work of a very interesting data scientist, Johan Bolin, who's been looking at, oh, there, I'm back, looking at basically avenues of crowdfunding for science. One of his ideas is to just give $100,000 a year to every senior scientist in the country, which would be about equivalent of the National Science Foundation's budget right now, and let them make the decisions, including sharing their money with colleagues that they deem worthwhile. Then scientists are firmly in the driver's seat of how funds are allocated and how they're spent.
So I can make one quick comment on that, and that is, first of all, the $100,000 idea, I like the idea that you want to make this more open and egalitarian, but $100,000 to a mathematician is bonanza. $100,000 to someone who has a biomedical lab doesn't even get the door opened. So I sympathize with what you're saying, but I'm not sure that's the right way. I think what the real problem is the whole way that we run our academic labs, where we have to have legions of underpaid graduate students and underpaid postdocs, bellies at the bench, they call it, to get the work done. And then all these people go out and say, I'm a scientist now, and I should be able to get grants and should be able to support myself. And it's all because we have overly committed ourselves to using these young people underpaid, and we don't have the jobs for them later. And then there's just too much demand for too little money.
Yeah, I just want to add, if this is on, that to agree, one data point for me costs $50,000. So you're only offering me 2 data points, which of course I appreciate and I'll take, but it won't get me a published paper. So that's a problem for people who do expensive science. And I do think that there's just a rigidity in the system and a resistance to people who think creatively. I can give you my example of my colleague and I had to look this up because we were told, let me start by saying this. It's very hard to move out of your lane. And Marcia is saying, you're a scientist, you've gotten to a certain point, you should just be able to compete for money as a scientist. But that's not how it works. At NIH, you're pigeonholed. And I was recently told on a grant review that between me and my co-investigator, we didn't have enough expertise in smoking. Now you heard my claim to fame is. So I looked it up, and between the two of us, we had 50 publications with the word smoking or nicotine in them, and still, we were defined so narrowly. So I think it's as much about this unwillingness, and maybe it goes to what Hugh was saying. The funders of science, and I appreciate it's your money, it's the taxpayers' money, have to be willing to take a flyer on me. Some way or other. You're taking a risk, but you have to decide, jump in, take a risk on me and my creativity, and don't have a system that incentivizes people that are, that stay in their lane.
Yeah, but Eben, I think the problem is people are looking for reasons to not fund work, not for reasons to fund it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when the success rates get down in the teens and lower, that's all they do. They look for any reason. And, this other group, they have 52 publications. You only have 50, so we're going to turn yours down.
Okay, I'm afraid that we're actually out of time.
Wait, don't we still have Marcia's minutes?
Right, we have time for one more question using up Marcia's minutes. So,
Diana Fleischman.
Actually, my husband did a really good study in 2012 showing that undergraduates, if you ask them really invasive questions about rape and sexual assault and the worst things that ever happened to them, they find that similarly distressing to cognitive tasks, IQ-style cognitive tasks, which if you know undergraduates, you wouldn't be surprised about that. And so, I mean, in some sense, I agree, because the questionnaires are not going to be more distressing than taking an exam. So if you're going to distress undergraduates, you can also make a case for distressing them in the name of science. That's all I was going to say.
Okay, I think we'll end there, although that's very interesting. So let's thank our panelists.
All right. These are 10-minute talks on censorship and self-censorship by the numbers. We've got 3 speakers. Nate Honeycutt, who's a research fellow at the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. Wayne Stargardt, who's going to be joining us via video. He's president of the MIT Free Speech Alliance. And April Bleske-Rechek. Thank you. On censorship, she's a professor of psychology at the University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire. I'm going to let them tell you anything else they want about themselves. They've each got just about 10 minutes. I've been told that I only have 2 jobs: introduce them, get out of the way, that's all one job, and then time them carefully, and I'm going to do that. My name's Jim Moore. I used to work at USC. So, first up, we've got April from the University of Wisconsin at Eau Claire.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Mike, for doing the roundup. Okay, so I want to say we decided we'd start this panel talking about students, and I know I might give students a little heat right now, but I also wanted to say that what is probably keeping me in the academy right now is the students. So I think we owe them some thanks, right, as well, as concern about their future. So a couple years ago, the University of Wisconsin, then called the UW system, collected data on student attitudes toward free expression. These data are pretty notable for a couple of reasons. One is they're purple students in a purple state, traditionally purple state. Second, the universities of Wisconsin are very typical universities, right? None of them is a premier Ivy League institution. And together with HXA's recent report on the universality of the free expression problem and attitudes toward censoring viewpoints, I think our data make the case that there's an issue with chilled speech that is not unique to the Ivies, which I think I thought years ago. The data are also pretty unique because it's a pretty generalizable or broad generalizable sample, representative sample of 10,000 students. The original report, there's a QR code here in case you want to take a look at it. I'm going to talk about a couple of different elements. So the original data are relatively lengthy, but I think the data are interesting if you have not seen them before. And they also include data on students' knowledge of their First Amendment protections, which, as you might speculate, are subpar. I am part of a team who is trying very hard to do a similar faculty survey.
Your QR code's dead.
Oh, no. Okay, thanks. I'll try again. Or I can send.
No worries,
yeah. It's also available on my website, Bleske-Rechek.com. Thanks in part to my husband. Thanks in 100% to my husband, actually. So I am on a team trying to get a faculty survey going, and the number one thing I want to do is know about faculty and administrators' knowledge of First Amendment protections, because I think it could be even worse than students. I wouldn't be surprised. But we'll see if that happens. That's an on-off game. Today I want to focus on students' attitudes about censoring viewpoints deemed harmful or offensive. We, over the course of our long survey development process, ended up with 7 questions to gauge these attitudes. Each was on a 5-point scale. I'm going to take you really quickly through these 7 questions and how those 10,000 students responded to them. And I invite you to pay attention to the 4 and 5, right? The quite a bit or a great deal options, because those are the options that suggest quite a bit of positivity toward censoring, right, or shutting down views. Okay, so number 1, if some students feel that certain views expressed on campus cause harm to certain groups of people, how much do you think that university administrators should ban the expression of those views? Okay, so those two blocks on the far right, we've got about 22%. If a required reading or assignment for a class includes views that some students feel cause harm to certain groups of people, how much do you think that the instructor should drop their reading or assignment as a requirement? If a student says something in class that some students feel causes harm to certain groups of people, how much do you think the instructor should stop that student from talking? A third. If a topic being discussed in class includes views that some students feel cause harm, how much do you think that the class should stop discussing the topic? If an instructor says something in class that some students feel causes harm, how much do you think the students should report that instructor? Here we have a relatively high number. It probably puts into context some data that I'm guessing Nate might share with us, that a large majority, or at least a large number of university faculty say they just don't talk about controversial ideas anymore in the classroom. If a student says something in class that some students feel causes harm, how much do you think that the students should report that student? And then finally, if some students feel a speaker's message is offensive, how much do you think that university administrators should disinvite the speaker? About a third. Okay, so students were really consistent in their responses to these 7 questions. Internal reliability was 0.9. So for each student, I averaged their responses to those 7 questions for an overall censorious score, right? So you have an indication of how much each student, 10,380 students who responded to all 7 of those questions, how censorious were they, right? Like how favorable were they towards shutting down those views? The median on that 1 to 5 scale, or the mean on that 1 to 5 scale was 2.69. And I decided to look at the sample in this way. I thought, let's look at the bottom 20%, the least censorious group. They had scores below 1.71, so 1 to 1.70, essentially. And then we've got our middle group, the middle 60%, 1.71 to 3.57 on that 1 to 5 scale. And then we've got our 20% most censorious, scores above 3.57, okay? So I want to see what these 3 groups look like. And this is just a choice, right, that I made. I was thinking about trimming, right? Trim your 20%, and then we have in the middle. These groups differ on some key demographic and personal characteristics. We can start out, let's just look at the row for female, okay? So we have our 2,250 students who are the least censorious, 30% are female. In the sample as a whole, by the way, all 10,445 students, 61% were female, okay? Among our 20% most censorious, 82% female, okay? Notice the top row, our first-year students. Notice we've got 29% compared to 24% in the sample as a whole. Among the most censorious, 29% are first-year students. So this resonates with what we talked about earlier, right? We do have to worry about our incoming students. Notice the bottom 2 rows are very liberal and very conservative. So in the sample as a whole, 20% of students said they were very liberal and 9% said they were very conservative. Among our least censorious, 22% are very conservative and 3% very liberal. Among our most censorious, 37% very liberal and 2% very conservative. You might be asking, well, what about the upper 10%? And this is actually kind of interesting, right? On that 1 to 5 scale, their scores then are above 4, okay? So they definitely said 4 and 5, right, to these questions that we asked them. But they actually don't look that different in terms of their demographic makeup, okay? Which I thought was important, because I think we should pay attention to that top 20% then, even though their scores were just over 3.57 on the 1 to 5 scale. Beyond the demographic characteristics, these groups differ in their attitudes toward viewpoint diversity and offensive speech. I'm going to show you a couple figures here. We asked students on the questionnaire, how likely are you to consider viewpoints you disagree with when you think about each of the following topics? So we asked them about 11 topics, 10 of which were controversial issues. The scale went from not at all likely to extremely likely. We have a difference. Notice all the bars, you might think, oh, those are kind of low, right? But on the other hand, they're actually admitting not being likely to consider other people's views, okay? So that's kind of notable in and of itself that we're getting any response at all. The least censorious are more likely to consider viewpoints than the middle, and the middle more likely than the most censorious. This difference doesn't look very large. It's a small effect size. Okay.
3 if you need it.
Okay, I think I'm good. A much bigger effect here, how much do you feel that people who express views that you find offensive are causing harm to those they offend? If you look at the difference between our least censorious students and our most censorious students, that is a difference of 2 points on the 5-point scale. Cohen's D, 2.1. A massive effect. Similar, how much do you feel that expressing views that you find offensive can be seen as an act of violence? In other words, offensive speech is violence. Again, a difference of more than 2 points. Cohen's D, 2.2. These students differ quite a bit. Notice tracking the top 10% there, just a small increase. Okay, and finally, these groups differ in their experiences with free expression and self-censorship. So how comfortable do you feel expressing your views on each of those 10 topics? Okay, so our least censorious are the ones who are the least comfortable expressing their views, and the students who are the most censorious toward others, ironically, seem to be the most comfortable expressing their views. We also ask them, and I'll wrap up with this one, have you ever wanted to express your views about a controversial topic in class but decided not to? It is our least censorious students who are the most likely to have reported that, and when we ask them, why not, right? So of those who said, I didn't, right, we asked why. These are 3 of the options we gave them, so I'm not showing you all of them. I just chose 3 that I thought would be important. The first one is, I just generally don't share my views, right, regardless of topic. And notice the most censorious students were more likely to choose that option. You could check any that apply. But it's the students that are the least censorious that are more likely to say, well, I was worried that other students would dismiss my views as offensive, and I was worried the instructor would give me a lower grade. And that's what I have for you. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for surviving the late afternoon lunch lull here. So I'm going to talk about some data stemming from a large survey of faculty that I conducted last spring at FIRE. So kind of a prevailing thought that I have too with data like this. So we've heard from some of the earlier presenters today talking about prevalence of self-censorship, examples of self-censorship. What I often find is many in the academy aren't convinced, and so you just need to keep hitting them over the data, or hitting them over the head with data and more data and more data. So hopefully this will be some data to throw into the pile that might be useful for some of you as you're talking with colleagues or others about these issues. So this stems from a survey conducted spring 2024. Some of you in this room may have received an invitation to participate and may have participated. So a little over 6,000 faculty at 55 universities across the United States participated in this study, the largest survey of faculty on issues of free speech and dynamics on campus. Not going to talk about this or read through this definition, but I just wanted to put this up here. Before we asked the primary questions about self-censorship, we did define it for faculty participants. And I think this is important to note because when I talk about self-censorship in these results, I'm not talking about faculty who are self-censoring because they're trying to be professional or they're trying to be polite. So many of us may refrain from saying certain things to try to be professional or to try to be polite. That, especially in the context of these results, is not self-censorship. So that's kind of a different category or a different beast. So to open up, we asked a variety of questions about self-censoring in professional context. So how likely were faculty to self-censor in the research topics investigated? This is kind of our floor. So about 1 in 5 said, yeah, I'm at least I'm at least likely, or maybe very likely, or extremely likely to self-censor in what I study. This rose to 27% self-censoring in what they publish, 41% in talks that they give to outside audiences, 42% in classroom lectures and discussions, and then the largest was 56% saying they self-censor in what they say online or by email or in other online contexts. So we see varying levels of self-censorship across different contexts, but but we see a floor of at least 1 in 5. Now, this next figure, it's going to be very tiny. If you're interested in looking at it closer, I'll have a link to the report at the end. But kind of the gist of these two is just to show that when these 5 questions are split out both by ideology and by whether or not the faculty were tenured or not tenured, you see clear differences. So conservatives, conservative faculty, and also moderate faculty were more likely to self-censor across these professional contexts, as were faculty who did not have tenure. But, and interestingly, so the dark blue bars are faculty who are tenured. Self-censorship wasn't absent among tenured faculty, kind of going to a point that Musa was making earlier, that if you have faculty who, for the entirety of their pre-tenure, there's Musa, pre-tenure time, aren't speaking up, then what's to say when all of a sudden, you get your golden tenure ticket, that you're all of a sudden going to become an outspoken critic of things that you need to be a critic of? Possibly not. Also asked about self-censorship in the context of conversations that faculty may have. So with administrators, with students, with other faculty, we see hovering around 27-28% of faculty saying, yes, I self-censor quite, at least fairly often, a couple times a week in conversations with people from these different groups on campus. Additionally, I asked a broader question. This question was, how often, if at all, do you feel that you can't express your opinion because of how other students, faculty, or well, not other students, how other faculty, so colleagues, students, or the administration might respond? So we see that 27% said that they're at least fairly often do engage in this. I think this is very telling too. So split out by ideology, nearly half of the conservative faculty said that at least fairly often, so a couple times a week or more, they're feeling that they can't express their opinion, compared to only 1 in 5 liberal faculty. And again, we see a slight difference here between tenured and untenured faculty. We wanted to be able to contextualize some of our results in the context of past research. So there's a classic study conducted back in the 1950s, Lazarfield and Thielens, asked a variety of questions. We incorporated one question here. In our study, we asked about if faculty have recently toned down anything that they've written because they're afraid of causing controversy. So back during McCarthyism, the height of the Red Scare, about almost 1 in 10, so 9% of social scientists said, yes, I've toned down my writing because I don't want to cause controversy. We found that 1 in 3 faculty, so about 33%, 34%, said that they're toning down with their writing because they don't want to cause any controversy today. So much significantly larger percentage or proportion there. We honed in a bit on trying to probe the motivations, perhaps, behind different types of self-censorship that faculty were engaging in. So one area that we probed was related to politics. So how often, if at all, faculty hide their political beliefs in an attempt to keep their job. So almost 3 in 10 said, I fairly often hide my political beliefs to try to keep my job. Again, probably unsurprisingly, we see very stark ideological differences here. Over half of conservative faculty saying they at least fairly often, a couple times a week, hide their political beliefs to try to keep their job, whereas less than 1 in 5 liberal faculty say that they have to engage in this. And then we also see a slight difference here between tenured and untenured faculty. So a little over 1 in 3 faculty who don't have tenure saying that they hide their political beliefs to try to keep their job. Now, I'd venture to guess that these results that I've talked about so far aren't really that surprising. It's not like you're walking down a road and you don't know what's going to come around the bend. It's like, well, many of you might personally have self-censor in what you write or what you talk about or what you study. And so it's perhaps not super novel. But for those of you who might not engage in this or might not be familiar with these data, I think it's helpful to have reliable data so that we can talk about it, so that we can cite it in our own research and then perhaps do something about it. And when I see these results, I often wonder, what's the motivation? Why are faculty engaging in this? I think there's a lot of reasons. We had 2 questions in this survey that I think start to give us a glimpse of what's going on here. And this goes to points also discussed in a couple earlier presentations, but I think one of the biggest is reputation. So we have over half of conservative faculty and even a little over 1 in 3 liberal faculty saying that they are worried about damaging their reputation because somebody misunderstands something that they've said or done. So they're self-censoring because they don't want their reputation to be damaged. And to not to an equal extent, but also to a consequential extent, we see that about 1 in 3 conservative faculty are perhaps self-censoring because they're worried about losing their job, because of someone misunderstands something that they've said or done. So I think reputation is a big part. Losing their job is also a concern. Now, just to bring in a little theory as we're bringing this home. So Lee and I have written a bit about what we call a model of political bias. This is our political bias wheel. I think in many ways the impact of censorship could be a very long arm, having a wide impact on many operations or many elements of key operations within the academy, which is perhaps why we're all gathered here to discuss censorship. In this model, we talk about a variety of things. So political bias can impact all of these, and I think to almost an equal extent, censorship can impact these things as well, particularly if faculty are self-censoring. Faculty self-censoring might not ask certain research questions. They might not use certain measurements or certain questions in their studies. They might come to different interpretations or have interpretations that they don't discuss. Most directly, suppression of ideas and findings might not publish a paper that comes to a politically inconvenient conclusion, because if we're operating in a social reputational system whereby to get into grad school, to get a tenure track job, to get promoted, to get fellowships and grants, you need positive evaluations from your peers. What incentives are there to push the envelope or to have findings that your colleagues may not appreciate? So I think all of these things can exacerbate self-censorship. And then collectively, or also individually, work to undermine the credibility of the academy and the work that we're doing. But just as a final stat to consider here, so maybe you might be familiar, maybe not. I know this is tiny. We've seen over time faculty have been predominantly liberal. This has been growing in recent years. Some recent numbers saying that faculty, about 75% of faculty identify as liberal, declining percents moderate, and only about 10 to 12% identify as conservative. And so if you take that in concert with about half of conservative faculty saying that they feel that they can't express their opinion, they are worried that they might lose their job, damage their reputation. So if we take 100 faculty, this is the proportion, and half conservative faculty are saying, hey, I don't feel like I can speak up, I can't share my views, then you're automatically slicing this small chunk of quote-unquote viewpoint diversity within the academy to even a smaller chunk who may or may not actually feel comfortable talking up. And then if you consider the liberal faculty who feel that they can't speak openly, then we have an even larger chunk of white. But as to perhaps a tentative solution, and we can talk about this more during Q&A or afterwards, perhaps consider institutional neutrality. So there's not a lot of data out there about what faculty think about this, but we did ask 2 questions in this survey, and overwhelmingly faculty endorsed institutional neutrality. So about 2 in 3 said colleges and universities, and then also that faculty units, so departments, should not take positions on social or political issues. So I think if universities are saying we're not going to engage in that, that could create an environment where faculty may feel more comfortable speaking up, may not feel that they have to self-censor in their work. So thank you. Looking forward to your questions. Here's the QR code for the report.
Okay, so Wayne is up next.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say that I'm both honored and humbled to be able to, as a non-academic, to be able to present at this wonderful conference. So thank you. I really wanted to join in person, but I got snowed in Texas. It's a lame excuse, but there it is. I'm going to be talking about some metrics on self-censorship by faculty of themselves at MIT. Now, nobody really would argue that MIT is not a STEM university, but let me give you some additional information to show you just how much it is a technical institute masquerading as a major university. If you look at the student population there in the upper left, over half the students are majoring in engineering. The next largest slug are students who are majoring in science, in those two schools. The next major set of students are in the management school, then followed by architecture, and then by economics. So while those aren't core STEM disciplines in the classic way, they're at least numerate, and we view them as fellow travelers. And you can see our humanities department, the number of students managing in humanities are a few lost souls at MIT. The faculty shows a similar distribution. Predominantly engineering, next science, then management, then architecture, and then we have economics, and then humanities faculty is a little bit larger than their than the majors. It's kind of an indication of our problem that the last two chairs of the faculty at MIT have come from the School of Humanities, not from a STEM discipline. So why would that be happening? Who knows? But it could be because all those professors are heavily involved in the real business of MIT that Scott referred to earlier. In the upper right-hand quadrant, you see that sponsored research is 45% or so of MIT's annual operating revenues. And as Marcia pointed out, that work is not done by the faculty per se. It's done by a lot of it by graduate students. So at MIT, MIT's graduate student population is 60% of the student body. There's also another group of postdocs and paid researchers who are about as large as the blue wedge of undergraduates. So it's a large research machine. So that's some background on MIT, some background on the MIT Free Speech Alliance. We were formed in 2021 after the Carlson lecture cancellation of Dr. Dorian Abbott. It's funded and managed, led by alumni. We're completely independent. We're not affiliated with MIT. We engage in free speech advocacy focused only on MIT. We comment on activities at MIT that deal with free speech. We make recommendations. We promote causes. Were anybody to be canceled, we would take up their defense. And we also sponsor culture change events on campus, debates and conferences, which some of you may have seen. And we have 1,200 members today, still growing, mainly MIT graduates. So there's only been a few overt acts of cancel culture at MIT going back. Professor Dick Linson is one of the more noteworthy scientists who was canceled because he had some differences with the climate science orthodoxy in the 2000s. The chaplain at MIT was dismissed over conciliatory comments he tried to make after the George Floyd killing in 2020. And then, of course, there was the Abbott cancellation in 2021. So it doesn't take a lot of but the MIT faculty also see all the things going on at your campuses that we've been talking about today. And what they have learned from these incidents at MIT is that the administration and their academic leadership are not going to defend them, so they self-censor. Let's look at how that breaks out. So in 2021, in the immediate aftermath of the Abbott cancellation, MIT leadership was completely taken aback by the blowback. And they held some town hall meetings to try to gaslight the faculty about what had happened. About 160 faculty members attended, which at MIT is a pretty large faculty meeting. historically. And for some reason, the chair polled them, and they asked two questions. Do you feel on an everyday basis that your voice or the voices of your colleagues are constrained? And 56% answered yes. And then the other question was, are you worried that your voice or your colleagues' voices are increasingly in jeopardy? And 78% responded yes there. A year later, we commissioned FIRE to conduct an MIT institutional health study, which was pretty comprehensive, but it included a survey of faculty of 195 faculty, that's 18%. It was a formal survey. There was a lot of questions of the faculty about both their inclination to shut down speakers as well as their concern about being canceled themselves. And two questions I pulled out to highlight. One of them was, will the administration defend controversial speech? And at that time, 38% said not very or not at all likely. And another question, are you very or extremely likely to self-censor yourself in meetings with? And the answer was 26% yes with meeting with the administration, 24% yes in faculty department meetings, and 28% yes in meeting with students. So one more data point, just to show you a trend. In 2024, the MIT faculty themselves independently started conducting a weekly poll called the Pulse of the Faculty. And how they do it is faculty members anonymously submit questions. The faculty members anonymously vote on which questions will be polled. So the ones that are upvoted the highest will end up perhaps as the poll question the next week. And every week they run a poll of the most highly upvoted question. And in April, they ran a poll on the question, are you concerned about retaliation when you speak your mind? 29% of the faculty participated in this poll, which was then and still the highest level of faculty participation in this Pulse of the Faculty poll. 37% said they were concerned about retaliation from students, 27% concerned about retaliation from the MIT administration, 42% concerned about retaliation from senior academic leadership, those are deans and department heads, 29% concerned about retaliation from colleagues. Overall, because some people had multiple responses, 68% of the respondents indicated that they were concerned about retaliation for speaking their mind. Topic unspecified. Now, that's not a pretty picture because, for all the reasons that have been talked about in earlier presentations, having faculty self-censor is going to ultimately degrade the process of knowledge and truth seeking. And, to be perfectly frank, MIT is trying to be at the top of the game, and these things don't help. But there's good news. There are positive developments because the faculty, I think I would disagree with some of the prior statements that the faculty members themselves are the cause of the problem. I don't think that's true at MIT, and they're starting to fill their oats. So in November 2021, a month after the Abbott cancellation, 159 faculty members wrote an open letter to MIT protesting that cancellation and calling for MIT to have a free speech policy, which it had not had up until that time. Why should it? A year later, the MIT faculty adopted the Statement on Freedom of Expression, which largely mirrors the Chicago principles. On the other hand, at that same meeting, a third of the faculty voted against its adoption. 2 months later, the brand new installed president of MIT adopted that statement as MIT-wide policy, so it didn't just apply to the faculty. A year later, she also created a faculty-led committee, which is still part of the administration, to formulate free speech policies and rules, and they're about to finish their first report. You may or may not have heard in April 2024, MIT leadership, president, provost, all the academic deans ended the use of DEI statements as compelled speech for all faculty hiring and promotion. Hasn't quite taken hold yet in every department, but the message was clear. And then in October of this past year, MIT formed their own independent Council on Academic Freedom, modeled on the same body that has been in operation at Harvard for a couple of years. So we're optimistic that we can restore the culture of academic freedom and free inquiry at MIT, part of the strength that MIT's reputation has been built on, by working with the faculty and with our president, who that's Sally Kornbluth, who attended our last conference. So there's room for optimism, and we're at MIT trying to restore this academic freedom culture to serve hopefully as an example and an inspiration to the rest of the STEM faculties at other universities. Thank you.
We have any audio? We do. Excellent. All right. Questions? We have anybody in the field with microphones? We will momentarily. I didn't give you a fair warning. Okay, questions? How about this gentleman over here in the blue? Then I'll make it to the other side of the room.
Hello. Yeah, that's better. I'm Kingsley Brown from Wayne State University Law School. I had a question, actually an observation and a question that probably goes to both April and Nate. You have broken down conservatives, how much conservatives are concerned about adverse consequences and liberals and so forth. But what it doesn't really show, what the data don't show, I don't think, are who is it they're afraid of. It's my impression that the conservatives are afraid of people who are more liberal than them. The moderates are not worried about the people on the right, they're worried about the people on the left. And the liberals who are concerned about it are not worried about the conservatives, they're worried about the far left. That's just my impression. And I was wondering if either of you had any data that would address that, or if you had any intuitions of your own.
Yeah, in the survey, no direct questions that address that. We did ask other questions asking how well faculty think a liberal individual or a conservative individual would fit in their department, and by and large, liberal would be a good fit, conservative not a good fit. So I think that goes to directionality, at least for the conservative faculty expressing concern, but I don't think there's any questions that would allow getting at who the liberal faculty, at least that small chunk, who they're saying that they're afraid of. My intuition would be that it probably is. Well, my intuition would be that it differs depending on which campus. So, for example, in one of the 55 schools was Brigham Young University. So on that campus, a lot of the liberal faculty were expressing greater concern than conservative faculty, I think because of the nature of their administration on that campus, being that they're a religious institution. But on the kind of stereotypical public campus where most faculty are liberal, the administration is liberal, I think I'd agree and say it's probably the far left, but department might play a factor too.
Yeah, I would just add on to agree, Kingsley, with your inclination. I don't have direct questions, but the moderate students look more like the conservative students than they look like the liberal students in their attitudes. And both conservative and liberal students perceive students, okay, so conservative students perceive students with views like theirs as unlikely to express their views, and liberal students seem to recognize that students with views not like theirs are less likely to express their views than students with views like theirs. But that's as close as I've got.
Further questions? Right down here. Yes.
Excuse
So one thing that jumped out at me in your data and some of the other charts that were put up, like the Eric Kaufman charts, was that it seems like when you look at who's driving a lot of these censorious behaviors, that it's not like it's a majority of faculty or students who are illiberal. It looks like it's something between a fifth and a third at most. In a lot of these polls and surveys who say things like, I would discriminate against someone who disagrees with me. I don't support, it's about a fifth to a third of both students and faculty. And so I was wondering, and there's a lot of research on how unrepresentative minorities can exert big pressure, like disproportionate impact over whole systems and can dominate systems even though they're not representative under the right circumstances, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I guess what I'm wondering from each of the panelists is, what's your sense? Is because these, depending on what the problem is, there's very different solutions, right? If the problem is that most faculty are actually illiberal and buy into a lot of this stuff and don't want to engage with different views, then that's one kind of problem. If it's that there's a small minority of, or a sizable but distinct minority of faculty who have these liberal positions, and most faculty are not on board with that, then that's a different problem. So I guess, what's your sense, panel, about what's the nature of the problem? Is it that there's a illiberal minorities situation, or is it that that the faculty in general is kind of sucks, or that students in general kind of suck? What's your interpretation of what the data show on that?
Okay, thanks, that's a great question. I think for the students, my concern is that that's why I looked at the top 10%, right, to see if they were any really categorically different from the top 20%, and I don't think they are, but we also saw that overrepresentation of underrepresented groups within that group that is more likely to express their views, less likely to consider others' views, and have more censorious attitudes. And they are also the groups that students are generally very fearful of offending. And I think that whether or not faculty are, whatever views faculty hold, if they don't speak up because they share those fears, then the students are just gonna go right along. That's my concern.
Thanks for the question, Musa. I think for the faculty, from what I've seen in this data and other data, so a variety of surveys have asked, like, liberal, conservative, in some prior work that I did with Lee, and then I asked similar questions in this study, but I haven't dug into those numbers yet. I asked faculty, like, how strongly do you identify as a radical, as a socialist, as a communist, and I forget what, as a social, I think I said that. No, not that one. Marxist, there we go, yeah, Marxist. And large percentages identify with at least one of these labels, far more than identify as just far left on the 1 to 7 liberal to conservative spectrum. Having that sitting there, I would say at the same time, I think that a majority of faculty are not illiberal. I think that there is a large base, if you think of it as a pyramid, of faculty who are there, who don't say anything and don't do anything, which then enables the illiberal minority to have a lot of say, a lot of influence over what happens on campus or within the academy at large. And just it's disproportionate to their actual numbers. Yeah, I think those are the two main comments I'd say.
Wayne, we don't want to leave you out. Go ahead.
Oh, can I add on to that response?
Of course.
Yeah, so I have a little bit different perspective. We had a conference this fall, and we had a panel of people from Chicago, Purdue, the UNC system, kind of addressing this question. And the issue is not that the number of them is almost irrelevant. The important part is how enabled are they? And the people from these campuses who was more successful free speech cultures pointed out that they needed two things, that they needed free speech proponents into leadership because personnel or policy, and then there needed to be a consistent and frequent reinforcement of free speech as a university value from the trustees through the president through the academic leadership. And if you don't have all of that, then minorities can be enabled. If you have all of that in operation, then these minority suppressive tendencies don't happen.
And I'll just throw in two more things too that I remembered. There's a great Substack, some of you have probably seen it, by Kevin Walston on illiberal liberals. So he looks at this using FIRE's student data. I haven't done that with the faculty data, but some very interesting results on that.
How about someone who hasn't asked a question yet, but we will not overlook you? How about this gentleman right up here?
Hi there, Justin Califf from the Rutgers Philosophy Department. April, thanks very much for that, all that stuff, very, very illuminating. I've been having I've got a couple of questions, or sort of a question about just the use of this term harm. I've had a couple of experiences recently when I've been talking with some students who've been saying, well, don't say that because it could harm these people. And then I always say, hey, can you explain to me the causal chain that could lead from saying this thing to they're being made worse off? And a couple of times recently I've been hearing, well, even if they're not made worse off, they're harmed because, and then I say, well, what do you mean by harm? They say, well, you know, you just to say the word harm if people are offended if they belong to these. So anyway, my question is, is there any way that we can tell whether when they're responding to your prompts with words like violence or harm, are they defining the words in a garbled way, or do they actually have a different idea of what's happening psychologically in the minds of those exposed to directly or indirectly what's going on?
Well, that's a great question, just because I think my experience is very similar to yours. One thing I didn't, in terms of like, what exactly do you mean? What is that psychological harm, right? And I think it's Lawrence Krauss in one of his essays who made it so clear, right? Like anything that something that is said is filtered through, right, your interpretation of it. It's just literally not the same thing as being punched in the face. And of course, saying that to a student is hard. But that's what I wanted to offer to them, right? Like it's just different. But when we designed the survey items, I don't know if you noticed the very similar wording for like the first 6 questions says something that some students or someone believes could cause harm to vulnerable groups or something like that. Like those questionnaire items were put to so many student senate leaders, faculty senate leaders, DEI administrators, chancellors at the 13 universities, IRB committees who did not need to be involved, right? And everyone was like, well, you can't say harm. You have to say what it is. And it's like, well, that's the whole thing. People say this cause harm. And we can't tell them what belief it is. That's the whole point, that it's subjective for everybody. And there's this, and I'm saying, like, I don't think our survey items are perfect. We had to revise them so many times to make so many stakeholders happy. I don't know that I would have chosen that word if I had to, but.
Anyone else care to respond? Nope. All right, they might have time for one more question.
I actually would first want to respond to that, the comment. I would say the radical, let's call them the woke, when they say they're moral, they try to gain moral authority by saying they represent a certain group, but the whole point is to use that group as an avatar to get more power, institutional power. That's my idea. About the control, about a few control a lot. Cousin of my colleague is a student in Canada, and he said out of about 200 students, 5 girls crawl and identify as animals. And the student said that like 98% of the people understand that's absolutely crazy, the parents and students, but they're afraid to talk. So that's a very small percentage talking. But I think conferences like this and information, disseminating this kind of information is exactly what we need to break the spell of these small percent on the normal people.
All right. Since that was declarative and not a question, it doesn't require a response. which puts us exactly on schedule. Thank you all.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dean Musavi. I am from the University of Cancelled Scholars, an ever-growing institution, sadly. And my task today is to introduce Stephen Kunin, who I believe is in cyberspace somewhere. So, I don't know.
I am indeed. Good. We are at the end of a long day, and my job is to keep you engaged by talking about the importance of censorship in the climate discussion. I'm surprised we haven't heard more about that during the day, because in fact, censorship, or more generally, the withholding of relevant information, is not uncommon in the discussion of climate and energy. And it is quite insidious, as I hope to show you. So let me start with a little context. First, clearly climate and energy are front and center today, a very important and much discussed topic. The upper panel shows that the global temperature has risen about 1.2 degrees Celsius since 1900, although interestingly, it hasn't been a steady rise. The bottom panel shows that since the start of the Industrial Revolution, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has gone from 280 roughly parts per million up to 420 today. That carbon dioxide, which is due to the burning of fossil fuels largely, exerts a warming influence on the climate. And the scientific questions that need to be answered are: how and why have the global and local climates changed in the recent and distant past? How will climates change in the future under natural and growing human influences? How will those changes impact ecosystems and societies? And in fact, how should societies respond? And in some sense, that is the money question. When you think about it for a minute, you realize that responses have to strike a balance. On the one side, we've got what climate science tells us, the knowns and unknowns about the risks and benefits of a changing climate. On the other side, we've got the world's growing energy demand for reliable and affordable energy, clean, and there are techno-economic realities associated with what we can do about that. And in deciding what to do, we've got to strike a balance associated with values and priorities. What is society's tolerance for risk? What are equities between countries, between generations? And what are the efficacies and costs of whatever it is we decide to do? That last set of topics is not only for scientists. Those are societal topics and should ultimately be decided by the broad society or the elected decision makers. However, it is the job of the scientists to accurately portray what we know and what we don't know. And if we fail to do that, we have usurped decision-making authority from the people or their elected non-expert representatives and taken it upon ourselves. And in fact, that is going on. There is something called the narrative, which puts a thumb on that scale. You can see it described in the New York Times 8 or 9 years ago. And in fact, there was a document that a meeting in La Jolla produced in 2012 about the construction of this narrative. It goes something like the following. Accumulated carbon dioxide has already broken the climate. We're seeing increasing temperatures, increases in extreme weather, sea level is rising faster, there are droughts and floods plaguing humanity. And in fact, those statements are allegedly supported by attribution studies. Namely, some weather event happens, like a storm, somebody runs a model and says that storm was made 32% more likely by human influences. Needless to say, there's a lot of assumptions and a lot of grains of salt that that kind of statement has to be taken with. The second element of the narrative is it's going to get a lot worse. Droughts, floods, storms, sea level inundation, famine, disease, economic impact, every bad thing you can imagine is going to hit us if CO2 goes up. And then as a corollary, we have to drastically reduce global emissions, taking them to zero by something like the middle of this century, 30 or 40 years from now. We need to do that, says the narrative, by ending fossil fuels, deploying renewables. We are being motivated by statements from allegedly authoritative folks like the UN Secretary General, climate crisis, climate emergency, existential threat, etc., etc. This narrative is promulgated by many actors in many forums. If you look at the scientific assessment reports that the UN puts out from the IPCC, you look at the media, the politicians, non-governmental organizations, they're all singing the same song. Censorship serves the narrative. In fact, it is forbidden to discuss various inconvenient truths. For example, weather is not climate. Weather happens every day or even every season. Climate is a multi-decade average or multi-decade statistics of the weather. Nevertheless, every weather event you hear about in the media has got to be associated with climate. In fact, climate varies a lot on its own. And in fact, as you'll see in a moment, there is a lack of trends in many climate phenomena. You're not allowed to talk about the uncertainty and attribution of changes to human influences, or the projections are taken as more or less gospel without any uncertainty at all. As you'll see, the official projections are of minimal impacts or even benefits of a changing climate, and nobody really wants to talk about the challenges of reducing emissions, even though, in fact, those are becoming more and more evident as the world tries to do that. That's got to do with the energy needs of developing countries or the domestic poor and the costs and disruptions of the so-called energy transition. You also see then censoring by the media, by NGOs, by assessment reports, by individual scientists. And that includes self-censoring by deliberate omission of inconvenient truths. There's an organization you can look up on the web, Covering Climate Now, which is several hundred media, including all of the broadcast networks in the US, Bloomberg, NPR, who will not cover anything that diverges from the narrative. There is also censoring or disparaging of individual scientists who dare to diverge from the narrative. And again, you see that being done by academics, the media, and so on. I want to give you a couple of examples of these things. Let me start with an example of self-censorship in the media. And it's got to do with Greenland losing its ice from the ice sheet. And in fact, the media story was that Greenland has been losing ice faster. And if you look, NASA issues a press release in 2020. The Guardian covers it in late 2019. The headline is, Greenland's ice sheet is melting 7 times faster than the 1990s. And they give you this beautiful picture. And it says the rate of ice loss has risen from 33 billion tons a year in the 90s to 254 billion tons a year in the past decade. It turns out that that's true, as shown in this graph, which is the official Danish data. And in fact, from 1990 to the early 2020s, it did go up enormously. But what they don't show you, and I had the temerity to actually publish in the Wall Street Journal, is the full graph. And when you look at it, you say, whoa, wait a second. That isn't necessarily due to rising CO2, because the rate of loss was just about as big in the 1930s, when human influences were only 1/5 of what they are today, and it goes up and down a lot where CO2 was rising steadily. So this is a wonderful example of misrepresentation, or if you want to be polite, self-censorship by the media in order to make a point. In fact, what one finds is that many climate observables show no trend at all. This table shows the observed trend or not in many different kinds of climate observables: temperature, wet and dry, wind, snow and ice, and so on. And what you see is most of them are blank, showing no trend at all. For example, in tropical cyclones, which are hurricanes. I think that surprises many non-experts that we've not seen any trend at all. That statement gets censored. And a great example of that is the retraction of a paper by Almonte et al. A couple years ago. I give there the links for the story. What happened was that this paper was published in January 2022 by the European Physics Journal following the usual peer review. And its bottom line statement is that on the basis of observational data, the climate crisis that, according to many media sources, we are experiencing today is not evident yet. That saying that in public is a cardinal sin. And what it resulted was in non-specific criticism in the popular press, in The Guardian, in AFP, by a number of prominent climate scientists. And I give their names here because I think it's important to see who's doing this. Michael Mann, Steve Sherwood, Friederike Otto, Stefan Ramsdorf, are pretty prominent promulgators of the consensus. As a result of that, the publisher, not as professional society, but the publisher initiated a review of the paper in October 22 and asked those scientists, so what are the problems? Why do you have an issue with the paper? The only specific criticism that was given was that there was no reference to the most recent IPCC report, which was in fact published after the paper was written and published. And so the journal asked the authors to write an addendum reconciling with that more recent UN report. They wrote that, they submitted it, they reviewed it. I was actually one of the reviewers, and what I wrote at the time was that the original article is a straightforward recitation of credible key data about several types of extreme weather events. I find nothing selective, biased, or misleading in what they present. Where there's hardly anything written that isn't well known to experts, it's useful for non-experts to see the underlying data, which are most often obscure in the IPCC reports. The addendum itself is an on-point discussion of the extent to which the original paper agrees with the IPCC on 3 types of extremes. The document is up to professional standards, specific, detailed, and with citations. Despite my review and several others, the paper was retracted. It's still available on the web, but with the stigma of having been retracted. Well, what about future trend? And here is a nice example of self-censorship by scientists, because even climate modelers don't believe their own results. Writing in PNAS about 4 years ago or 5 years ago, 2 prominent modelers said for many key applications that require regional climate model output or for assessing large-scale changes from small-scale processes, we believe that the current generation of models is not fit for purpose. Now, credit to them for writing that in a journal, but you would never see that in the popular media. Even more disturbing is that if you look at the emails that circulate among the Academy members who study the climate, there's this quote: "It's an unfortunate fact of the matter that most policy and decision makers view the science of climate change as done and dusted, and hence the research we fluid earthers are involved in is perceived to be largely irrelevant to the important question of how to tackle the climate emergency. On top of this, if we are let out of our ivory towers to express the fact that our understanding of climate change, especially at the regional scale, is rather poor, how can a country adapt if it doesn't even know the sign of precipitation change with any confidence? As the IPCC figures show, the same policy and decision makers start to feel uncomfortable. They'd rather we didn't say such things in public. They claim it undermines the public faith in the need to take action." Kind of stunning. Let me show you an example of self-censorship by the UN. Temperature-related deaths. If you look in one of the professional journals, The Lancet, of a survey of temperature-related deaths, they studied many countries for 40 years. They found 5 million deaths a year associated with non-optimal temperatures, 9.4% of global deaths. Most of the excess deaths were linked to cold temperatures. Fewer were linked to hot temperatures by a factor of roughly 9 to 1. During the time studied, the global daily temperature increased by 1/4 degree per decade, paralleled with a large decrease in cold-related deaths and a moderate increase in heat-related deaths. In other words, there were fewer deaths from extreme temperatures because the cold deaths decreased faster than the warm deaths increased. So what does the IPCC say about that? What they said in their summary for policymakers, the only thing they said was in all regions, increases in extreme heat events have resulted in human mortality and morbidity with high confidence. That is a completely factual statement, but it is factually incomplete. It is meant to persuade, not to inform. If one of my students had done something like that, they would have been failed. Yet this is allegedly the best science advice from the best scientists. An example of self-censorship by politicians. Back in November of 23, President Biden said, "You know, I've seen firsthand what the reports made clear, the devastating toll of climate change and its existential threat to all of us. And it's the ultimate threat to humanity, climate change." Unfortunately, the president's own Office of Management and Budget and Council of Economic Advisors a few months earlier had produced this graph, which shows minimal economic impact on the US for a temperature rise of 3 or even 4 degrees. And so I don't know if the president was aware of it, or was self-censoring, or just wanted to make a political point. But there is this disconnect that goes on between what the public is told and what the science is actually saying. Because we're running a bit short on time, I'm going to skip the energy needs of the poor and just want to talk for a minute about a couple of friends and colleagues whose careers have been severely affected because they dared to speak out. There are two wonderful Orwell quotes on the bottom there about the consequences for speaking out. "Intellectual honesty is a crime in any totalitarian country, but even in England, where Orwell was, it is not exactly profitable to speak and write the truth." And they said, "The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those that speak it." And so there's Dick Lindzen, who's already been mentioned, a senior, credentialed, distinguished climate scientist who has effectively been canceled because he's dared to question the science. Judith Curry was hounded from an academic position. She was a dean, I believe, at Georgia Tech, left academia a few years ago. John Christie, University of Alabama, Huntsville, who knows more about the US weather data than anybody I know. Again, canceled for simply displaying data. Will Happer at Princeton, senior physicist who knows more about radiation transfer in the atmosphere than anybody, again effectively canceled. Roger Pilkey Jr., harrowing tales of what he endured at the University of Colorado before leaving to take a position in a think tank within the last couple months, actually. And then Patrick Brown at the Breakthrough Institute, who achieved a fair bit of notoriety by writing publicly that he had to overemphasize climate as a cause of wildfire disasters in order to get it published in Nature. Very serious, credible scientists who have suffered quite a bit. So what? The bad news is we've seen careers destroyed. We've seen erosion of credibility of scientific publications, of scientific societies, of the media, of political statements. We've seen a misallocation of research and societal funds. It is very expensive to reduce emissions. We've seen deindustrialization, economic damage in countries that have tried to reduce emissions too far, too fast. We've seen a slowing of economic development in the developing world. And we have seen young people around the world inappropriately frightened by a hyped climate calamity. The good news, though, is that the narrative is failing. We've seen countries within the last year retreat from absurd goals to reduce emissions and mandates of various technologies. There is popular pushback that is causing political realignment. In Holland, in Germany, in France, in UK, the recent election in the US, and most recently in Canada, people are starting to say, tell me again why we're doing all of this. And there's growing realism about climate and energy. Reliable and affordable are now seen to come before clean. People are realizing that net zero is very expensive and climate finance is crashing, as you can read in the papers almost every day. I want to close with some words from Phil Handler, who was NAS president, the Academy president, starting in 1969. And he had a wonderful editorial in Science magazine in 1980, the year before he stepped down as president. And two quotes. One is, difficulty arises in the scientific community from confusion of the role of scientist qua scientist with that of scientist as citizen. Confusion of the ethical code of the scientist with the obligation of the citizen, blurring the distinction between intrinsically scientific and intrinsically political questions. When scientists fail to recognize these boundaries, their own ideological beliefs, usually unspoken, easily becloud seemingly scientific debate. And then he says, but science will retain its place in public esteem only if we steadfastly admit the magnitude of our uncertainties and then assert the need for further research. And we shall lose that place if we dissemble, or if we argue as if all necessary information and understanding were in hand. Scientists best serve public policy by living within the ethics of science, not those of politics. That was written 45 years ago. It still rings true for me today. And with that, I'm happy to take any comments or questions people might have. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Stephen. We have about 5 minutes for questions, if we're going to leave on time. And actually, I might take the prerogative of starting. The statement you just read was from 1980. And I remember from my own studies as a graduate student in the 1990s that Canadian graduate students working in climate change complained that they couldn't do research objective research in Canada because it was government policy that climate change was a crisis. They all wanted to come to the United States. Can you give us a sense of when climate change ceased to be research and sort of drifted into religion?
I'm a great fan of what's called the issue attention cycle that was laid down by Anthony Downs in 1972, actually, having to do with matters of public import. And the first phase is when some issue of societal import, like greenhouse gases, bubbles among along experts out of public consciousness. And the second phase, which I think happened around 1990 or 1991, is the problem bursts into public attention for great enthusiasm for doing something about it. The third phase, you'll be interested to know, I won't go through all five, but the third phase, I think, started in about 2015 with the Paris Accords, where people start to realize, oh my God, this is going to be really hard to solve. And then one can go on from there. So I would say 1990, 1991 is when things started to get political.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions, anyone? I guess we get a microphone down here.
Thank you for your talk. As a fellow Californian, you might have seen that we have a new active law that from kindergarten on, children now have to be taught every year in school about climate change and basically the inevitability of everyone dying. And I was concerned about this also because we have at the same time skyrocketing anxiety now in children, middle schoolers. So the wisdom of teaching first graders about, emotionally difficult things like that is one question. But the other question is the curriculum. Are you involved in designing the curriculum? Obviously, this is a political question like ethnic studies. Now we have climate change mandate.
No, nobody asked me for my opinion, of course. But, there is an organization called the CO2 Coalition that is deliberately designing what I would say is a much more scientifically sound curriculum going from kindergarten all the way up through high school. And you might have a look at those materials. They're really quite good.
Thank you.
And another effort on that subject is from the National Association of Scholars, the new Franklin standards, specifically try to address the misuse of climate change science in the K-12 standards, or K-12 science standards.
Mm-hmm.
Down here.
Thank you. I think I've heard it said that although the summaries of the IPCC reports are slanted and misleading, that the reports themselves, if you actually plow through them, are good science and pretty solid and reliable. Is that first true, and second important and a bright spot?
Yes, I would agree. One of the things I've been doing to try to make the points is just cite the reports themselves, not the summaries, and show the disconnect. I think they've actually done a pretty good job. One can quibble about adjectives and adverbs in the reports themselves, and sometimes they may leave one or two things out that various scientists get upset about. But I think by and large, they're actually a pretty good job, and for me, they're a reference.
Jim Enstrom from UCLA. Stephen, this is a wonderful talk you gave. The Speaker of the Assembly in California, Rivas, just announced that he's going to take a close look at the economic impact of climate regulations on California. And he's not going to allow those regulations to proceed if they're on the backs of the poor and middle class. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for you to speak to the Assembly in Sacramento.
I'd be delighted to do it. My day job now is at Stanford, and so I have some restanding as a Californian after I left Caltech, spending 30 years there.
Very good.
I'd say
please pursue this.
Okay.
I think let's go right in front of you. Oh, there. Right there.
Okay, hello.
My name is Aurora. I'm a senior at UC Berkeley. I'm studying conservation and resource studies. And it took me to get to my final year to realize that this idea of climate realism, and I was taking a class with this environmental engineer, and he showed us the reports of the weather and how it's all, it's these attribution studies. So my question is, how did we get this confident that climate change is real if, you know, we're realizing that this whole narrative is based on weather reports? And I'm curious about, like, when I see in the media, like, I'm incentivized to click these reports because it's appealing to this sense of, oh my gosh, we need to do something. So is that self-censorship, or is that just, that's where the money is?
I think that's, it's clicks and eyeballs, and there are various people who are making money off of it. Let me just ask, because I, you know, as a scientist, precision in language is important. When you say climate change is real, certainly the climate is changing. It has always changed on its own for various reasons. But when you say climate change is real, presumably you mean human-caused changes in the climate. That's real as well. It's certainly true that greenhouse gases exert a warming influence, human aerosols exert a cooling influence, and so on. The real question is, what's the balance between those two as we see the climate changing?
Any hands?
Just can I just make one more while maybe somebody else is getting the microphone? I find, just back on the data, as I teach advanced undergrads or taught graduate students at NYU, just by showing them the data, you've already made a big step forward in moving them toward climate realism. And I think we need more of that.
Agreed. We got one more question there.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Two quick questions. One is, have you talked to, wondering if this climate ideology is mainly based on North America and Europe? How about scientists outside, such as in China? Do you see the same ideology, or is it different? And then the second...
That's a good question, but go ahead. You had a second question.
And the second question is, what distinguishes, you know, you're a climate scientist too, what distinguishes between, you know, who tends to be realist versus ideologists? What distinguishes between these two groups?
That's great. First of all, I mostly live in the world of US and Europe. It's hard to talk to Chinese folks these days. So I can't really tell you. I do know that if you look at the models, the least sensitive model, the one that gives the lowest temperature rise, belongs to the Russians. In terms of, you know, people who are trained as engineers and physicists in other disciplines tend to be much more hard-nosed about this. Whereas people who come from softer disciplines, ecology, not to demean it, I mean, ecology is important, but it's not anywhere near as quantitative as, say, atmospheric physics. They tend to be more ideological about these things, but those are gross generalizations. What I do find when I sit and talk to climate scientists in private, including some prominent ones at MIT, not Minzen, they'll say, Steve, you got it about right. Okay? But they dare not talk about these things so frankly in public.
Okay, we got one more question down here. Just to comment on what you just said. There's an association of state climatologists in the United States, one per state. And at least 10 years ago, the majority of those state climatologists were skeptical of the degree of anthropogenic climate change. And a lot of them no longer have jobs because of that.
Yeah, John Christie, whose picture I showed up, is the state climatologist for Alabama. And John often bemoans the fact that he is an outlier in that group.
Yeah, hi, my name's Heather. I'm actually working in biotech these days, but I come from academia. I've been out of academia for about 20 years. I was previously studying population genetics at UCLA back in early 2000s. And I did my undergrad at UC Santa Cruz, and I was originally a anthropology major wanting to study human evolution, and took all my upper division classes there, and found I had, in a lot of my cultural classes, I saw this huge rift dividing anthropology. And I had no idea that I stumbled into what I guess was called the science wars at that time. And Santa Cruz being one of the most liberal campuses on earth probably, was in the crosshairs of that. And that's when I noticed for the first time in my life, anti-science, anti-Western, anti-enlightenment ideas coming from the left. I didn't know that existed. I grew up in Southern California and always thought anti-science meant denial of climate change, right? Or denial of evolution, things like that. I had never come across it from the left, and it shocked me. And I had read Carl Sagan's amazing book, The Demon-Haunted World, Science of the Candle in the Dark, thank goodness, prior to going to UC Santa Cruz. So I had a pretty decent foundation between that and my education and growing up watching Cosmos and things like that. But I saw this thing happening, and it forced me to change my major to biology because I couldn't stand what was happening. And I put those days behind me. I went to graduate school at UCLA, ensconced in the hard sciences. I didn't see that anymore. But I knew it was going on in the humanities. Yeah. And so when all of this started creeping up, I recognized it. This religiosity and this fervor, and this inability to accept that there is that there's reality, there's a physical reality, and that scientists are actually trying to interrogate that reality, not trying to control it. And that was the narrative I was hearing in the humanities. So
I often think about something. I think Dick Feynman said, nature has the last word. And if you ignore nature, as you are if you're an anti-scientist, you're not going to get it right. So.
But it goes to that essential need to be able to understand that there is a physical reality, and our job as a society is to support academics in that pursuit. And it's essential.
I would say, in the energy business, it's not only the physical reality, but it's the economic realities as well. Yes, absolutely.
I guess, do we have time for one more in the back there by the computers? I don't want to make us late for the reception.
Thank you, Michael Shermer from Skeptic Magazine. Hi, Steve. There's a thread among some conservative circles that's almost conspiratorial that liberal scientists know that climate change is not mainly driven by human action, or that they know it's not that bad, but they have a different agenda, economic control of business and industry and so on. To what extent do you think there's anything to that, or is that just conspiracism and a little paranoia, or is it really more just true belief in a particular hypothesis for which the confirmation bias leads you to cut off the chart at the 1960s rather than the 1930s, and in other words, self-deception, not intentional deception?
Yeah, I think first of all there are tens of thousands of climate scientists across a variety of disciplines, so it's really hard to make blanket statements. I find some of them, the more quantitative ones, sit down, they'll agree with everything I've said. It's kind of hard not to because it comes mostly right out of the reports or the literature. They might, have a different values calculus and say, even if the risk is only 10 to the minus 3, we should be reducing emissions. And in fact, the MIT Free Speech Association ran a pretty interesting debate in November. I and Mark Mills on one side and Kerry Emanuel and Bob Pindick on the other side about climate risk. It's worth watching if you want to get a sense of where the two positions are. But I think there are others, particularly the young people who are out there, my gosh, they're going to save the world. They've invested their training and early parts of their career in it. And who was it who said it's really tough to convince somebody if their salary depends upon it?
Okay, I think we should probably wrap it up because we have to be somewhere in 20 minutes. Thank you again,
Okay.
Stephen, and
Okay,
thank
I
you
wish I
all.
were there to enjoy the drinks and hors d'oeuvres with you. All right.
I'll
So
turn it over to Anna.